Errand cook, real estate agent, fix-it man, knight in shining armour, friend. Who speaks for the restless and the damned? Who cries for the lost? Charles Gramlich. Chapter 1. London, Tuesday, 13th of June, 1815. The dead man smelled like fish, rotting fish, pale, bloodless and faceless. He lay on the stained granite slab in the centre of Paul Gibson's ancient stone outbuilding, filling the small room with a foul stench. But then bodies pulled from the Thames did have a nasty tendency to reek of fish. Fish, brine, tar, and, if it was warm, and they'd been in the water long enough, decay. The outbuilding stood at the base of a newly planted garden that stretched out behind the medieval Tower Hill house where Gibson kept his surgery, and he paused now in the doorway to suck in one last breath of fresh, rose-scented air before entering the room. The morning was damp and chilly. The sky a low, menacing grey, the ache from Gibson's truncated left leg sharp enough that he winced as he limped forward. Irish by birth, he was thinner than he should have been, and younger than he looked, his dark hair already heavily laced with grey. The long grooves that bracketed his mouth dug deep. Pain had a way of doing that to a man. Pain, and the opium he used to control it. There'd been a time not so long ago when he'd served as a surgeon with His Majesty's 25th Light Dragoons, honing his understanding of the human body on the bloody battlefields of Europe. Then a French cannonball tore away the lower part of his leg, and though he'd tried to keep going, in the end the phantom pains from that vanished limb became too much. And so he'd come here, to London, to open this humble surgery in the shadow of the Tower, share his knowledge of anatomy at the city's teaching hospitals, and conduct post-mortems, like this one, for the local officials. But lately, there were times, such as this morning, when the demands of even that simple routine could come close to overwhelming him. The lingering effects of yesterday's generous dose of opium had left him shaky and clumsy, and he found it took him 3 tries with a flint before he managed to light a lantern against the gloom and hang it from the chain suspended over the stone slab. The swaying golden light played over the ghostly flesh and shuttered face of the unidentified corpse before him, and cast macabre shadows across the room's bare stone walls in a way he did not like. Tall, well-formed, and probably somewhere in his 30s, the dead man had been delivered just after dawn by a couple of constables from the Thames River Police. "An East India man in the pool pulled him up with their anchor," one of the constables had said, when they heaved the half-naked body up onto Gibson's slab. "Otherwise he probably wouldn't have surfaced for another 2 or 3 days, if ever." "Who took his clothes?" asked Gibson. "Whoever tossed him in the river, I suppose," said the older of the 2 men, with a wink as they turned to leave. "That's the way he come up, wearing his shirt and that one sock, and nothing else." It was a fine shirt, Gibson thought now, as he put up a hand to still the swaying of the lamp. Expertly tailored of the best linen, with its long tails reaching halfway down the man's bare, well-muscled thighs. A shirt like that would fetch a good price from one of the innumerable second-hand clothing stores that filled the city. So why had someone taken the dead man's coat, boots, and breeches, yet left his shirt? And what the devil had they done to his face? A blunderbuss, or even a pistol would do that, Gibson decided. Hunkering down to study the ravaged features, a pistol fired at close range and at an odd angle, almost as if its purpose was to destroy the features rather than kill the man. So what had actually killed him? Gibson let his gaze wander. The watery red stains on the lower part of the shirt looked ominous. The river police pull dead bodies out of the Thames all the time, said a woman's voice from the open doorway behind him, her lilting French accent more pronounced than usual. Everything from clumsy sailors and drunken wherrymen to desperate housemaids impregnated by their masters. They usually just haul them out of the water and dump them at the nearest dead house to be buried in a local poor hole. So why was this one sent to you for a post-mortem? Straightening, Gibson turned to find Alexis Sauvage, leaning against the door jamb, watching him. She was a small woman, finely boned, with a halo of untamable fiery red hair and pale skin lightly dusted with cinnamon across the bridge of her delicate nose. Parisian-born and brilliant, she had been educated as a physician in Italy, where such a thing was possible for a woman, although she was allowed to practice only as a midwife here in England. She had lived with him now for over 2 years, and he loved her desperately. Yet there was still so much about her he didn't know. About her life, before that night he'd found her wounded and near death on the mean streets of St. Catherine's. About why she refused to marry him. About why she stayed anyway. Why? She said again, and such was the wandering train of his thoughts that it was a moment before he remembered she spoke of the dead man. Because from all appearances, this one's a gentleman. He lifted one of the corpse's limp hands from the slab. Not only are his fingernails carefully manicured, he turned the bloodless hand over, but his only calluses are such as gentlemen might acquire from riding or fencing. She studied the man's ravaged face, and the water-matted but obviously fashionably cut golden hair that framed it. So, what fair-haired young man of London's upper 10,000 has been reported missing? None so far, according to the constables who brought him. Interesting. He laid the pallid hand back on the stone beside him. Since you're here, how'd you like to help me take off his shirt? She stayed where she was, her gaze hard on his face. Your leg's still hurting, isn't it? Just a wee bit. I might be able to help you with that, if you'll let me. So you keep saying. And yet you keep refusing to let me try. We Irish are a stubborn lot, he said, with a crooked grin exaggerating his brogue. That's one word for it. Their gazes met, and something flared between them, something filled with the echoes of much that had been said in the past, and more that remained unsaid. Then she pushed away from the doorframe and stepped forward. If you lift him, I'll strip off the shirt. Levering his hands beneath the corpse's cold shoulders, Gibson raised the dead man's limp torso as she reached for the shirt's long tail and yanked it up. Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and all the saints, he yelped as the man's groin came into view. Whoever had shattered the unidentified corpse's face had also emasculated him. Alexei paused with his shirt bunched at the man's taut stomach. "You didn't know?" Gibson shook his head. "No. I was too busy looking at the ruin of that face." Wordlessly, they finished peeling the brine-stiffened shirt over the dead man's head. She said, "Who would do something like that?" "Someone who was either very angry or very sick, or both." Gibson was easing the dead man's torso back down on the slab when he heard Alexei's breath catch in a strange, muffled hitch. Looking up, he found her standing with her elbows cupped in her palms, hugging her arms close to the shawl-covered bodice of her plain muslin gown, as she stared down at a pattern of sabre scars on the man's chest, left arm, and neck. "What is it?" he asked, and somehow a part of him understood that what she was about to say was going to shatter his world. Her head jerked up, her lips parting, her loamy brown eyes liquid with what looked very much like fear. "I know who he is." "Oh, who is it?" She had to suck in a quick, jerky breath before she could answer. "It's me." She hesitated, and Gibson felt the earth spin oddly around him, as he waited for her to add, as he somehow knew she would. "Mille Sauvage. My husband." Chapter 2. The last lingering wisps of the early morning mist were drifting up from the river to cling to the leafy branches of the ancient elms and chestnuts overhead as two men cantered their high-bred horses along the southern boundary of Hyde Park, the thunder of their hooves muffled by the soft surface of the nearly deserted row. One man was older, in his 70s now, his eyes a deep, piercing blue, his once heavy shock of white hair beginning to thin, even as his big barrel-chested body thickened more and more with each passing year. His companion was younger, in his early 30s, lean and dark-haired, his eyes a strange feral yellow, his seat on his elegant black mare that of a cavalry officer accustomed to spending long hours in the saddle. They were known to the world as father and son, although they were not. The events and painful revelations of the last several years had strained their relationship, but they were slowly working their way toward a new understanding. Lately they had taken to meeting frequently for these early morning rides in the park, although every time they somehow ended up having what was basically the same argument. "You're pushing that wounded leg too hard, too fast," said the elder man, Alistair St. Cyr, the 5th Earl of Hendon, "and you know it." His companion and heir, Sebastian St. Cyr, Viscount Devlin, swallowed the angry retort that rose to his lips and forced himself to keep his voice light. "I didn't realize you'd taken up medicine in your spare time. I don't need to be a doctor, I can see it in your face. It hasn't been 3 months since you nearly got that leg shot off, and I doubt there's more than a handful of surgeons in all of England who wouldn't have insisted on taking it off completely." "Then I suppose I'm fortunate to be shot in Paris," said Sebastian, and heard the Earl growl in response as they reined their horses into a walk. "You're fortunate Napoleon decided to let you go," snapped Hendon, "rather than holding you and Hero hostage. He was hoping for peace, remember? So he said. But he's not getting it, is he?" "That he's not." They continued along in silence for a time. The air was cool and damp, and heavy with the fecund smell of the wet tan mixed with gravel beneath their horses' hooves. But the sounds of the city stirring awake around them were beginning to intrude on the countryside like calm of the park. Hendon said, "You do realize that it doesn't matter how hard you press yourself. You're never going to get that leg strong enough to rejoin your old regiment and fight Napoleon in July." The words caught Sebastian by surprise, for it was the first time either of them had acknowledged precisely why he was pushing himself so hard. He found he had to pause to swallow the bitter taste that rose to his mouth. "I doubt it'll be July." It had been over 3 months now since Napoleon Bonaparte had sailed away from Elba, the tiny island off the coast of Italy, to which he'd been banished after his defeat in the spring of 1814. Landing on the southern coast of France, he'd been welcomed back by his people with joy, while the Bourbon King Louis XVIII, so recently restored by the armies of France's enemies, simply fled Paris before him in the dark of night. Installed once more in the Tuileries Palace, without a shot being fired, Napoleon had issued a stream of proclamations, reassuring the people of France and the world that all he wanted was peace. But the bitter, frightened, crowned heads of Europe, many of them only recently restored to their wobbly thrones, were determined to crush forever the dangerous philosophies of liberty and equality that the French Revolution had unleashed upon the world. Already gathered in Austria for the Congress of Vienna, the representatives of Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Great Britain had declared Bonaparte an outlaw and signed a series of new treaties in which they pledged to raise an army of 600,000 men and not lay down arms again until Napoleon was destroyed. The lesser states of Europe hastily joined them. "It's the date Wellington has set for the invasion of France," said Hendon. "So what are you saying? You don't think it will happen until August?" Sebastian shook his head. "We've already declared war, so Napoleon knows exactly what's coming. I can't see him waiting around for the Seventh Alliance to gather all of its armies and attack him at a time and place of their choosing. If he can't have peace, then he's going to need to strike quickly and decisively, and he knows it. I wouldn't be surprised if he's preparing to leave Paris for the frontier as we speak." "Good God! You think he'll march against Wellington in Belgium?" "Why wouldn't he? And if Wellington was smart, he'd spend less time in Brussels attending balls and picnics and seducing his officers' wives and daughters, and pay more attention to getting his troops in order. Then for God's sake, Devlin, why not give up this brutal regimen you've set for yourself? If you're right, you'll never be fit in time to join the fight." Sebastian clenched his jaw and stared off across the misty park, to where a small, dark-haired figure wearing a tiger's striped waistcoat and mounted on a familiar grey hack was galloping headlong toward them, heedless of the angry shouts that followed him. It was not the done thing galloping in Hyde Park. Hendon's eyes narrowed as he followed Sebastian's gaze. "Isn't that the scruffy little pickpocket you insist on employing as your groom?" "I'll admit he's still a bit scruffy and small, but Tom hasn't been a pickpocket for years," said Sebastian, and heard Hendon grunt as the boy reined in beside them. "A message from Paul Gibson," said Tom, his breath coming hard and fast as he held out a grubby, slightly crumpled, sealed missive. "The lad what brought it said it was important, so I figured you'd want to see it right away." "Gibson?" said Hendon, the displeasure in his voice unmistakable as Sebastian broke the seal. "You mean that Tower Hill surgeon. Sebastian's involvement in murder investigations had never sat well with the Earl. Yes, Sebastian skimmed through his friend's message, but it was so cryptically worded and hastily scrawled that he could make out little beyond the words mutilated corpse and Alexei. Something's come up. He tucked the note in his pocket and said to Tom, "Go back to Brook Street and get my curricle ready. I'll be right there." Hendon swore softly under his breath as Tom galloped away. "You're doing it again, aren't you?" "In all likelihood," said Sebastian, gathering his reins. "One might expect you to be pleased." Hendon stared at him. "Pleased? Me? Because you're off to hunt down another murderer like some common Bow Street runner? Why in heaven's name would I be pleased?" "Well, I suspect it will keep me out of the saddle so much. What I'd like to see is you resting beside your fire with your wife. If I'm not mistaken, Hero was planning to spend the morning interviewing some wherryman for her new article. Or was it a dung boy?" "Lord preserve us," muttered Hendon. But Sebastian only smiled. Chapter 3. By the time Sebastian reached Tower Hill, the strengthening sun was already chasing away the morning chill as the heavy cloud cover overhead shifted and began to break up. Reining in his pair of matched chestnuts at the doorstep of the ancient, low-slung stone building that housed Gibson's surgery, he took a deep breath and caught the unmistakable odour of rotten fish wafting on the breeze. "Holy hell," said Tom, scrambling up to the curricle's high seat to take the chestnut's reins. "Stinks as bad as Billingsgate, it does." Sebastian hopped down to the narrow cobbled lane. "Very nearly. Walk them, why don't you? I don't know how long I'll be." "Aye, governor." Rather than knock at the front door, Sebastian cut through the narrow passage that ran along the side of the old stone house to a rickety wooden gate that led directly to the high-walled enclosure at the rear. Once the house's ancient yard had been a neglected, weed-choked wasteland, where Gibson quietly buried the remains of the cadavers he dissected by night in the same room he used by day to perform his official post-mortems. By British law, only the bodies of executed criminals could be dissected, and there were never anywhere near enough of those to go around. And so any surgeon or student wishing to expand his understanding of human anatomy or practice a new surgical technique was forced to return to the resurrection men, or sack-em-up boys, as they were sometimes called, ruthless, unsavoury gangs who stole newly buried bodies from the city's churchyards and sold them for a hefty price. Gibson was one of their best customers. But over the last 2 years, the enigmatic Frenchwoman who now shared Gibson's house and bed had been slowly transforming the space into a restful garden. Any bones she came upon were collected and then deposited in a grotto-like ossuary she'd built against one wall. Sebastian had never asked Gibson what he did now with the remains of the bodies he dissected, but as Sebastian followed the winding path that led to the outbuilding at the base of the yard, he noticed that Alexis Sauvage had added a wooden cross above the entrance to the grotto and was burning a small candle there. He'd never thought of her as a practicing Catholic, but he realized now that she must be, at least in some sense. As he neared the foul-smelling outbuilding's open door, he yanked his handkerchief from his pocket and held it pressed against his nose. "Bit rape, isn't it?" said Gibson, looking up from where he stood doing something Sebastian didn't want to think about, to the body that lay on the granite slab before him. "It's bloody stomach-churning. I don't know how you stand it." The Irishman's eyes crinkled with amusement. The skin of his face had a definite greyish tinge to it. The pupils of his eyes were suspiciously small, and he needed a shave. But he appeared unfazed by either the smell or the sight of the mutilated corpse before him. "You get used to it." Sebastian drew up strategically just outside the entrance to the room. "I'll take your word for it," he said with a grin. The friendship between the two men, the Irish anatomist and the Earl's heir, was an unusual one, dating back more than 10 years to a time when both men wore the king's colours and fought the king's wars from Italy to the West Indies and beyond. They'd fought and bled together, laughed and cried, knew most of each other's deepest and most troubling secrets, and would give their lives for each other. There wasn't anyone besides Hero to whom Sebastian was closer, and it cut him to the quick to see his friend slowly killing himself one bloody grain of opium at a time. Now Sebastian cast a swift glance at the dead man's gory face and mutilated groin, then looked pointedly away. "Where did this come from?" Gibson reached for a rag and wiped his hands. "The Thames. From the looks of things, I'd say he was probably thrown into the river Saturday night or Sunday morning. The only reason he wasn't dragged quietly out to sea by the tides is because he somehow got caught around the anchor chain of a merchantman, and they hauled him in when they were getting ready to set sail. Surely the river police don't expect you to identify him?" "No." Gibson tossed the rag aside. "But as it happens, I have." "You have?" Gibson nodded. "Meet Major the Honourable Miles Sedgwick, younger son of the late 3rd Marquess of Stamford and brother to the current holder of that esteemed title. I'm told he was once an exploring officer for Wellington in Portugal and Spain. Did you know him?" "I knew him," said Sebastian. Then he wondered what his friend heard in his voice, because Gibson's eyes narrowed. "I take it you didn't care much for the man." Sebastian forced himself to look again at what was left of Miles Sedgwick, searching that scarred torso and shattered face for some trace of the handsome, deceitful nobleman's son he'd once known. "He was brave to the point of being fearless, cunning and clever, and very, very good at what he did. He could be gay and charming and almost irresistibly likeable, but underneath it all, he was a treacherous, untrustworthy bastard who'd do anything to get what he wanted, and I do mean anything." "Alexei says much the same." Sebastian was aware of the sound of a woman's footsteps crossing the garden toward them. "She knew him?" Gibson scratched his ear. "It seems he sometimes used aliases. One of them was Mille Sauvage." Sebastian stared at him. "Are you telling me—" "That's right," said Alexei Sauvage, coming up behind him. "He was my husband." Sebastian turned to face her. He'd first met this woman 5 years before in the rugged mountains of Portugal, when he, like Miles Sedgwick, was serving as an exploring officer for Wellington. It was there, in the shadow of the ill-fated convent of Santa Iria, that he'd killed the man she loved, and she'd sworn to kill him in revenge. He still didn't trust her. Didn't trust her not to someday stick a knife in his back, and didn't trust her not to hurt Gibson enough to destroy him. Now their gazes met and clashed, and he said, "You told us your husband was dead." Rather than answer him, she simply looked beyond him, to the mangled corpse on that slab. Her face was hard, closed. He could not begin to guess what she was thinking. She said, "Did you ever wonder what happened to me after Santa Maria?" "No," he admitted. A faint smile touched her lips. "Of course not. Why would you?" "So, tell me now," he said. She was silent for so long he didn't think she was going to answer him. Then her slim white throat worked as she swallowed, and she said, "All right, I will." Chapter 4. She'd been born on the Ile de la Cité in the heart of Paris, the daughter of an esteemed French physician and surgeon named Philippe Jean Pelletan. As a young girl, she dreamt of becoming a physician herself, although such a thing was no more possible in France than it was in England. And so, at the age of 16, she travelled to Italy, where those of her sex were allowed to study medicine. It was there, at the University of Bologna, that she met and married a brilliant young French medical student named Antoine Beauclerc. At the end of their studies, he joined the French army to tend to the medical needs of the soldiers of the Republic, and Alexei went with him. When Beauclerc was killed, Alexei simply stayed with the regiment and took his place. Sebastian had first encountered her in the spring of 1810 in a high mountain pass between Portugal and Spain. He'd been on a mission for a colonel he should have known better than to trust, while she'd been with the band of French cavalry who captured him. By then she was wearing rugged trousers, a wide-brimmed hat, and 2 bandoliers slung across her chest, and she had taken a new lover, a lieutenant named Jean Tissot, in a desperate, ultimately futile attempt to save the doomed women and children of the nearby convent of Santa Maria. Sebastian had escaped, killing the man she loved in the process. That was when she'd sworn not to rest until she killed Sebastian in revenge. And even though she'd been with Gibson for over 2 years, Sebastian still wasn't quite certain she'd given up the idea. "You remember Major Rousseau?" she said to him now. The 3 of them, Sebastian, Gibson, and Alexis Sauvage, were seated atop the low, ancient sandstone wall that edged one section of the garden she spent the last 2 years making. The colourful riot of lilacs, honeysuckle, roses, and marigolds around them was drenched with the morning's clear light and abuzz with life. Sebastian could feel the sun warm on his back, breathe in the sweet scent of a gnarled old pink rose that bloomed nearby. But inside, he felt cold, so cold. That dark, unforgettable night in the mountains of Portugal had altered him forever. And although he would find it difficult to articulate, he understood deep down within him that much of what he did now, his dedicated, unending quest to find justice for the innocent victims of murder, was in atonement for the events of that night, or rather, for the blood-soaked blur of days that followed it. "I remember," he said, his voice rough. Of course he remembered. He'd killed that French major with his own bare hands. Alexei gave a quick nod, as if she knew, and perhaps she did. She said, "I always knew Rousseau and his men could be vicious, but with Jean dead, and after what they did to the nuns and orphans of Santa Maria, I couldn't stay with them. Something flared in her dark brown eyes. "I know you don't believe me, but it's true." Had he ever said such a thing to her, he wondered? In anger, perhaps? Although if so, he couldn't remember it. He said, "So what did you do?" "There was a village nearby, not far from the convent. Their doctor had been killed by Rousseau some months earlier for treating a wounded partisan. The people in the area needed help, and because of what Rousseau had done, I felt I owed them. So I stayed. I was still there the following summer, when a British brigade came through." She paused, her hands spasming into fists against the rough stones beside her. Reaching out, Gibson quietly rested one of his hands over hers. Sebastian said, "Captain Sedgwick was with them?" "Not initially, no. When they first came, the men camped in the ruins of the convent and left the village alone. But the convent's wine cellar was still intact, and several nights after they arrived, they broke into it." Sebastian understood then what was coming. He knew only too well what a drunken brigade, or even a small band of soldiers, could do to a town full of defenseless civilians. "I was returning from delivering a baby down in the valley when a group of 4 or 5 soldiers caught me." She paused to suck in a deep, shaky breath. "Mill was out on patrol for Wellington and happened upon us by chance. He stopped them, killed them, all of them. But in the process, he was badly wounded." She glanced toward the dark, shadowy interior of the silent stone building beside them, where what was left of Miles Sedgwick still lay. "Those scars on his arm, chest, and neck all came from that night. The wound to his arm was particularly severe, and I told him it needed to come off. Then I was worried about septicemia, but he wouldn't let me take it, said he'd rather be dead. I thought he'd surely die within a week. He didn't, but it was too dangerous to move him, so when the army moved on, he was left in my care." She was silent for a moment, her eyes taking on a sad, distant look, as if she were gazing far, far away, to another time and place. "When he wanted to, Mill could be charming. So gay and full of laughter, and an infectious kind of joy. We grew quite close." "In other words, you became lovers," thought Sebastian, although he didn't say it. He watched her hand twist beneath Gibson's, so that she could entwine her fingers with his. And after a moment, she continued. "It was about 6 weeks later that word came through that his father, the Marquis, was ill and in danger of dying, and that Wellington had decided to have him sent back to England to recuperate. When he heard, Mill asked me to go with him. He was healing, but he was still far from well, and we knew the trip would be hard on him. He was afraid that if I wasn't there, his wound would take a turn for the worse, and some British Army surgeon would insist on cutting the arm off." "You agreed?" "Not initially. I remember I said to him, 'And what will become of me if I go with you and you die? I would be all alone in a strange land. And? At first he laughed and said I wouldn't let him die. But when I simply looked at him and said, "You might," he sobered and said he'd marry me. That way, as his wife, if anything were to happen to him, his family would take care of me. So I said, yes. She let out a breath in a soft huff. Love can make us do foolish things. Sebastian had a hard time imagining this brutally pragmatic and self-contained woman as either lost in love or foolish. But all he said was, "You were married before you left Portugal?" "Yes, by the father in the village." For a moment she paused again. "The voyage back to England was magical. I'd never been to sea before, and Miel was at his most gay and fun-loving. But when we arrived in London, he didn't take me directly to his family's home. Instead, he rented rooms for me in Golden Square, using the name Miel Sauvage. He said that given his father's failing health, he needed to break the news of our marriage to him gently, that the old Marquis had been hoping Miel would marry the daughter of a wealthy acquaintance, so it might take some time to bring him around." Her lips curled into a sad, wry smile as she gave a faint shake of her head. "It was a lie, of course, although I didn't realize it at first. But as the weeks passed and nothing happened, I began to question him, and he didn't like it. That's when I realized there was another side to the man I'd married. A side that was neither charming nor easygoing, but selfish and spoiled and ugly." Sebastian nodded. He knew that side of Miles Sedgwick only too well. She stared out over the garden, watching a butterfly dance around a stand of hollyhocks. It was a moment before she continued. "It was almost a relief when he told me one day that he was being sent on a mission to Switzerland. I thought that when he came back, we could start over, that he'd finally tell his father and things would go back to being the way they'd been between us before, in the mountains of Portugal. But he'd only been gone a few weeks when one of his friends came to tell me he'd been killed." She gave a low, humorous laugh. "I believed him. Why wouldn't I? And I grieved. Not for the man I'd caught glimpses of in London, but for the one I'd fallen in love with in Portugal." "Who was the friend?" Sebastian asked quietly. "Montgomery Macpherson? You know him?" "I know him." She nodded, as if this didn't surprise her. But then the three of them had all been exploring officers, Sebastian, Miles, and Monty. Perhaps she knew that. She said, "It was less than 2 weeks later that I chanced to see him. Miel, I mean, from a distance. He was with a plump, fair-haired woman and 2 young children, and I heard one of the children call him Papa." "Did he see you?" She shook her head. "I thought at first that I must be imagining it, that it couldn't be him, that it must simply be someone who looked like Miel. perhaps even his older brother. But it wasn't difficult to discover the truth, that the Marquis of Stamford's younger son, Captain Sedgwick, was still very much alive and living with his wife, Eloisa, in Mount Street. He told me he was staying at his father's townhouse, but it turned out his wife's father had bought them a house when they married, 4 years before we even met. Did you confront him? Not then. Not that first time when I saw him with his family. But 2 days later, once I knew for certain I was right. He was coming down the steps of his house when I stopped him, and he looked me straight in the eye and denied even knowing me. Said, "My good woman, I don't know who you think I am, but I fear you are sadly mistaken." He was so dismissive, so condescending, even faintly concerned, as if for my sanity, that for one mad moment I thought perhaps he was right, that perhaps I was somehow mistaken. But as he was turning away, I reached up to catch the edge of his cravat, and the scar from the neck wound I dressed myself was there. I wasn't mistaken. So, what did you do? Her chin came up. I told him that the Honourable Miles Sedgwick was obviously very much alive, but I agreed with him that my husband, Mille Sauvage, was dead. And then I just walked away. Have you seen him since? No. Why would I? Sebastian wasn't sure he believed her. Why did you tell us your husband was dead? She twitched one shoulder in a shrug. Because he was dead to me. But she cast a quick sideways glance at Gibson, who sat silently beside her, his head bowed, his gaze fixed on their entwined hands. But I couldn't be really, truly certain. Our marriage, actually, was bigamous. I mean, Mille was such a liar. I've never known anyone who could lie as easily and smoothly and without conscience as he. What if his marriage to the woman everyone considered his wife was somehow not valid? Then his marriage to me would be. Her hand was gripping Gibson's so tightly that her fingers turned white. I knew I could never marry again, not as long as he was still alive. And then the blood drained from her face, as if she'd suddenly realized the implications of what she'd said. Sebastian had a niggling feeling she was leaving something out, something important, but he couldn't begin to fathom what it was. He said, "As soon as they know who he is, the Thames police will hand the case to Bow Street, and once Bow Street knows about you, you will in all likelihood be their prime suspect. You do realize that, don't you?" It was Gibson who answered, his breath easing out in a long, pained sigh. Aye, we know it. If it were up to me, we'd be keeping quiet about who that bloody bastard lying in there is. We'd just hand his mangled corpse back to the river police and let them bury him in the local porthole. but Alexei won't hear of it. Why not? Something blazed in the Frenchwoman's eyes. Because he has a wife and children who have no idea what has happened to him. His father is dead now, but he still has a brother. They all deserve to know he's dead. How could I let them go on forever, wondering and hoping against hope that someday he might come home? Apart from which, her gaze drifted again to that open doorway and the mangled body that lay within. It doesn't matter what manner of man Miles Sedgwick was. Whoever did this to him needs to be stopped before they do something like it again. Sebastian looked at Gibson. What can you tell me about how he died? The Irishman swiped one shaky hand over his unshaken face. Not a great deal at this point. About all I know so far is that he was probably in the water a good 48 hours or more, and that the shot to his face didn't kill him. In fact, I'd say that in all likelihood it was done after he was already dead. You think it was done to prevent anyone from identifying his body? Perhaps, said Gibson. Although the scars on his chest and arm would be pretty telling to anyone who knew him. And why castrate him, too? I'd say it's more likely both were done in anger. Or maybe bloodlust. Sebastian nodded. Their years at war had taught them both about the primitive, brutal urges aroused in some men by the act of killing. To Alexei he said, Where were you Saturday night? Bloody hell, yelped Gibson, pushing up from the wall so fast he staggered slightly when his weight came down on his peg. You can't be serious. Sebastian met his friend's flaring, angry gaze. It's a question Bow Street is going to ask, and you know it. He studied the Frenchwoman's seemingly calm, emotionless face. So, where were you? Here, she said, her voice cracking unexpectedly. I was here. All night? She nodded. Did anyone see you here besides Gibson? She shook her head, her face suddenly white, her nostrils pinched. No. No one. And you have no idea who might have wanted Miles dead? Besides me, you mean? She said with a wry curling of her lips. His real wife, perhaps. But beyond that, no. I have no idea at all. After Devlin had gone, they stood silently side by side. Gibson and this awe-inspiringly tough, baffling and sometimes infuriating woman he loved so fiercely. They listened to his friend's receding footsteps, to the rattle of harness and the clatter of hooves and iron-bound wheels over ancient cobblestones as the Viscount drove away. It was only then that Gibson turned to look at her and said, You didn't tell him everything. She met his gaze squarely. I can't. You know why. Chapter 5. An hour or so later, Sebastian stood at the window of his library, a glass of brandy cradled in one hand, his gaze fixed unseeingly on a team of snowy white Shires pulling a heavy brewer's wagon up Brook Street. Thanks to his morning ride, his leg hurt like hell. He knew he should sit down, and yet he stayed where he was, lost in a succession of uncomfortable thoughts. Somewhere out there, far across the Channel, the armies of Europe were massing for what would, in all likelihood, be one of the most decisive battles in history. He could not agree with Britain's war aim, the restoration of the repressive Bourbon monarchy against the will of the people of France. But the pull of his allegiance to his old regiment was powerful, and it annoyed the hell out of him to know that they needed every last experienced officer they could get, while all he could do was stand here drinking brandy, nursing a bad leg and stewing in a toxic but ultimately useless brew of frustration and rage and endless regrets. Draining his drink, he reached for the brandy carafe that rested on a table near the fireplace. Then he thought better of it, and set aside his empty glass with a muttered oath. It had been some 5 years now since he'd sold out and returned to London, haunted by the things he'd seen as much as by the things he'd done and not done. And it occurred to him as he turned back to the window that almost everyone associated with the tragic blood-soaked events of those days in the mountains of Portugal was now dead. The innocent nuns and orphans of Santa Iria, the French Major Rousseau and his men, the treacherous, conscienceless British colonel who'd set it all in motion. Of them all, only 2 still remained alive, Sebastian himself and the Frenchwoman who called herself Alexis Sauvage. A patter of light, quick footsteps on the front steps and a child's ringing laughter jerked Sebastian's attention to the entry hall. He heard the door open, heard the stately tones of his major domo, Maury, and Hero's cheerful response. Then the library door burst open, and 2 dark-haired, hot and slightly grubby little boys catapulted into the room, bringing with them all the smells of London on a sunny June day. One was slightly taller and older than the other, but otherwise they looked enough alike to be twins. "Papa!" shouted Simon, the younger lad, startling the big black cat that had been sleeping in one of the chairs by the hearth. "We've been to see the soldiers parading in Hyde Park." Laughing, Sebastian caught the boy around the waist and swung him high. "Have you now? And did you see any cannons?" "Yep," said the older boy, Patrick, hanging back slightly, his eyes alive with excitement and wonder. Unlike Simon, Patrick was not in fact Sebastian's own child, but the orphaned son of a man whose uncanny resemblance to Sebastian had never been adequately explained. "Patrick is now torn between the artillery and a career with the light horse," said Hero, unbuttoning her dusky blue spencer as she came to stand in the doorway. She was a handsome woman, just under 6 feet tall, with a Juno-esque build, dark hair, and her father's aquiline nose and fine grey eyes. Sebastian reached out to rumple the little boy's dark hair. "Your father was a rifleman, you know. I never knew a better shot." "He was better'n you," said the boy in wonder. "He was." "Alors, mes enfants," said Claire, the boy's French-born nurse, coming to stand beside Hero. "Let's go see the parrot, shall we?" "I thought we were finding a new home for that decidedly foul-mouthed bird," said Sebastian, as the boys whooped and turned to tear off up the stairs. "I'm working on it," said Hero, with a laugh, untying the ribbons of her broad-brimmed feathered hat and tossing it aside as she walked into the room. "So, did you ever make sense of this morning's strange note from Paul Gibson?" Sebastian reconsidered his decision not to have another drink and went to pour himself more brandy. "I did," he said, easing the stopper from the cut crystal carafe. "The dead man is the Honourable Miles Sedgwick, younger son of the late 3rd Marquess of Stamford and brother to the current holder of the title. Up until 3 or 4 years ago, he was an exploring officer with Wellington." She peeled off her Spencer and tossed it, along with her blue kid gloves after the hat. So you knew him?
I knew him, said Sebastian, and left it at that. Most exploring officers simply ride around the countryside drawing maps and such, always being careful to stay in uniform so they don't get shot as spies if they're caught. But some have been known to undertake more clandestine assignments. It's frowned upon, of course, for a gentleman to engage in such underhanded skullduggery, but a few have been known to do it.
As did you.
As did I, Sebastian acknowledged.
And Sedgwick?
He was a natural at it. His mother was Parisian, so his accent was impeccable. One of the aliases he used was the name Sauvage, with the French pronunciation. Mille Sauvage.
He watched as comprehension flooded Hero's face, her eyes widening before narrowing shrewdly. "Dear God," she whispered. "Not Alexis Mille Sauvage."
The very one.
Did she know? I mean, did she know he was still alive?
She knew. It seems he went through a marriage ceremony with her, a bigamous ceremony, although she didn't know that at the time, while they were in Portugal, and she didn't find out the truth about him until weeks after they'd come to London.
Good heavens.
I always thought he was a bit of a bounder, but I don't think I realized just how bad he was.
You've met him? She came to lift the brandy glass from his hand and take a sip. Several times over the years, but never more than casually. His wife, Eloisa, is a year or two younger than I am. They have 3 children now. When was he killed?
Gibson says he thinks it was probably Saturday or Sunday.
And they've kept it out of the papers? Why?
Because he's only just been identified. By Alexei. Whoever killed him mutilated the body.
How? He told her. Another man might have sought to spare his wife the gory details, but Sebastian knew better than to even try. "Why would someone do such a thing?" she said, when he had finished.
Revenge? Bloodlust? A desire to prevent the body from being identified, perhaps?
So, how did Alexei recognize him?
By his scars.
He broke off as a fierce peal sounded at the front door. "Expecting someone?" said Hero, as Maury moved to open the door. Sebastian shook his head.
"No. The Marquis of Stamford," an imperious voice announced. "To see Lord Devlin."
Sebastian's gaze met Hero's as they heard Maury say,
"Do come in, my lord. If you'll just—"
Quick, heavy footsteps sounded on the entry hall's marble tiles as the Marquis brushed past Sebastian's manservant.
"Where the devil is he?" "My lord, if you'll just allow me to—" "In the library, is he?" growled the Marquis. "Never mind, I'll announce myself. But, my lord—"
Benedict Sedgwick, the 4th Marquis of Stamford, drew up abruptly just inside the room, with Maury at his heels.
"You know why I'm here?"
he growled, his gaze meeting Sebastian's across the room.
"I suppose I can guess," said Sebastian. "That will be all, thank you, Maury."
The majordomo hesitated a moment, then bowed and withdrew. Sebastian studied the man who stood before them, his eyes narrowing as his gaze went from Sebastian to Hero. He was an older, paler, plumper, less handsome version of his dead younger brother, probably somewhere in his early 40s, his straw-coloured hair laced with grey, his silk waistcoat fitting snugly across the soft swelling of his belly. It was as if each of Miles's features were exaggerated in his brother. The Marquis's jaw too square, his nose too big, his eyes a pale washed-out blue.
"If you'll excuse us, Lady Devlin,"
he said gruffly, sketching the briefest of bows in her direction. She raised one eyebrow in a way that reminded Sebastian forcefully of her father. "Thank you, but I rather think I'll stay." The Marquis's full cheeks sagged, his nostrils flaring, as if the idea of a mere female setting her will against him was new to him. Then his face hardened.
"As you wish."
He swung back to Sebastian.
"I've just come from seeing what's left of my brother lying naked and bloody on the stone slab of some common Irish-born surgeon in Tower Hill, of all places."
Sebastian leaned his hips back against his desk and fought really, really hard to keep a rein on his temper.
"One must make allowances for the recent loss of your brother, Stamford. But I'll be damned if I—" "That's right," shouted Stamford. "Miles was my brother, and now Bow Street tells me you've taken it upon yourself to interfere in this. What the devil? I told them I want Miles moved elsewhere for whatever examination they require, that under no circumstances should he remain where he is. But that damned little upstart magistrate, Sir Harold or Sir Henry or whatever his name is, refused me, claimed no one was better at what he did than that bloody Irishman."
"Sir Henry is right," said Sebastian, the desire to gather what information he could from this arrogant, abrasive man at war with the urge to slam his fist into that dark, angry face. "There is no better anatomist than Paul Gibson."
"The devil you say! He lives with that woman."
"You know Alexis Sauvage?"
Stamford snorted. "She's still calling herself that, is she? Let's just say I know of her. She's the little French doxy Miles brought back from the peninsula to nurse him. Then, when he was better and went to dismiss her, she tried to claim he'd married her. Raised quite a ruckus over it some 3 or 4 years ago. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if she's the one who murdered him."
The words twisted the knot of worry in Sebastian's gut, but he kept his voice low and even.
"So was she, his wife." "Of course she wasn't. It was all a ridiculous lie. Just an ugly scheme to get money out of Miles."
"And did she? Get money out of him, I mean?"
"Of course not."
"How do you know it was a lie?" said Hero.
Stamford glanced over at her, his heavy jaw tightening. "Of course it was a lie. He's been married to Eloisa these past 8 years and more."
"Men have been known to go through a bigamous marriage ceremony in order to trick a woman into doing what they want her to do," said Hero, meeting the Marquis's angry gaze with a tight, faintly contemptuous smile. The Marquis stiffened.
"I'll remind you, madam, that you are speaking of my brother. And I'll remind you that you are speaking to my wife," snapped Sebastian. "If you've seen the body, then you know that whoever killed Miles also mutilated his face and castrated him. Can you think of anyone angry enough with him to do something like that?" "Good God, no."
"He hadn't quarrelled with anyone recently?"
"No."
Sebastian watched the older man's eyes shift away, and knew it for a lie.
"Your brother and I served together in the peninsula. He was far from faithful to his wife then. Yet you would have me believe he was faithful to her now?"
The Marquis's face had taken on a deep, almost purplish hue.
"Enough of this. You stay out of my family's affairs, do you hear?"
He raised one hand to point a shaky finger at Sebastian.
You let the authorities handle it, and you keep your ugly insinuations about my brother to yourself."
He turned to Hero and gave her a swift, jerky nod.
"Your pardon for the interruption, Lady Devlin. Good day."
And then he swept from the room. "Well," said Hero, as they listened to Maury close the door behind their departing visitor with a decided snap, "what a rude, unpleasant man. For a moment there I thought you were going to plant him a facer." Sebastian took a slow sip of the brandy he suddenly realized he was still holding.
"I was tempted, but I wanted to hear what the bastard had to say. For a man who just lost his dearly beloved younger brother, he strikes me as far more angry than grief-stricken. What do you think?"
Hero reached out to take another sip of his brandy. "He does, yes. But in my experience, anger is one of the few emotions most men are comfortable with. So when they feel frustration or anxiety or even grief, it always simply gets translated into anger."
"Oh, really?"
said Sebastian. Hero's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Yes, really." Her smile faded. "Somehow I don't think you're going to be able to get anything useful out of him."
"Somehow I suspect you're right. I might have more success with Miles's wife if she'd agree to see me. But given that she's in mourning, I doubt that will be possible."
"There's a chance that she might agree to receive me," Hero said thoughtfully. "Not today, surely, but perhaps tomorrow. I wouldn't say I know her well, but we've met each other often enough over the last 9 or 10 years, and she's one of those women one might politely describe as socially ambitious."
"I wonder if she's come to regret her marriage to a mere younger son."
"I've no idea. I do know she's become quite religious of late, and I don't mean in a quiet, devout way, but in that smug, ostentatious, self-righteous fashion that so often teeters dangerously close to fanaticism."
"Interesting. I'm surprised she fell for a man like Sedgwick."
"Well, he was a very handsome man, and he could be charming. When she first came out, it was expected that she would do quite well. She was pretty enough in a pale, unassuming way, and her dowry was impressive. She might not come from what your Aunt Henrietta would call a good family, but what the Platts lack in terms of ancient lineage, they more than make up for in good, hard, filthy lucre. So when she married Sedgwick, no one could understand why her father let her throw herself away on an untitled younger son, until she presented her new husband with an £8 pledge of her affection, just 6 months after the wedding, at which point it all became clear."
"Imagine that,"
said Sebastian, smiling as he reached out to take her hand. She shared his smile. "Shocking, isn't it?" Then she was silent for a moment, her thoughts obviously troubled. "I wonder if she knows. About Alexei, I mean."
"Probably not. Although after 8 years of marriage, I'd be surprised if she doesn't have at least some idea of the manner of man she married."
Hero glanced toward the window overlooking the street. "You think Stamford told Bow Street about Alexei?"
"You know he did,"
said Sebastian, and drained his glass. Chapter 6. London's police system was a never-ending source of puzzlement to visitors to the city from the continent, mainly because there was no police system. The Thames police patrolled the river, but they had no jurisdiction beyond it. The rest of the metropolitan area
still hobbled along with an archaic patchwork of medieval vestries, unpaid, and often corrupt county magistrates, and aged, underpaid constables and night watchmen, all combined haphazardly with a handful of underfunded and understaffed public offices that had been established by the Home Department less than 25 years before. At the apex of this chaotic jumble stood, the public office of Bow Street, which was both the oldest of them all and the model for those established after it. Bow Street's 3 stipendiary magistrates and the famous Bow Street runners they controlled had the authority to operate not only throughout the metropolitan area, but throughout the land as well. Yet their small size, and the fact that the Home Office liked them to focus on things like social disorder and threats to national security, meant that they generally became involved only in London's most high-profile cases. The mutilation and murder of a powerful Marquess's brother qualified. "I fear Lord Stamford is a man unaccustomed to taking no for an answer," said Sir Henry Lovejoy, when Sebastian stopped by his small book-lined Bow Street office later that day. "He does manage to convey that impression," said Sebastian, and saw a rare hint of a smile touch the magistrate's sombre features. Lovejoy was the newest of Bow Street's 3 magistrates, a sparsely built man barely 5 feet tall, if that, with a balding head, gold-framed spectacles, and a peculiar high-pitched voice. The 2 men had met shortly after Sebastian's return to London from the wars, when the Viscount had been accused of a murder he didn't commit, and Lovejoy charged with bringing him in to face justice. The differences between the Earl's heir and the one-time merchant were many. Apart from the contrast in age, birth, and breeding, Lovejoy was a sternly religious man, whereas Sebastian had long ago lost his faith on the battlefields of Europe. But with time, the 2 men's respect for each other had only deepened. Lovejoy admired the Viscount's intelligence, ingenuity, and deep sense of honour, while Sebastian knew he had never met a more principled or determinedly honest man, and yet Sebastian had also learned not to tell the little magistrate everything he might discover in the course of a murder investigation. And so he was very, very careful when Lovejoy said, "You've heard what the Marquis is saying about that French midwife, Madame Sauvage?" "Yes." Lovejoy looked at him over the tops of his wire-framed spectacles. "Did you know?" "That she was married to Miles Sedgwick?" "No." "Stamford claims it's all a lie, that his brother never went through any kind of sham marriage ceremony with her." Sebastian thought about it a moment. "I suppose it's possible the Marquis honestly believes that, although if he does, then either he didn't know his brother very well, or he is allowing his grief over Miles's death to distort his judgment now." "You knew Sedgwick?" "We were in the Peninsula together." "Ah, and you think him capable of such a base deception?" "Without a doubt. Miles Sedgwick was handsome, charming, brilliant, and clever, but he was also deceitful, treacherous, and totally untrustworthy." "Sounds like a delightful fellow. When precisely did he sell out?" "It's been several years, at least." The magistrate started to say something, then glanced toward the outer office, staffed by his clerk, and said, "Let's go for a walk, shall we?" They turned down Bow Street toward the Strand and the river that lay beyond it. Once, back in the 17th century, This had been a prosperous, even fashionable area. But those days were long gone. With the construction of first one theatre and then another had come prostitution, gambling, and so many taverns and gin shops that virtually every other building on Bow Street was a drinking establishment. Today the entire district was synonymous with decadence and dissolution, all of it coloured by the vast, tumultuous market that operated from the nearby Italian-style piazza known as Covent Garden. Even this late in the day, the air was filled with the endless rattle of cartwheels, the raucous cries of the costermongers, and the pungent, earthy scents of their wares. "We're told the anxiety and horror provoked by the manner of this murder has prostrated the Prince Regent," said Lovejoy, as they paused at the curb to let an ironmonger's wagon rumble past. "He is convinced that such a brutal killing could only be the work of revolutionaries who've been inspired by Napoleon's return and are now determined to murder us all in our beds." "Sounds like Prinny," said Sebastian, stepping wide to miss a gutter overflowing with filthy water and garbage. He came down hard on his wounded leg and had to grit his teeth to keep from grunting. Lovejoy glanced over at him. "Still bothering you, is it?" "Just a bit." Lovejoy's eyes narrowed, but all he said was, "The palace has asked us to keep the details of the body's condition from the press. The idea being, I suppose, that it's bad enough to have the brother of a marquis murdered without the populace knowing that he was also savagely mutilated. I'm afraid it won't be long before we come under pressure to arrest someone, quickly." "Even if that someone isn't actually responsible?" said Sebastian dryly. They'd both seen it happen too many times in the past. "Oh, my colleagues will settle on someone who's responsible for something," said Lovejoy, "even if it doesn't happen to be this particular crime." "And if the real killer strikes again?" Lovejoy let out his breath on a sigh as they paused to stare out over the sun-dazzled river that opened up before them. "Let us pray to God he does not." The two men stood for a time in silence, each lost in his own thoughts as they watched a barge make its slow, laborious way upriver. Then Sebastian said, "Did the Marquis have any idea as to who, besides Alexis Sauvage, might have wanted to see his brother dead?" "Not really," said Lovejoy, as they turned to walk on, the breeze off the river feeling surprisingly chilly. "It seems Lord Stamford only recently came up to town from his estates in Devon, and hadn't seen his brother for several months. So far, the last person we know to have seen Cedric was a simple acquaintance who encountered him by chance in Whitehall on Saturday night." "Whitehall? What the devil was Cedric doing there?" "We've no idea. It's odd, isn't it? Given that the encounter took place at something like 10 o'clock. At this point, all we know is that Cedric must have been killed some time after that." "That's something, at least. Gibson says he thinks Cedric was probably killed either Saturday night or early Sunday morning. When did his wife last see him?" "Earlier that evening. She says he went out somewhere around 6:30 or 7 and never returned. His valet confirms it." "And yet she never reported him missing?" Lovejoy's stern moral principles were frequently troubled by the behaviour of his fellow men, and he cleared his throat now awkwardly. "She says she assumed he was busy with what she referred to as his personal affairs." "What sort of personal affairs?" "She didn't specify, but I gather he sometimes stayed away for several days at a time without warning her beforehand that he would be gone." "Suggestive," said Sebastian. "Do we know the name of his mistress yet?" because I've no doubt he had one."
Lovejoy looked pained. "Not yet, but we are looking."
"And how is his wife taking his death?"
"Better than one might expect."
"Huh. I suppose one's expectations would depend on how well one knew Miles Sedgwick."
"Yes, I can see that," said Lovejoy. "Have you any idea as to who might have killed him?"
Sebastian shook his head. "Not really, but I thought I might try talking to one of our former comrades who knew him better than I did. A man named Monty Macpherson."
"You mean Sir Montgomery?"
"That's right. I keep forgetting he's a baronet now. His brother was still alive when we were in the Peninsula. How do you come to know him?"
"I wouldn't exactly say I know him, but we have met. He is a member of the Royal Scientific Society, although I believe his main passion is folklore."
Sebastian nodded. "When we were in the Peninsula, he and Sedgwick spent hours recording as many of the local folk tales, superstitions, and traditional ballads as they could find. Monty was always fretting that an entire rich oral heritage was being lost."
"And you say Captain Sedgwick took part in this venture? From what I've heard of him, it's not something I would have expected of the man."
Sebastian squinted across the water at the tumbling grey clouds beginning to reform on the horizon. "Sedgwick was a complicated man. Just when you thought you knew and understood him, he'd say or do something and you'd suddenly realize you didn't actually know him at all."
Lovejoy looked thoughtful. "Couldn't the same be said of many?"
"Perhaps," said Sebastian, meeting the magistrate's troubled gaze. "But some more than others."
Chapter 7. Sir Montgomery Macpherson, late of His Majesty's 25th Light Dragoons, was pushing his way into the crowded tavern known as Cribb's Parlour, when Sebastian finally tracked him down. A solidly built man of average height, somewhere in his 30s. He had thickly curling light red hair, ruddy cheeks, and a ready grin. Like Sebastian, he'd been born a younger son. In Macpherson's case, into an old but not particularly prominent family, with a rambling Elizabethan manor house on an estate in eastern Yorkshire. With his own way to make in the world, he'd bought a pair of colours at the age of 16, with a bequest left to him by a maiden great-aunt. Over the course of the following 12 years, he'd nearly died of fever 3 times, first in India, then in Flanders, and again in the West Indies. He'd been captured by the French, but escaped twice, been shipwrecked, and once, in Spain, had his horse shot out from under him 4 times in 3 days. He liked to say he couldn't decide if he was very lucky or very unlucky, but he figured that as long as he was still alive with all his appendages and bits attached, he was happy with it. He was in general the kind of light-hearted, good-natured, cheerful soul that many had believed Sedgwick to be, without Sedgwick's dark side. At the sight of Sebastian, his eyes crinkled into a smile, and he shifted direction to come over and playfully punch his old comrade on the upper arm.
"Devlin, it's been a long time. You'll let me buy you a drink?"
The smile faded.
"You've heard what happened to Sedgwick?"
"I have, yes," said Sebastian.
"Bloody awful, isn't it? Who'd have thought he'd go through all those years at war, only to end up with a knife stuck under his ribs in London, of all places?"
"When was the last time you saw him?" Sebastian asked, as they threaded their way through the crowd of fashionably dressed young bucks to an empty table near the back.
"Me? Oh, hell, it's been a while. Why?" Bow Street is still trying to figure out exactly when he was killed. He was aware of Macpherson studying him, his eyebrows drawing together in a frown as he took a chair. "I've heard you do this. Help solve murders, I mean." "Why?" "What would you have me do instead?" said Sebastian, settling into the chair opposite him. "Take up a seat in the House of Commons, perhaps. I have a hard time seeing myself as a politician, and I seriously doubt Hendon would welcome my interference in the running of the estates." Macpherson laughed. "Not if he's anything like my sire was. I suppose there's always Pharaoh, Buntaean, and Hazard." "That was more Sedgwick's poison than mine." "So I remember." He leaned forward and dropped his voice. "They're saying Miles wasn't just killed, that his body was also mutilated. Is it true?" So much for the palace's confidence in Bow Street's ability to keep that quiet, thought Sebastian. Aloud he said, "I'm afraid so." Dear God. Macpherson swallowed hard. He really was castrated? Sebastian nodded, and his face shot off at close quarters. Who would do something like that? Can you think of anyone? Me? Good Lord, no. He hasn't seduced anyone's wife lately, run off with someone's daughter, raped their chambermaid? An unexpectedly fierce light blazed in the other man's eyes. I wouldn't know. Like I said, I haven't seen much of him lately. Something about the way it was said pricked Sebastian's interest. Any particular reason? Macpherson leaned back in his chair, one hand swiping at the condensation on his tankard. If you must know, I found I simply couldn't stomach the way he treated women. Particularly one young French widow he'd induced to fall in love with him. We didn't exactly have a falling out, but he knew what I thought of him, and, well, after that, we rather went our own ways. I take it you mean Alexis Sauvage? Macpherson's lips parted on a quickly indrawn breath. You know about that? Sebastian nodded. I understand you're the one Sedgwick sent to tell her he was dead. A faint flush touched the other man's cheeks, and he looked away. It's not something I'm proud of. So why did you do it? To be honest, at the time it seemed the kindest thing to do. It was either that or tell her he'd lied to her, that their marriage was a sham, and he was basically using her as his whore. And I wasn't cruel enough to do that. You didn't think she'd find out the truth? I don't know. I suppose I thought she'd go back to France. Not sure why she didn't. There was a war on at the time, remember? It tended to make travel to the continent a bit difficult. I suppose. You know she discovered the truth, anyway? Macpherson nodded. Sedgwick told me. He was furious about it. Seems she tracked him down and confronted him in front of his own house. I said, well, what did you expect? He didn't take it well, but at that point I didn't care. And you haven't seen him much since? Occasionally, but not often, no. I actually thought he was still out of the country. Last I heard, he was. He was? Where? Macpherson shrugged. I've no idea. I'm not in that business any more, remember? There was no missing the man's meaning. You're suggesting Sedgwick was? A variation of it, at any rate. His arm was never right again after what happened in Portugal, you know. In the end he sold out, but it didn't take him long to grow bored with life in London. He missed the excitement of it all."
"I can understand that," said Sebastian.
Mind you, he never actually said what he was doing. But there were hints. You know what he was like. He was very good at what he did in every way but one. He had a big mouth."
Sebastian waited while a barmaid dumped 2 more tankards of porter on the table, then said,
"Do you know if he still maintained his interest in folklore?"
Macpherson took a deep swallow of his drink and nodded.
"If anything, I'd say he was more fascinated by it than ever. The truth is, it was about the only thing we had in common beyond what we did in the army. Well, that plus the fact that we both had French mothers, I suppose. Although I'd say that lately his interests had shifted more toward the occult. I heard he was spending a lot of time with the Weird Sisters."
"Who?"
Macpherson laughed. "That's what people call them. The Weird Sisters. Although their real name is Wild, or something like that. They've got a shop down in 7 Dials, where they cast horoscopes, and read cards and sell love potions and charms and such."
"So are they supposed to be Scottish witches?"
"Well, the witch part is all for show, of course, but the eldest one, Sybil is her name, is definitely Scottish. I understand she used to be on the stage at one time."
"Sybil Wilde, you mean?"
"You've heard of her, have you? I never followed the theatre much, but I gather she made something of a name for herself at one time, especially for playing Lady Macbeth. Hence the Weird Sisters, I suppose. They're said to be able to see things, but the truth is they're simply very good at ferreting out everyone's secrets, which means they might be able to tell you something useful if you're willing to venture down there."
"Sedgwick seriously believed in them?"
"I don't know if I'd say he actually believed in them, but they definitely fascinated him. Like I said, his interest in folklore had taken a strange turn lately, mainly toward the mythology surrounding witches. To the point, I'd say, they were becoming less of an interest and more of an obsession."
"Do you know why?"
For a long moment, Macpherson simply stared back at them. Then he shook his head and said, "No, I don't. To be honest, it never occurred to me to wonder why. But it is odd, isn't it?"
"I'd say so, yes. Very."
Chapter 8. By the time Sebastian made it back to Tower Hill, a gentle, balmy darkness was falling over the city, and the lamplighters were almost finished with their rounds. He knew it was something he'd been avoiding, coming here again. He'd always felt awkward around Alexei because of what had happened between them in the past, and he wasn't sure if what he now understood about her would make that better or worse. But to his relief, it was Gibson who answered his knock at the old house's heavy wooden door. "Ah, there you are," said the surgeon, opening the door wider.
"I was just about to send you a message."
At some point during the day he'd shaved, made an attempt at combing his unruly hair, and tied a clean white cravat around his neck. But his eyes were still bloodshot, his skin sallow, his face sunken and haggard.
"Finished the autopsy, have you?"
"I have indeed. Come, see." Sebastian followed the Irishman down a narrow passageway to the house's ancient, smoke-darkened kitchen, where Gibson paused to light a lantern. "Alexei's gone off to deliver some costermonger's baby," he said, thrusting a taper into the coals glowing on the hearth and waiting until it flared. "Had she told you about Sedgwick before?" Sebastian asked as his friend turned to hold the burning taper to his lantern's wick. Gibson shook his head. "No. I only just found out about him this morning, after she saw the scars on the corpse's torso." He blew out the taper, then picked up the lantern and turned toward the door. "But I can now tell you what killed the bugger." "Oh?" Gibson led the way along the path that wound through Alexi's garden, dark now with the shadows of the coming night. "There's a wee slit in his left side. Doesn't look like much from the outside, but it's there. Because somebody shoved a dagger up under his ribs, straight into his heart." Sebastian drew in his breath in a hiss. "Bloody awful, isn't it?" Monty had said. "Who'd have thought he'd go through all those years at war only to end up with a knife stuck under his ribs in London?" "What is it?" asked Gibson, glancing back at him. But Sebastian only shook his head and said, "So whoever killed him got close. About as close as you can get. Any idea where he went into the river?" "Somebody who knows the Thames might be able to tell you, but not me." Gibson pushed open the door to the outbuilding and went to hang his lantern on the chain that dangled over the naked corpse that still lay on the high stone table in the centre of the room, now bearing a series of incisions that testified to Gibson's explorations. "But I did find something else interesting. Look here." Shifting to the end of the table, he gently cradled the dead man's left heel in his palm and turned the pale foot to one side. "See the abrasion marks there and there? Somebody tied a rope around your captain's ankles, or maybe his own cravat, because I don't see any sign of rope fibres." "Huh." Sebastian reached for one of the dead man's cold hands and turned it to the light, but there were no marks on the wrist. "Before he died, do you think?" Gibson shook his head. "I'm almost certain it was after. It might have been done to keep the legs together while your killer was shifting the corpse. But given that he didn't bother to also tie the hands together, I'm thinking it's more likely he fastened something to Sedgwick's feet to weigh the body down when he tossed it in the river." Sebastian shifted his gaze to the singed ruin of Sedgwick's face. "If true, that means that whoever killed him didn't intend for the body to be found. So why bother to obscure his identity by obliterating his features? Insurance, perhaps, in case the body somehow turned up after all. Although that wouldn't account for the sexual mutilation. So what then? Rage? Revenge? Maybe." Gibson turned to the row of wide wooden shelves that stretched across the back wall of the room, where a silent, oddly truncated form lay beneath a blood-stained sheet. "You might want to take a look at this," he said, and flipped back the covering to reveal the pale, naked shoulders and torso of a stocky male form. "Jesus Christ," whispered Sebastian. The man's neck ended abruptly in a jagged, raw mess of pulpy red tissue and torn muscle and gleaming white bone. There was no head. "Who the hell is that?" "Not a clue." "And look here," said Gibson, easing the sheet farther down the dead man's body to where the wrist ended in two bloody stumps. "He hasn't been identified, and I'm not sure he ever will be. It's rather difficult to identify a naked body that's missing both its head and its hands. And unlike in Sedgwick's case, there was no prominent scars on the parts of the body that we do have. Where was he found? Washed up on the Isle of Dogs this afternoon. From the looks of things, I'd say he was probably in his late 30s or early 40s. Well fed, and with nicely kept feet and toenails, so he's no pauper. Although he's muscled enough to suggest he's probably not something like a merchant or shopkeeper or clerk either. No one's been reported missing. No one who fits his description, said Gibson, reaching to draw the sheet back up over the headless corpse. Then he turned to face Sebastian, his eyes crossing at his chest as he leaned back against the shelves. Maybe we're coming at this all wrong. Maybe Sedgwick was the victim of some madman who's simply choosing his victims at random. Sebastian met his friend's troubled eyes and saw there was a tumult of disturbing thoughts that mirrored his own. Maybe, said Sebastian. Or maybe there's a method to his madness, and we just need to find it. Gibson sighed, his hands falling to his sides as he pushed away from the shelves. Well, if you're right, then I pray to God you figure out what the method is before whoever he is kills again. Later that night, Sebastian lay in his wife's arms, his head nestled at her shoulder, one hand resting lightly on the soft swell of her belly, where a new child grew. With the coming of darkness, it had turned chilly, and a small fire burned on the hearth, filling the bedroom with its warm glow. The birth of their first child, Simon, had come so close to killing Hero that the thought of this new child filled Sebastian with both joy and terror. "I'll be all right," she said softly, somehow guessing the drift of his thoughts. "You'll see. And this one will be your girl." "Promise?" He kept his voice light, although inside he was howling with fear. If he lost her... Dear God, he couldn't lose her. "I promise," she said. "Have you come up with a name?" They'd made a bargain back in the early days of their marriage. She would name the boys, while he would get to name the girls. "Not yet. There's plenty of time." He shifted to press a kiss against the soft flesh of her stomach. "How did your interview with the Wherryman go this afternoon?" For several years now, she'd been writing a series of articles on the poor of the capital. It was an original and profoundly important project that endlessly enraged her powerful father, Lord Jarvis. But Hero simply smiled at his grumblings and went on with her interviews, for she was one of the few people in all of Britain unintimidated by the king's formidable cousin. "We had to reschedule for tomorrow morning. Something came up." She paused, then said, "Given that no one knows the river better than a wherryman, I thought I might see if he has any idea where Miles Sedgwick's killer is likely to have tipped his body into the river." Sebastian lifted his head to look at her. "It's certainly worth a try." She moved her fingers, entwining them in the curls at the nape of his neck. "Are you going to ask Monty how he knew Sedgwick had been stabbed and mutilated when Bow Street has been at pains to keep the latter out of the papers, and even you hadn't learned of the former?" "I will, but not just yet. I want to look into some of the other things he told me first." "I was under the impression you'd always had a favourable opinion of the man." "Monty? I do like him. I was always a bit puzzled by his friendship with Sedgwick, but then They did share that odd, intense interest in folklore. And people like Monty always tend to see the best in others. I assumed he simply thought Sedgwick as pleasant and easygoing as he seemed. It's a mistake enough people made. Even clever, clear-eyed, hard-headed ones like Alexei. You think he could be the killer? Sebastian was silent for a moment. I don't want to think it, but I also don't see how I can discount the possibility. At least not yet. No, she agreed. Except, why on earth would Monty stick a dagger in his old friend's side and shoot off his face? I've no idea. I have a hard enough time wrapping my head around the fact that I even need to suspect him. War can change people, she said quietly, or even destroy them. God knows that's true, said Sebastian. Hadn't his own experiences in the war come close to destroying him? But I still have a hard time imagining Monty chopping off someone's head and hands. We don't know this new corpse is the work of the same killer. She paused. Although the thought of 2 such killers roaming the city is rather disconcerting. Just a tad, he said, and saw her smile in the firelight. He shifted until he lay almost on top of her, his breath tickling a curl beside her ear. Let's talk about something else, shall we? She reached up to entwine her arms around his neck and pull his lips down to hers. Or we could not talk at all. Chapter 9. Wednesday, the 14th of June. Sebastian spent the next morning visiting a string of coffee houses from Brompton to Piccadilly, places like the Scarlet Man on Cockspur Street and Yellow Dog near the Hyde Park Barracks that were the known haunts of military men. He was looking for veterans of the peninsula, men who'd served with Sedgwick and might know what the former captain had been up to since his return to London. The coffee shops were relatively thin of company, for many of the men typically to be found there were now in Belgium, preparing for the coming attack on Napoleon. But he finally came upon Captain Martin Roach, a one-time exploring officer still suffering from a year-old wound to his side that was probably going to kill him. A tall, painfully thin man with lifeless brown hair and a drawn, haggard face. He talked about getting well enough to rejoin his regiment in Belgium and fight the bloody Frenches again. But in the meantime he was subsisting on half pay and what he could scrape together by teaching Latin to small boys. "Can't say it surprises me," said Roach, when Sebastian bought the man something to eat and casually steered the conversation around to the murder of their former comrade. Him getting himself killed, I mean. You know what Sedgwick was like. The more dangerous an assignment, the happier he was. He was always looking for trouble. Any idea what he'd been up to lately? Not exactly, but I reckon you can guess as easily as me. 3 trips to Switzerland, 2 to Italy, and another to Holland, all in the last few years. Hear tell he just got back from the continent a day or so before he was killed, and it isn't likely he was taking a belated grand tour, now is it? He threw a quick glance over one shoulder and leaned forward, dropping his voice. Is it true what they're saying? That someone chopped off his balls and doodle? That's what I'm hearing, said Sebastian. News of the mutilation of Sedgwick's body had obviously spread far, far wider than Bow Street realized. He added casually, but I haven't heard exactly how he was killed. Have you? No one seems to know. All I heard was the bit about him being castrated. Any idea who might want to do something like that?"
Roche gave a throaty laugh that turned into a cough.
"Some cuckolded husband, maybe. What do you think? Are you referring to anyone in particular?" "Nah, I just knew Sedgwick. It was like it was a game with him, wasn't it? Taking another man's woman, I mean, just to show he could do it."
He coughed again, and this time brought up blood.
"Excuse me,"
he said, and turned his face away to wipe his lips with his handkerchief.
"You say Sedgwick just got back from the continent," said Sebastian. "Do you know where he'd been this time?"
"Never heard."
Roche paused. "You're thinking maybe that's why he was killed? Huh? Bloody hell. Never thought of that. Do you have any idea who he might have been working with here in London?" "I always figured it was either Castlereagh or Bathurst or—"
He dropped his voice and leaned forward again, his eyes widening as he whispered,
"You know."
"Lord Castlereagh was Foreign Secretary, while Lord Bathurst was Secretary of State for War and the Colonies, and the man whose name Roche was reluctant even to whisper was doubtless the King's most powerful Machiavellian cousin, Charles, Lord Jarvis, Sebastian's father-in-law." Sebastian decided to start at the Colonial Office in Downing Street. An old Etonian known for his learning, wit and affability, at least toward those of his own class, Henry Bathurst, 3rd Earl Bathurst, was both high church and high Tory, the kind of man who believed the first responsibility of government is not just to protect, but to strengthen the established order at home and abroad. He might have been born the heir to an earldom, but Bathurst had made politics his passion and his life, first entering the House of Commons when he was just 21 years old. Over the course of a long career, he'd been Lord of the Treasury, Master of the Mint, President of the Board of Trade, and briefly, Foreign Secretary. Sebastian knew him through Hendon, who had for some years served in the cabinet as Chancellor of the Exchequer.
"Devlin,"
said Bathurst, with a smile coming around from behind his ponderous, heavily carved desk, when a clerk ushered Sebastian into the secretary's personal office.
"It was, indeed," said Sebastian with a smile.
"Is there a chance he could have been working with Castlereagh?"
"With the Foreign Office?"
Bathurst picked up the quill he'd been using to write a letter and fingered it thoughtfully.
"I suppose it's possible. But if so, I'm afraid I wouldn't know anything about it."
He glanced at the heavy ormolu clock on the room's Carrara marble mantel and pushed to his feet.
"I fear I must beg your pardon, but if I don't hurry, I shall be late for appointment with the Prince. I'm sorry I couldn't have been more insistent. Please do give my best to your father."
"Of course. Thank you. You've helped me more than you know," said Sebastian, rising with him, and seeing the man's practised smile freeze as he realized too late his mistake. Chapter 10.
"Reckon I'm probably one of the oldest wherrymen you'll find on the river,"
the gnarled old boatman told Hero. He said his name was Jeeper Jones, and that he'd been working the Thames since 1773. He was built stocky and strong, with long, wild grey hair and a heavily lined, weather-beaten brown face that made him look 70 or 80, except he said he was 58. Hero sat perched atop an old stone wall near the wooden jetty where the man kept his wherry chained, her notebook balanced on her knees. London's wherries were basically the river's version of hackney carriages. Shallow skiffs rowed sometimes by one man, sometimes by two, They were built long and narrow, with extended overhanging bows, so that their passengers could step ashore at the river's various stairs and jetties without getting their feet wet. I would imagine it becomes increasingly difficult to row against the river as one ages, said Hero, putting up a hand to catch the brim of her fashionably wide chip hat as a salt-tinged wind gusted up from the choppy sun-sparkled waters beside them. The wherryman cupped one palm around the bowl of his white clay pipe and gave a slow smile. "No, it ain't that. Most of us just don't live very long. If you don't drown, sooner or later the damp gets down in your lungs, and the river takes you that way. But most of us just drowns. My sister's boy was pulled out of the Thames only yesterday, after trying to shoot the bridge, the young fool. This is why I had to beg your ladyship's pardon for not talking to you when we was first supposed to. Taking it hard, she is." "I'm so sorry." He was also a wherryman? Jeeper Jones sucked on his pipe and nodded. "Finished his apprenticeship last year. Takes 6 years, you know, because you got to learn the river, and it's a wily one. His da was a wherryman too. He was crushed by the ice back in 14 when the river froze over." "The profession tends to stay in families?" "Always. You grow up around boats on the river. It gives you a taste for a waterman's life, so's you don't want no other. Me da was a wherryman, and his da before him, and his da before him, and back to before the days of Henry the Eighth, or so I've been told. 'Cause things was different back then. In them days, with all the mud and ruts and stuff on land, the Thames was London's main street. The only way you could really get from one end to the other. Time was, the only bridge over the river was London Bridge, and there weren't no theatres allowed in London. So's anyone's wanting to see a play had to take a wherry to Southwark. I've heard tell there was more'n 12,000 wherrymen on the river back in the day. Know how many there are now?" Hero shook her head. 3,000. "Good heavens," said Hero. Jeeper Jones tightened his grip on his pipe and squinted up at the screeching gulls that circled overhead. "First they let theatres open up in the city, then they come up with sprung carriages, and now they're putting up all these blasted bridges." The Watermen's Company had historically been large and powerful, and over the centuries they had fought long and hard to stop all of those changes, at one point even successfully bullying the Crown into passing a law that banned hackney carriages. That hadn't lasted long, but for years they had successfully prevented any new bridges from being built over the Thames. Westminster Bridge wasn't finally approved until the 1740s, with Blackfriars Bridge following soon after, and now 3 more bridges, one at the Strand, one at Vauxhall, and another they were calling the Southwark Bridge, were set to open in the next few years. Jeeper Jones coughed up a mouthful of phlegm and spit into the muck at his feet. "I hear people saying that next thing you know, we're going to see steamboats on the river, that they're going to put us wherrymen out of business for good." He eyed Hero thoughtfully. "You think that's true?" Hero stared out over the wide river to where the soot-stained brick walls of the barge buildings rose on the far side. "I don't know," she said tactfully, although she frankly thought it inevitable. He didn't look as if he believed her. "At least the bridges must cut down on the number of drownings," she said. The wherryman let out his breath in a scornful huff. "Don't know about that. We still pull bodies out the water all the time. I reckon there's anywhere between 150 to 200 bodies fished out the river every year. Sometimes in a dense fog there'll be 20 or more people lost in just a day or two, and those are the ones that are found." Hero looked up from scribbling her notes.
Have you heard about the Lord's son who was recently found in the pool?
Oh, aye. They say somebody done cut off his...
The wherryman broke off, his eyes widening, as if he'd reconsidered what he'd been about to say. He swiped an open hand across his mouth and said instead,
"Here, somebody messed him up real good, somebody did."
"Where do you suppose he went in the river? Is there any way to know?"
"Well..."
The wherryman pulled at his ear and stared thoughtfully at a barge making its slow way up the river, the sun glinting off the water curling away from its bow.
"It's hard to say, really. Some place in Southwark is more'n likely, but there ain't no way to know for sure. Things can churn around in that river real good when the tide comes in and goes out."
He brought his gaze back to her face.
"Was he somebody close to you?"
"No, a mere acquaintance only. He served with my husband in the peninsula." Jeeper's eyes narrowed as he regarded her in silence for a moment.
"I hear old Hookie's getting ready to invade France next month. You know anything about that?"
"Only what I read in the papers." He looked out over the sun-spangled river, his throat working as he swallowed.
"My youngest boy, Michael, is on HMS Royal Anne. Got impressed 3 years ago. Him and his brother Micah both at the same time, but Micah, he died of fever after just 6 months.
Hero sucked in a deep breath scented with tar and hemp and all the sun-soaked smells of the river. The Navy was always impressing wherrymen, largely because they were already familiar with life on the water. "I'm sorry." The wherryman nodded his acknowledgement and blinked.
"At first we heard Michael was being sent to America to fight the Yankees, but when Boney busted loose, the Admiralty decided to keep his ship here. It's getting to where I'm wondering if he'll ever be let go."
"Surely he will be home soon," said Hero. "At least now the war with America has finally ended, and I don't see how this new conflict with Bonaparte can last long."
"Even if it don't, I reckon they'll just start a fight someplace else. I was impressed myself back in 76, and they got me dar twice in his day. I know one wherryman impressed 7 times, he was."
"Merciful heavens," said Hero, but Jeeper Jones simply laughed. It was after Hero pressed several coins into the wherryman's hand and was climbing the worn stone steps that led up to the inn where she'd left her carriage that she felt it, that tingling at the back of her neck that told her she was being watched. She kept walking. Jeeper Jones' work base, assigned to him by the Waterman's Company, was the old Hungerford Stairs at Hungerford Market near Charing Cross. The worn 2-story stone building that housed the market was now nearly 150 years old, and it was not prospering. As she passed the market hall's old colonnade, Hero paused beside one of the stalls to study a colourful display of ribbons. Then, as she turned to walk on again, she allowed her gaze to drift casually over the motley collection of stall-keepers and housewives, cooks and housemaids, hawkers and porters, beggars and thieves who crowded the square. But if someone was watching her, they had obviously looked away. Keeping her pace unhurried, she turned down the narrow street of squalid houses to where she had left her carriage. "Everything all right, my lady?" asked one of her footmen, leaping forward to open the carriage door and let down the steps. For a moment she paused again, her hands fisting in the skirt of her simple fustian gown, as she glanced back toward the market. "Yes, thank you," she said, and turned to mount the steps.
but the sense of disquiet lingered even as the carriage swung out onto the Strand, and the market was lost from sight. Chapter 11. It wasn't the done thing for one gentlewoman to call upon another in the morning hours, and so Hero waited until 3 o'clock that afternoon, before setting out in her yellow-bodied town carriage to pay a formal call on Captain Miles Sedgwick's widow Eloisa. In place of the plain dark fustian she'd worn that morning for her interview with the wherryman, she chose an afternoon gown of white muslin, with a tiny border of embroidered primroses and short puff sleeves of yellow Tiffany that matched her yellow kid slippers, and the bunch of silk flowers fixed to her jaunty cap. She had little expectation that a woman so recently widowed would actually agree to see someone who was, after all, a mere acquaintance, but it was worth a try. Miles Sedgwick's house in Mount Street, purchased at the time of his marriage by his bride's father, Edward Platt, was impressive, with rusticated stone work on the ground floor, Ionic columns, and an elaborate entablature decorated with swagged garlands. Once simple Manchester mill owners, the Platt family owed their meteoric rise to the First American War, when Eloisa's grandfather, also called Edward Platt, secured a contract to supply the army with cloth. The long, interminable war with France provided the second Edward Platt with a similar opportunity to increase his fortune, and it was this younger Platt who had then embarked on an ambitious campaign to raise the family's social standing. Purchasing first a sizable estate in Somerset, then an impressive London townhouse in Grosvenor Square, he determinedly set about marrying his 2 daughters and young son into the ranks of the nobility. His son and heir, also imaginatively named Edward, had recently become betrothed to the only daughter of an earl, whose massive debts had reduced him to marrying the girl off to the highest bidder, while Platt's elder daughter, Jane, had managed to catch an equally impoverished baron and was now officially Lady Lewis. With Eloisa, Platt had been forced to settle for a mere younger son, although Sedgwick was at least the son of a marquis. Hero found the house shrouded in an ostentatious display of mourning, with black crape draping the windows and a massive black wreath hung on the door. But to her surprise, Eloisa Sedgwick immediately agreed to see her. She received Hero in an opulent drawing-room that looked like a stage set for a performance of Antony and Cleopatra, with a profusion of straw satin-covered chairs and settees with crocodile legs, and what she suspected were genuine painted wooden mummy cases propped up in several of the corners. A small, plump woman with very fair hair, blue eyes, and pleasing, even features. The young widow wore unrelieved mourning, from the black lace cap that covered her curls to the sombre black slippers on her feet. She had been sitting on one of the crocodile-legged settees, deep in conversation with a gentleman in a clerical collar, but at Hero's entrance she rose to come toward her with both hands outstretched. "My dear Lady Devlin, it's so good of you to come." Hero clasped the widow's outstretched hands and held them for a moment. Eloisa's eyes were puffy and glistening with unshed tears, her nose red, and Hero felt an upswelling of age at the man who had been Miles Sedgwick. He didn't deserve this woman, didn't deserve her tears. "I can't tell you how sorry I am," said Hero. "What a terrible shock." "Thank you. You are so kind." She gave Hero's hands a squeeze, then turned to introduce the man in the clerical collar, who was now rising to execute a neat bow. "May I present the Reverend Sinclair Palmer?"
Lady Devlin, he said, with a charmingly slow, vaguely roguish smile. A tall, broad-shouldered man of perhaps 28 or 30, he had exquisitely moulded, even features and golden hair, and he looked enough like Eloisa Sedgwick's dead husband to make Hero blink. Interesting, she thought, returning his smile. How do you do, Reverend? My apologies for interrupting you. No, not at all, he said, reaching for the fashionable hat he had left resting on a nearby end table. I truly was just on the verge of leaving. To the widow he said quietly, Don't worry. Everything will be all right. You'll see. Then he bowed again and took his leave. Sinclair and I grew up together, said the widow, as she and Hero settled beside the empty hearth. I don't know how I'd have made it through these last 2 days without him. My father and brother are both at present up in Manchester, and my sister, Lady Lewis, you know, is in Devon. You are fortunate indeed to have such a good friend, said Hero. Eloisa nodded and produced a black lace-edged handkerchief she held for a moment to her trembling lips. Sedgwick's brother, the Marquis, has also been most supportive, of course. He tells me Lord Devlin has involved himself in the investigation of Miles' death. And did Lord Stamford also give you his decidedly less than favourable opinion of that fact? Well, I'll admit that he didn't exactly sound pleased, said the widow, with a hint of amusement warming her soft blue eyes. But he knows that Lord Devlin and Miles served together in the peninsula, so he must surely understand why the Viscount has taken an interest in what happened. Do you know, Hero wanted to say, do you know that your husband contracted a bigamous marriage with the woman who saved his life in Portugal, and then abandoned her after she'd served her purpose? Do you know what manner of man he truly was? But of course she couldn't say any of those things to this sad-eyed, grieving woman. I can assure you that Devlin is most concerned, she said instead, then paused as a stately white-haired butler, assisted by a housemaid, entered, bearing a massive silver tray loaded down with tea things. Hero waited until the servants had withdrawn, then said, I understand Captain Sedgwick had only recently returned from the continent? Eloisa lifted the heavy sterling teapot and began to pour. Yes, just this past Saturday. It seems as if everyone is visiting Belgium these days. So true. My sister and her husband, Lord Lewis, returned from there just last week, except that Miles wasn't in Brussels, you know. Hero reached to take her cup. He wasn't? No. I suppose he had other reasons for going, but I believe his main purpose was to look into something called the Zauber-Yarkel trials. Hero took a slow sip of her tea. I'm not familiar with them. I'm not surprised. They were an obscure series of witch burnings that took place back in the 16th century, or perhaps it was the 17th? I forget which. At any rate, they killed over 100 witches, most of them children, cut off their hands before killing them, and then afterwards they cut off their heads too. Hero stared at her. I didn't know they did that sort of thing to people they thought were witches. Oh, yes. It was a brutal time. I'll never understand why it fascinated Miles so. He was interested in folklore, was he not? Obsessed with it, actually. He collected all sorts of disgusting objects. He was particularly excited
because in addition to visiting the castle, where those horrid burnings took place, he also somehow managed to obtain a witch's ladder.
A what?
A witch's ladder.
Eloisa wrinkled her nose.
It's something used by witches to cast spells or some such thing. He said that while he was there, they were tearing down a house that used to belong to one of the old women burned as a witch, and the workmen found it in the attic.
May I see it?
Eloisa's eyes widened. Are you serious? Do you truly wish to?
Yes, it sounds fascinating.
She reluctantly set aside her tea. Very well. Although I warn you, it's not much to look at. She led the way downstairs to a rather untidy library that opened off the entrance hall. The air here still carried the faint, lingering scent of horses and leather, and Eloisa paused at the entrance, her chest jerking as she sucked in a deep breath. The room was lined with dark shelves, filled with old books and a motley collection of objects, ranging from a dirt-encrusted Bronze-Age dagger to a grinning human skull, its bones stained dark by the soil in which it must have once laid. Curled up at one end of a desk, strewn with papers, open books, and a jumble of other objects, lay a length of cord, some 3 or 4 feet long, formed by what looked like brown string braided together with human hair and knotted every few inches with black feathers. "That's it," said Eloisa, stopping just inside the doorway to point at it. "You'll excuse me if I don't touch it. Sordid, is it not?"
"How very curious," said Hero, going to study it closer.
"What did you say it was used for?" "Miles said they were used for binding spells."
"Any particular sort of spell?"
"I've no idea, but presumably something nasty. I must remember to ask one of the servants to burn the thing."
"Oh, please don't," said Hero, turning toward her. "There are societies dedicated to the study of folklore. Surely one of them would be delighted to receive it."
Eloisa looked doubtful. "Do you think so? Miles did say there were several people he was interested in showing it to, but personally, I can't imagine wanting something once used in a sordid attempt to commune with Satan."
"No, of course not," murmured Hero, letting her gaze drift around the cluttered room with its eclectic collection of strange and wondrous objects. "When Sedgwick went out that evening, the day he was killed, do you know where he was going?"
"He never said, no. But given that he'd only just returned from Austria and Bavaria, I assumed it was probably something to do with that."
"Austria?" said Hero, more sharply than she'd intended. The European powers had been meeting at the Congress of Vienna for nearly a year now. They'd been close to hammering out a final treaty when Napoleon's triumphant return shifted their focus from the task of redrawing the map of Europe to once again joining together to defeat the Emperor who threatened their status quo so dangerously. Eloisa looked surprised by the intensity of Hero's reaction.
"Yes, didn't I say? That's mainly where he'd been. Salzburg and Vienna."
Chapter 12. Charles, Lord Jarvis, stood at the drawing-room window of his townhouse overlooking the leafy expanse of Berkeley Square. He was a large man, well over 6 feet tall, and fleshy now in his early 60s, with piercing grey eyes and an aquiline nose he had bequeathed to his daughter Hero.
Although generally acknowledged as the most powerful and feared man in all of Britain, he held no government portfolio and never would, for Jarvis knew only too well how fleeting such positions could be. He preferred to exercise his power quietly from the shadows, and had acquired a reputation for omniscience, thanks to the extensive network of informants, spies, and assassins under his personal control. His kinship with the poor old mad King George III and the king's self-indulgent, irresponsible son, the Prince Regent, was of course useful. But Jarvis's true strength lay in the rare brilliance of his mind and the ruthless cunning with which he employed it. Raising his wine-glass to his lips, he took a slow sip of fine Burgundy and watched as his daughter's yellow-bodied carriage drew up before his house and Hero alighted. She was not, unfortunately, a pretty woman, although he would acknowledge that with her strong features and dark hair one might call her handsome. Far too tall, of course, and far too outspoken and radical in her opinions. Her choice of husband was also a source of aggravation, although Jarvis had to admit that the marriage agreed with her. It had already produced a fine grandson, whom Jarvis most uncharacteristically but wholeheartedly adored, and soon there would be another. She was Jarvis's only surviving child. His first wife, Annabel, had been a silly, useless creature who found it nearly impossible to carry a live child to term. Amidst a seemingly endless string of miscarriages and stillbirths, she'd managed to present him with only 2 living children. Hero, and a sickly, overly sensitive son named David. If the fates had willed it otherwise, Jarvis might in time have been able to make something of the boy, for in the end he'd proved to be surprisingly courageous and strong-willed. But David had gone to a watery grave years ago, while Annabel had finally succumbed to one of the endless illnesses that always seemed to plague her. And so Jarvis had been left free to take a new wife, a wife who was not only young and beautiful, but also brilliant and blessedly fertile. In a few days she would be brought to bed of their first child, and although Jarvis had never considered himself a superstitious man, he was nevertheless utterly convinced that she would present him with a worthy son and heir. Now he listened to Hero's cheerful conversation with Grisham, his butler, in the hall below, and then turned from the window at the sound of her quick steps mounting the stairs. "Good afternoon, Papa," she said with a smile, crossing the room to kiss his cheek. He caught her hand and held it for a moment, his gaze searching her face. "How are you? And how is my next grandson?" Her other hand touched briefly the faint swelling of her belly, and she laughed. "I keep telling you, this one's a girl." "So you do." He turned away to refill his glass. "May I offer you some wine, or would you prefer tea?" "No, nothing, thank you." Carafe in hand, he glanced over at her. She was no longer smiling. "You're looking very serious this afternoon. I think I can guess why you're here." "Can you?" "Devlin's involvement in Bow Street's investigation of the Sedgwick murder isn't exactly a secret." "I didn't expect you to admit that the captain worked for you." "If you were listening carefully, you'd know that I admitted no such thing." "So you're saying, what, that he was working with Castlereagh instead? Or was it Bathurst?" He smiled and set the carafe aside. "I've no idea." It was such a blatant, obvious lie that she laughed out loud. "Of course not. So, do you know why he was killed?" "I do not." "But you have some idea?" "The authorities suspect that Frenchwoman." He saw the flare of worry in her eyes and understood its cause, for the French midwife had delivered Simon, and Hero credited her with saving both their lives. But all she said was, "I didn't ask who the authorities suspect." He took a sip of his wine and said nothing. Hero's fist clenched around the strings of her reticule. "Did you see him after his return from Vienna?"
"Why would I?"
"That didn't answer my question."
"It wasn't meant to."
He was aware of a new sound of footsteps, these coming down the stairs from the bedrooms above, and said,
"Let me put it this way. I have no idea who killed Sedgwick or why."
She was silent for a moment, her gaze hard on his face. "I don't believe you." He huffed a soft laugh, but sobered quickly.
"Enough of this. I've just received some far more important news. Napoleon has left Paris."
He watched the colour drain from her face. "When?"
"June 12th.
"Dear Lord," she whispered. "And Wellington?"
"Is presumably still in Brussels."
"Amusing himself at all the most fashionable dinners, picnics and balls?"
"Hopefully not still."
They turned at the sound of the room's door opening. "Hero," said his wife, Victoria, coming to grasp her cousin's hands and kiss both her cheeks. "I saw your carriage. How are you?" She moved slowly, for she was big with child, and like Hero's dead mother, Victoria was a petite, dainty thing, with fair hair and blue eyes and a charming smile that she used most effectively to disguise the formidable extent of her intellect and learning and the strength of her will. She was, with perhaps the exception of Hero herself, the most brilliant woman Jarvis had ever known. But unlike Hero, she was more than content to hide it all behind the cheerful, gentle face society demanded of the female sex. "I'm well, thank you," said Hero, a faint hint of colour touching her cheeks, for Jarvis knew she found it vaguely mortifying to be with child at the same time as her own stepmother. "And you? When do you expect to be confined?" "Any day now, surely," said Victoria, easing her bulk down into a nearby chair, "although it would be nice for the babe to wait until after the French ambassador's ball on the 18th. Do you go?" "Hendon particularly wants Devlin to attend, so I suspect we shall." Victoria settled both hands atop her bulging belly with a smile. "And after that, young Master Jarvis may come with my blessings." Jarvis went to stand beside her, one hand resting companionably on her shoulder.
"If he's considerate, my son will wait at least one more week. I fear the next few days are going to be hectic, to say the least."
Hero let her breath out in a hard sigh. "When will the news of the French movement be made public?"
"It should be in all the morning papers."
"Will it create a panic, do you think?"
"I don't see why it should," said Jarvis. "We've known for weeks that a battle is coming. It's simply a matter of where and when."
"Except that up until now Wellington has been confident. It would be at a time and place of his own choosing."
"His mistake,"
said Jarvis.
"Let's hope it's his last."
"You will let me know when you hear more?"
"Of course."
She took her leave soon after that, kissing them both again. Victoria waited until they heard Grisham close the front door behind her, then said, "I assume she was here for the obvious reason?"
"Yes. But then it was only a matter of time, was it not?"
Draining his wineglass, he went to pull the bell, then said to the footman who appeared,
"Send Major Drake to me."
Chapter 13. Hero was coming down the front steps of her father's house when a sporty curricle drawn by a pair of high-stepping matched chestnuts swept around the corner. It was driven by a down-the-road-looking man in a caped driving coat and a high-crowned hat, a diminutive, sharp-faced tiger perched on the seat at the rear. The driver reined in behind her waiting carriage, his horses snorting and tossing their heads as Hero changed direction to walk toward him. "What are you doing here?" she asked, looking up at him.
"I came to see your father,"
said Devlin. She laughed. "I think I know why." He glanced back at Tom.
"Hop down and meet us back at Brook Street, and tell her ladyship's driver to do the same, if you would."
To Hero he said,
"Fancy a drive in Hyde Park, m'lady?"
It was the fashionable hour for the promenade in the park, which meant that the roadways were clogged with a colourful medley of stylishly dressed young gentlewomen in barouches, turbaned dowagers in ponderous landaus, and gentlemen in high-perched phaetons, tilburys, or sporty curricles, all weaving their way through a crush of showy hacks controlled by riders with widely varying degrees of skill. They crawled up the crowded avenue.
"You think Jarvis was telling you the truth?"
Devlin asked when she had finished telling him of her conversation with her formidable father. "In part, at least," said Hero, wishing she'd thought to bring a parasol. The sun was only just beginning to sink toward the western horizon, its mellow light filtering down through the leafy branches of the rows of stately chestnuts and plane trees to cast a dazzling pattern of light and shadow across the fashionable throng. But only in part. He claimed Sedgwick was not working with him.
"In that, at least, I'm inclined to believe him."
She turned her head to look at him. "Really? Why?"
"Because Sedgwick was a bit of a loose cannon, and Jarvis is generally very careful about the men he employs."
"He has been known to make mistakes."
"He has, but when I saw Bathurst, he let slip that he's been discussing Sedgwick's murder with Bow Street, and I can't see him doing that unless the War Office's interest in his murder extends beyond the simple death of a former army captain."
She thought about it a moment. "Yes, that does seem rather telling."
"Of course, it's possible Sedgwick was on a mission that involved both Bathurst and Castlereagh, but I haven't managed to see Castlereagh yet. They were all at 6s and 7s by the time I reached the Foreign Office."
"I'm not surprised," said Hero. "You were right when you said Napoleon wasn't going to simply sit around waiting for Wellington to attack him in July. Jarvis says they've received word that he left Paris for the frontier more than 2 days ago."
"Damn,"
whispered Devlin softly, the features of his face tightening as he stared out across the sunlit park toward the south. She knew what he was thinking, that in just a few days, tens of thousands of men, including friends he'd known and fought beside for years, would face death. And yet, because of his inability to regain the strength in his wounded leg in time, he wouldn't be there at their side. All he could do was sit and wait to hear the news of the momentous events that were about to happen. Reaching out, she rested her hand lightly on his arm, but all she said was, "It makes the timing of Sedgwick's death particularly interesting, wouldn't you say?" He brought his gaze back to her.
"It does indeed. I wish we knew precisely why he was in Vienna." "You don't think his wife knows?"
Hero shook her head. "She seems to think he went there mainly to visit some castle famous for a ghastly series of witchcraft trials. I suppose it's possible she was being disingenuous, but I don't think so. At least, not in that."
"You think she knows about Alexis Sauvage?"
"I'm not sure. She was shocked and upset by Sedgwick's death, obviously. Who wouldn't be when her husband's mutilated body has just been hauled out of the Thames? But I don't know if I'd say she is grieving, precisely. She may not know about Alexei, but I'd be surprised if she's entirely ignorant of her husband's habits. She doesn't strike me as particularly intelligent or learned, but she's not stupid. And I don't think she's still so lost in love as to close her eyes to the signs of his straying.
Hence her failure to report him missing for days?
It would explain it.
Do you know if Jarvis saw Sedgwick before he died?
She shook her head. He wouldn't say.
Interesting. It suggests he's being less than honest when he says he doesn't know who killed Sedgwick or why.
Well, I noticed he didn't say he doesn't care who killed the man.
That I can believe. If Sedgwick was on a mission to Vienna, whether at the behest of Bathurst, Castlereagh, or Jarvis himself, then I've no doubt Jarvis actually cares a great deal.
He was silent for a moment, carefully manoeuvring his curricle around a skinny, pimply youth in a phaeton with a blousy black mare that was more interested in the grass at the side of the road than in her master's commands. Then he said,
"The Bourbons have a well-earned reputation for sending their assassins to quietly stab or garrote those they want silenced, with the victims' bodies then being tossed into the Thames. If they saw Sedgwick, or the information he carried, as a threat, then I can see them ordering him killed. Although I'd be even more likely to suspect them if his body hadn't been mutilated. That suggests something more personal is going on here."
"Perhaps," said Hero. "Although to some people all politics is personal.
And that's particularly true of the Bourbons." "It is indeed."
She stared out across the tops of the plane trees, their leafy green canopies shifting restlessly now with the growing wind. "What I don't understand is where the headless corpse Gibson showed you fits into all this."
"As you said, it's always possible the two killings are completely unrelated."
"Yes, but what are the odds?"
"Probably not good," he admitted, "but it is possible."
She brought her gaze back to his face. "Remember those Austrian witch trials Eloisa was telling me about? The one Sedgwick was so interested in. She says that many of the victims had their hands cut off before they were killed, and then their bodies were decapitated." Devlin reined in sharply and turned to face her.
"I don't like the sound of that."
"No," said Hero. "Neither do I." Chapter 14. That night, Sebastian dressed in a motley collection of old clothes culled from the second-hand stores of Rosemary Lane and rubbed dirt from the garden onto his cheeks and forehead. "Wouldn't it be safer to visit the weird sisters during the day?" said Hero, watching him disorder his stylishly cut hair. He met her gaze in the mirror.
"Perhaps. But I suspect I'll learn more after dark."
"Perhaps," she said, "although you might also be less likely to come back alive." Sebastian reached for his walking stick, and with a deft turn of his wrist, drew a small sword from its hidden sheath.
"That's what this is for?"
Lying just to the north of the theatre district of Covent Garden, the area known as St. Giles had its origins in a 12th century leper colony dedicated to St. Giles, the patron saint of lepers, outcasts, vagabonds, and cripples. It was an association that haunted the area still. For centuries, St. Giles had been the last resort of those driven so low in life that they had no place else to go, particularly refugees from Ireland and France, and what were known as St. Giles blackbirds, servants from Africa abandoned by their former masters and forced to turn to begging to survive. Most constables refused to venture into the area's dangerous warren of mean alleyways, narrow streets and dark courts, for those who did rarely came out alive. This was the haunt of pickpockets, housebreakers and footpads, of murderers and prostitutes and pawnbrokers, a mean, stinking maze of crumbling gin shops and filthy, caging houses, where multiple families lived packed into damp cellars, open sewers fouled the streets, and cesspits overflowed. Pulling his battered old hat low over his eyes, Sebastian took a hackney to Long Acre, slouching one corner of the aged carriage as he let himself sink into the role he was about to play. By the time he reached his destination, the confident attitude of the Lord's Son was gone. His posture and demeanour, his gait, the very way he held his head, were those of a poor man down on his luck. It was a trick he'd learned as a much younger man from a woman he'd once loved, a beautiful actress named Kat Boleyn, and it had served him well in the army when he'd done the kind of things gentlemen weren't supposed to do. Except, of course, that gentlemen did do them. They simply didn't talk about it. He paid off the hackney, then slipped unnoticed through dark, noisome streets crowded with ragged, broken men, desperate, half-naked mothers clutching dying babies, and thin, ragged children with filthy, matted hair and hollow-eyed stares. Not far from the ancient church of St. Giles, the lane he followed emptied into what was known as 7 Dials, a mean circle where 7 narrow streets converged to form a star pattern that had long attracted astrologers and alchemists. It was there, at the apex of one of the intersections, that Sybil and her sisters had set up a shop they called Wild and Weird. Pushing open the ancient building's warped weathered door, Sebastian found himself in the low-ceilinged common room of what must have once been a pub. Now narrow shelves crowded with dark vials and various other strange and vaguely ominous-looking objects hemmed the room, while pungent bunches of dried herbs and feathers dangled from the smoke-darkened beams overhead. Behind the former pub's counter stood a small, plump woman of perhaps 35, her brown hair just beginning to fade to grey, her eyes small and dark and watchful. She was dressed in a heavy purple brocade gown from the previous century, with ropes of thick, improbable pearls nestled in its lace-edged square neckline, and had one elbow propped on the counter's worn surface so that she could rest her chin in her palm. "May I help you?" she asked in a bored voice. "Good evening," he said, making no attempt to disguise his cultured accent. She straightened with a jerk as something flared in her eyes, a peculiar combination of avarice and interest, mixed with what might have been fear. "Lose your way in the streets, did you, my fine sir?" "Not exactly." "No? So? What? Looking for a love potion, are you?" He let his gaze drift again around that peculiar collection of objects on display, the skulls of various sizes and species, the strange crystals and waxen images and hideous primitive-looking masks. Then a soft step, and the swish of a curtain brought his gaze back to the counter, where a second woman now joined the first. This one was taller and thinner, with sculptured high cheekbones, unusual green eyes, and soft, sensuous lips touched by a knowing smile. A thin red scar sliced down one side of her cheek and chin to curl around her neck, but she was still strikingly attractive, even beautiful.
"I don't think it's love what's brought Lord Devlin to us, Astrid,"
said Sybil Wilde in a husky, ruined voice. He met the former actress's gentle, mocking gaze.
"You know who I am, do you?"
"Of course."
"I've been expecting you."
Like her sister, Sybil Wilde wore a gown of the fashion of a different century, except this was no relic from a second-hand shop, but what looked like a finely made red velvet costume from a production of Romeo and Juliet. The front of the thinly padded bodice was styled with a low point and embroidered with gold thread. The wide sleeves were slashed and lined and ornamented with puffs at the shoulders, while the full velvet overskirt was trimmed with gold braid and fell open to reveal a figured silk underdress.
"Of course,"
he said, and she laughed. Still holding his gaze, she took a step back to part the curtain behind her.
"Won't you come this way?"
For a moment he hesitated, and she laughed again.
"I won't murder you. I promise. At least, not yet."
Her accent was noticeably different from her sister's, shaded with a slight burr of the north, but nevertheless the voice of a woman of the stage who, whatever her origins, has successfully learned to disguise them.
"And that's supposed to reassure me?"
he said, his fist tightening around his sword stick as he followed her down the short, shadowy corridor to a surprisingly opulent chamber panelled in dark walnut, with an ancient carved sandstone fireplace surround, and a particularly fine crystal chandelier overhead that filled the room with a soft, flickering light.
"Well, that, and the sword hidden in your walking stick."
He smiled. "Your sister doesn't sound Scottish, and yet you do." She circled around to the far side of the cloth-covered round table that stood in the centre of the room.
"We had different mothers, all three of us. My mother was from Edinburgh, while Astrid's mother was from Wiltshire. You haven't met Rowena, but her mother was a mulatto from Jamaica."
She settled in one of the table's heavily carved high-backed chairs, then gestured toward the chair that faced it.
"Please, have a seat."
"Thank you, but I prefer to stand."
"As you wish."
She drew a deck of cards from a pocket hidden in her voluminous skirts and cut it neatly.
"I know why you're here."
"Do you?" She shuffled the cards together with a neat, practised flourish.
"It's a particular interest for a gentleman of your station, solving murders, I mean. Why do you do it, I wonder? For the intellectual challenge, the excitement of facing danger, or is it the thrill of solving a puzzle that appeals to you?"
"Nothing so complicated. I simply happen to believe that the victims of murder deserve justice." She drew a deep breath that flared her nostrils, and it was as if the scar on her cheek darkened, became more menacing.
"Not all dead men deserve justice."
"Are you suggesting Miles Sedgwick might be one of them?" She let the cards fly in a professional shuffle, then sent them whirling back again.
"I didn't say that."
"How did you happen to know him, anyway?"
"I used to come for readings."
"Of his stars? Or the cards?"
"Both. Although I preferred the cards."
"So what did you see in his cards?"
Her smile firmly back in place, she gave a slight shake of her head. My readings are like a papist confessional. I don't reveal the secrets I learn. Even when the man you told them to is dead. Especially then. Sebastian found his gaze drawn to a hollow blue glass ball that hung over the mantel of the room's empty hearth. It was some 6 or 7 inches in diameter, its lower half filled with a layer of salt strewn with what looked like lavender and marigold buds, bits of moss and cinnamon bark, and chips of amethyst and obsidian. It's called a witch's ball, she said, following his gaze. Have you ever seen one before? Not quite like that. He paused. I understand Sedgwick had a particular interest in folklore, especially that involving witches. Do you know why? She shrugged. Why not? That's fascinating, don't you think? He came to wrap his hands around the carved top of the chair facing her and leaned into it. Who do you think killed him? She stared up at him, meeting his gaze openly, but she was an actress with years of experience, and he could not begin to read her. I have no idea. Who told you to ask me? A friend. A friend of Sedgwick's. Or of yours? Both. She nodded. Macpherson, I assume. She paused, a slow smile curling her lips when Sebastian said nothing. He has a very beautiful wife named Isabella. Did you know? Yes. I assume that's supposed to be relevant in some way? You tell me. They say Sedgwick had his face shot off and his sex organs removed. Is it true? Where did you hear that? It's known. Not by many. Obviously by more than you think. He couldn't argue with that. For a moment the room was silent except for the shuffling of the cards. Then she said, So tell me this. Did you know Sedgwick well? I knew him 4 years ago. She shrugged. I doubt he'd changed much since that time. Some men grow from the experiences they encounter in life, while others are diminished. Which it is. Sometimes. Depends on the character of the man, but not always. Sometimes it's the nature of the experiences that determines the outcome. And Sedgwick? With Sedgwick, I'd say life didn't so much change him as... She paused as if searching for the right word. Accentuate him. In a good or a bad way? I suppose that depends on your perspective. She set the deck of cards on the surface of the table before her, cut it 3 times, then looked up at him. Shall I read for you now? He took a step back and dropped his hands to his sides. No, thank you. Next time, perhaps. She reassembled the deck. Very well, but do be careful leaving here, won't you? The neighbourhood can be dangerous. And yet you choose to live here. Most of the residents of St. Giles were there because they had no better place to go, but that obviously wasn't true for the Weird Sisters. It adds a certain mystique, an aura of danger that people like. I can see that. Except the danger isn't simply a part of the mystique. It's real. Perhaps. But people around here are afraid of us. They leave us alone. Yet the same can't be said of your customers. Those who can afford it know to take precautions. And the others?
She shrugged. I suppose some of them might end up in the Thames with their throats slit? You're suggesting that might be what happened to Sedgwick? Hardly. She leaned back in her throne-like chair, a smile touching her lips, the candlelight shimmering on what looked like a very real diamond that dangled from the gold chain around her neck. When was the last time you knew a footpad to steal a man's privates? I suppose it depends on what he wanted them for, said Sebastian, and saw her smile slip. Chapter 15. A squall was blowing in from the North Sea, the brine-laden wind slanting a cold rain sideways when Sebastian left the Weird Sisters' shop to cut across the open expanse of Seven Dials. The storm had driven most of the district's wretched inhabitants to seek whatever shelter they could find. And as he ducked down the narrow lane of crumbling, soot-stained brick buildings that stretched toward Long Acre, Sebastian found himself swearing softly under his breath. His hearing and night vision were both unusually acute, but even Sebastian could not see through driving rain, while the howling wind in combination with the roar of water sluicing off the broken gutters overhead would drown out the kinds of sounds that might otherwise warn of danger. He tightened his grip on his walking stick, wishing his leg didn't feel so damned unreliable, but ready to whirl at a sudden rush of footsteps behind him, even as he was alive to the potential threat of every man who came toward him. The day labourer in stained canvas trousers and badly broken shoes, the butcher with a bloody apron and a long, crooked nose, the big drover in a torn oilskin and broad-brimmed slouch hat that hid his eyes in a way Sebastian didn't like. The man was a giant, looming a good 7 or 8 inches taller than Sebastian, and built broad at the shoulders with a big, bony skull and a jutting jaw, and powerful long legs that carried him quickly through the wind-driven rain. He turned his head away as he came abreast of Sebastian. But then, at the last instant, he careened sideways, slamming into Sebastian hard enough to send him staggering toward the dark mouth of an alley that yawned beside them. In a searing wave of pain, Sebastian's weight came down on his bad leg, and he felt it crumble beneath him. He landed on one hip, his right hand sinking into the fetid, wet mud of the alley as he fought to keep from going sprawling. Damn, he thought, in a surge of impotent rage as he pushed up to his knees. Damn, damn, damn! His fingers slippery with filth, he was fumbling with the catch of his sword stick when the oilskin-wearing giant came up from behind to swoop down and wrap his massive arms around Sebastian's torso, squeezing the air from his lungs and lifting him bodily off the ground. Fighting for breath, his arms trapped at his sides, Sebastian felt the sword stick slip from his fingers. "Bonsoir, monsieur," said a faintly mocking voice from the inner depths of the alley. "Having a good evening?" "Not particularly," said Sebastian, his feet dangling several inches from the ground as the overgrown oaf swung him around to face the speaker. Unlike his companion, this man was of normal size, with overlong dark hair and a face mostly hidden by the folds of a black cravat. To his knowledge, Sebastian had never seen the man before. "Don't struggle, huh?" said the Frenchman, stepping forward to press the naked blade of a hunting knife flat against Sebastian's cheek and slide it up until the point hovered just inches from his left eye. "Otherwise, the blade might slip and steal your sight." Sebastian went perfectly still. For one suspended moment, the only sounds in the alley were the drumming of the rain and the heavy breathing of the 3 men. Then the Frenchman said,
You picked a bad night to take a stroll through an unfamiliar neighborhood, Monsieur le Vicomte. So it would seem, said Sebastian. A hint of amusement narrowed the Frenchman's eyes. I have some advice for you, monsieur. Give up this investigation now, or you will pay a price most dear. You do understand? Yes? Sebastian blinked at the rain that ran down his face and into his eyes. At some point he realized he'd lost his hat. Not entirely. What precisely are you threatening me with? Use your imagination. Think of all that you hold dear, all that you could not bear to lose. You bloody bastard, swore Sebastian on a harsh exhalation of air. Who sent you? The man laughed. Clenching his jaw, Sebastian arched back against the giant's massive torso, jerking his head away from the knife at the same time as he swung up both knees and kicked out to drive the heels of his boots into the Frenchman's gut. The Frenchman stumbled back, his breath leaving his body in a whoosh as the overgrown oaf, thrown off balance, staggered, momentarily loosening his grip on Sebastian. Twisting to one side, Sebastian broke the oaf's hold and threw himself toward the mouth of the alley, landing in a roll, snatching his walking stick from the muck. He brought the sharp, double-bladed sword hissing from its sheath as he surged to his feet. "Non," said the Frenchman to his overgrown companion, reaching out to catch the man's arm when he would have surged forward. The oaf drew up, his big hands dangling at his sides, his nostrils flaring and his jaw set hard. "Non," said the Frenchman again, swiping one crooked elbow across his wet forehead. "Our message has been delivered." To Sebastian he said, "Be wise, monsieur, and remember, all that you hold most dear." The two men backed away from him down the alley, the Frenchman watching him carefully, the knife still in his hand. Sebastian stayed where he was, his wounded leg on fire, the sword stick still gripped in one hand. He leaned back against the alley's soot-stained brick wall and felt the rain course down his bare face as he drew a long, shuddering breath. "Calhoun might be a genius of a valet," said Hero, eyeing Sebastian's muck-smeared hat, "but I doubt even he will be able to salvage this." Sebastian sank deeper into the water of the steaming bathtub set up before the fire in his dressing room. "You never know. The muck might help me to blend in better the next time I need to visit St. Giles." She made an incoherent noise deep in her throat and tossed the hat atop the pile of filthy clothes near the door. "You're lucky Jeeper the Wherryman isn't at this very moment fishing you out of the Thames, minus a few strategic body parts." Sebastian tilted back his head and closed his eyes. His leg really hurt like hell now. "No, this was just a warning. They won't try to kill me until next time." "Well, that's reassuring." He opened his eyes and looked over at her, but all she said was, "Your leg is hurting, isn't it?" "A bit." She muttered what sounded suspiciously like an oath, then said, "You think the weird sisters sent those men after you?" "It's possible, except why would they?" "Why would anyone?" "I wish I knew. My friend with the knife was definitely French. A Bonapartist? A monarchist? Or a Republican?" "He didn't say." "And the giant?" "Who knows? He didn't actually say anything. Although the Frenchman spoke to him in English, which rather suggests that he is not French. And the truth is, they could be working for anyone. One need not be English-born to hire oneself out as a thug to an Englishman." "True."
He shifted his weight in a futile attempt to ease the pressure on his thigh, the movement sending the water sloshing against the copper sides of the tub.
"Have you ever met Monty's wife, Isabella Macpherson?"
"I have, yes. And Sybil Wilde is right. She is quite beautiful."
"She is indeed. Although I can't help but wonder why Sybil so very deliberately set out to make me suspect Isabella's husband."
"Well, Macpherson did say the sisters have excellent sources of information, and I can see a cuckolded husband murdering and castrating the man who seduced his wife."
Or a betrayed woman hiring a knife-wielding Frenchman and his large friend to kill and castrate her unfaithful lover?
"That too."
"The problem is," said Sebastian, "Sedgwick was involved with too damn many women. Any one of them could be holding a lethal grudge against him. If Sybil is telling the truth, which is unarguably an if, we now know of 3. Eloisa, Isabella, and Alexei. And there may well be more. Who would know?"
"Well, Isabella and Eloisa might," said Hero. "But no," she added quickly when he raised his head to look at her, "I am not going to ask either of them if they know who else the man they loved was sleeping with. I seriously doubt they'd be honest with me anyway."
"Probably not,"
said Sebastian, wrapping his head around the edge of the tub to stand up, streaming hot, soapy water.
"I suppose I could try asking Aunt Henrietta. If there's been any gossip, she would know about it."
Born Lady Henrietta St. Cyr, the Dowager Duchess of Claiborne was Hendon's elder sister, and thus not technically Sebastian's aunt, but she was definitely one of his favourite people. Bright, acerbic and inquisitive, she knew everyone, and remembered every titbit of gossip and rumour that had ever passed her way. Hero reached for the towel that had been kept warming by the fire. "I think that's a brilliant idea."
"Huh. You just don't want to have to ask Eloisa who else her husband was screwing," said Sebastian, then laughed when she threw the towel at him.
Chapter 16. Thursday, the 15th of June. A grand dame now in her 75th year, the Dowager Duchess of Claiborne, still lived in the sprawling Park Lane townhouse to which she had come as a bride many years before. Technically, the house now belonged to her middle-aged son, the current Duke, but she had never surrendered it to him, and he knew better than to try to wrest it from her. He simply lived elsewhere. The Duchess was famous for never leaving her bedchamber until 12 or 1, for her regular attendance at the most fashionable of society balls, routs and card parties meant that she rarely made it to her bed before 3 or 4 in the morning. But when Sebastian arrived on her doorstep the next morning shortly after 10, it was to find her already dressed in an elegant gown of dark blue peu de soie and seated at her breakfast table. A slice of half-eaten toast lay abandoned on the plate before her, and her tea was going cold. She had a copy of the Morning Post spread out on the table and was studying it carefully through the quizzing glass she wore on a gold chain around her neck.
"Devlin," she said, looking up when her butler ushered him into the room, "have you seen the papers?"
"Not today, no," said Sebastian, going to pour himself a cup of tea. She leaned back in her chair, her lips pursed, her face pinched with an uncharacteristically worried frown. Like Hendon, she was stockily built, with a broad, slab-like face, enlivened by the brilliant blue St. Cyr eyes.
She had never been pretty, even when young, but she'd always had a stately manner, a regal presence, and an unerring sense of style. Sebastian was convinced she'd been born to be a duchess. "Why?" he asked, coming to pull out the chair beside her. "What is it?" "Napoleon has left Paris and is headed for the frontier." "Yes, I know." She stared at him. "You knew? Since when?" "Yesterday sometime." "And you didn't tell me?" He took a quick sip of tea and scalded his tongue. "I'm sorry. It didn't occur to me." She folded her paper, then folded it again into a neat square, her attention seemingly all for her task. "You must know that both Alexander, Claiborne's middle son, and Peter, he's Emily's second, or is it her third? At any rate, they're both with the army in Belgium. Alexander is one of Wellington's aides-de-camp, and it didn't occur to you that I might be interested in the fact that virtually the entire French army is now marching against two of my favourite grandsons." "I truly am sorry," he said again. She brought up a hand to rub her eyes with a spread thumb and forefinger. "Hendon tells me you've involved yourself in this ghastly murder of Miles Sedgwick." "I take it he's displeased," said Sebastian, wondering why the Earl, who must surely have known of Bonaparte's move, hadn't seen fit to notify his sister about that, rather than grumbling to her of his heir's shortcomings. "What do you think?" Sebastian simply took another sip of his tea. "Frankly, I'm not surprised. Sedgwick met an unpleasant end," she said. "He was a sordid man, but from a good family." Henrietta sniffed. "The family is ancient enough, I'll give you that, even if the title is of fairly recent origin, and they've managed to hold on to their wealth better than many. But they've always been a bit off, if you know what I mean." "Oh? Do tell." "It's not surprising, I suppose, when you consider that they got their start as robber barons back in the Middle Ages, kidnapping travellers to hold for ransom and blinding those who refused to pay up. And while that might be ancient history, they don't seem to have changed much on down through the ages. The current Marquess's grandfather, that would have been Robert, the second Marquess, killed a man in a duel before he was 18. Well, that was rather more common in those days, was it not?" "It was, except there were rumours that, rather than besting his opponent in a fair fight, Robert actually ran his victim through with his sword when the man's back was turned. Some tried to discredit the tale at the time, but it was given more credence when first his valet, then his wife's mother, died violently under strange circumstances." "Sounds like quite the rum character." "He was indeed. And his son, the third Marquess, was no better. He kept a string of mistresses, but even that didn't keep him from seducing his best friends' wives and daughters. One of those friends finally caught him in flagrante and killed him." "He sounds rather like Miles." She nodded. "I've heard some try to dismiss Miles Sedgwick's exploits as those of a young man sowing his wild oats, but when you make a habit of ruining the daughters of tradesmen and innkeepers, you've passed a line." "And he did?" "It was as if it was a game with him." Her words echoed something the half-pay officer Captain Martin Roach had said to Sebastian. "Do you know the name of his current mistress?" "I don't believe I've heard. He had an opera dancer in keeping up until a few months ago. But I understand Lord Rockman has her now." "Good," God, where do you learn all this stuff? She gave him a level look. People talk. I simply listen and remember, or at least, I usually do, she added with a troubled frown. There was a particularly sordid rumour making the rounds some years ago, shortly before Stamford bought Miles a pair of colours and he went off to the wars. But I wasn't particularly convinced it was true, and now I can't seem to recall the exact details. She sighed. I must be getting old. Let me think on it a bit, and it may come to me. What do you know of his wife? Eloisa Platt. The Dowager sniffed again. The father is a hopelessly pushing mushroom, of course. You've heard he's managed to get his son betrothed to Haskett's daughter. Of course, everyone knows that Haskett is all washed up, so I suppose he had no choice. Is it true Eloisa was in the family way when she married Sedgwick? Of course she was. Platt would never have agreed to the match otherwise. She's much prettier than the sister who court a baron, so he had set his sights even higher with her. Since then, she's managed to cultivate a reputation as a level-headed, sternly religious young woman, although she can't be too level-headed if she allowed herself to be seduced by a younger son in search of a rich wife. Well, she would have been quite young, and Sedgwick could be quite charming. Oh, yes! His kind tend to make a study of it, wouldn't you say? She paused for a moment, her expression thoughtful. What? He asked, watching her. I remember hearing several months ago that the family's governess was let go rather hastily. Seems Eloisa dismissed her for allowing Sedgwick to seduce her. When was this? When you were in Paris, sometime around February or March. Eloisa turned her off without a character. Do you recall the governess's name? Good heavens, no. I doubt I even heard it. The Duchess fixed him with a level stare. I understand that whoever killed Sedgwick also castrated him. Is that why you're so interested in the women in his life? Was that bit of information in the Morning Post? No. I heard it at Lady Sefton's ball last night. Ah. He drained his teacup and set it aside. What do you know of Isabella Macpherson? Sir Montgomery's wife, beautiful woman. Are you saying she was another of Sedgwick's conquests? I honestly don't know. All anyone ever says of her is that she's very beautiful. Well, she is, isn't she? Not terribly bright, I'm afraid, but exquisite to look at and sweet enough, I suppose, in that rather insipid way. If she's played Sir Montgomery false, then she's been very discreet, for I've heard nothing about it. Sebastian nodded and pushed to his feet, being careful to take his weight on his good leg. I promise if I hear anything more from the continent, I'll let you know. Your wound is still bothering you, isn't it? She said, watching him. It's healing. Hendon is worried about you. He says you're pushing yourself too hard. I'll be all right. She gave him a look he had no difficulty interpreting, then said, Will it be bad, do you think? This coming battle, I mean? He wasn't going to lie to her. I suspect so, yes. Both sides know how much is riding on it, so neither is going to hold anything back. When is it likely to begin? By the end of this week, perhaps. The beginning of next week at the latest. The Dowager pressed her lips together and nodded. It's so dreadful to think about. All those handsome, gay young men with virtually their entire lives ahead of them. And yet in a week's time, so many of them will be dead. At least then it will be over, once and for all. If he's defeated, Bonaparte will never be able to come back again. And if he wins, then Europe will simply need to learn to live with him, in peace for a change. Is that even possible? He met her troubled gaze. I don't know. Hopefully we won't have to worry about finding out. A gust of wind blew a chill rain in Sebastian's face as he descended the steps of his aunt's house. Walking up to Tom, he said, "It doesn't look like this bloody rain is likely to stop any time soon. I want you to take the curricle back to Brook Street, then spend the rest of the day looking for a governess who was dismissed by Miles and Eloisa Sedgwick last February or March." "Aye, Governor," said Tom, his eyes shining with anticipation. "What's her name?" "I have no idea. Sorry." But Tom only laughed. Chapter 17. "You've heard Napoleon is marching toward the frontier," said Lovejoy, as he and Sebastian sat at one of the round front tables of a small coffee-house, tucked away beneath the colonnade of the Italianate-style piazza that housed Covent Garden Market. A fire burned cheerfully on the nearby hearth, and the sconces placed at intervals along the shop's mellow old wainscoted walls were lit, for the day had continued cold and wet. Outside in the square, the market's normally raucous activity was muted. The crowds of stall-keepers and shawl-covered housewives, porters and ragged little pickpockets, all thinned by the rain and the cold wind that rippled the puddles of water collecting in the dips of the worn, sunken flagstones. "I heard," said Sebastian, wrapping both hands around his hot coffee. Lovejoy sighed. "I fear it's only a matter of time until we receive news of a terrible battle." Sebastian nodded. "Napoleon isn't going to wait to launch his attack. The combined British and Prussian armies already outnumber his. He can't afford to give the Russians and Austrians time to get in place, too." "I hadn't thought of that." Lovejoy stared out the paned front window at the grey, dismal scene, his expression that of a man who is forced by the realities of his age and circumstances to confront an unpleasant truth that fills him with regret. "It's difficult to sit here, safe and comfortable, knowing what others are facing just across the channel." "Yes," said Sebastian, and left it at that. Lovejoy cleared his throat, as if belatedly remembering his companion's circumstances. "I fear that, so far, we haven't had any luck locating Captain Sedgwick's mistress." "I gather he let his latest one go before he left for the continent, and had probably been amusing himself with the wife of a friend." "Oh, dear," said Lovejoy, frowning. "We've had constables talking to boatmen and dock workers up and down the river, but they've yet to locate anyone willing to admit having seen anything Saturday night. At this point, it's anyone's guess as to where Sedgwick's body was thrown into the river, and we've no idea at all where he was killed." "What about the headless man? Any luck identifying him?" "Not yet. No one has been reported missing." Lovejoy leaned back in his chair, both forearms resting on the table before him. "It's strange, don't you think? Although I suppose he could have come off a ship." "It's possible, although he looks far too soft, pale-skinned and pampered to have been a seaman or even a ship's officer." "So, a passenger, perhaps? Someone newly arrived in the city who was killed shortly after disembarking? Or someone whose friends and family think he left town and don't yet realize he never made it to his destination?" "What a disturbing thought," said Lovejoy. Sebastian swallowed the last of his coffee and set the empty cup aside. "I've been trying to trace Sedgwick's movements the day he was killed, but so far I'm not having a great deal of luck. Who did you say ran into him that night in Whitehall?" "A gentleman of letters by name of Tiptoff, Dudley Tiptoff. I've met him several times at various lectures given at the Royal Scientific Society. He's something of an eccentric, lives alone in Bloomsbury, and spends most of his time in the British Museum." "I thought I'd try talking to him. He might be able to tell me something useful he doesn't realize he knows. What does he study?" Lovejoy stared out the window at the torrent of water shooting off a torn, wind-blown awning. "I believe his speciality is folklore." Dudley Tiptoff, Esquire, lived in a narrow townhouse on Berry Street, conveniently located just around the corner from the British Museum. Sebastian's knock at his door was answered by a housemaid, rather than by a footman or butler, for housemaids were considerably cheaper to employ than manservants, and Dudley Tiptoff was obviously not the kind of man who felt the need to ape the ways of the aristocracy. The Tiptoffs were a good old family, but as he was often heard to say, they'd never aspired to anything grander than simple gentility. He had a comfortable income from money judiciously invested by his father in the funds, and saw no need to fritter away on servants' wages what could be better spent on the books and artifacts that filled his modest Bloomsbury home. He had never married, and had been known to confess that he tended to feel awkward around the fair sex, thanks to a birth deformity that had left him with a slight but unmistakable limp. But then wives, like manservants, were an expensive indulgence for a man with so many other interests. "Sir Henry tells me you're working with Bow Street to try to solve this dreadful murder," said the scholar, receiving Sebastian in a bookcase-lined study where everything from corn dollies and a rusty iron cauldron to Stone-Age battle-axes and an ancient bronze helmet jostled with a sea of books for space on the crowded shelves. "I don't know that I can be of much assistance, but I'm more than happy to do what I can to help." "Thank you," said Sebastian, as the two men settled into the comfortably worn, tapestry-covered chairs drawn up to the room's crackling fire. "I understood you saw Sedgwick last Saturday night." "I did, yes," said Tiptoff, propping his elbows on the arms of his chair and bringing his fingertips together. He was an untidy man of average height and build, beginning to go soft around the gut as he crept toward middle age. His dark hair was already losing its lustre and beginning to grey, and he wore a pair of gold-framed spectacles that caught the firelight as he turned his head. "I was walking up Whitehall when I heard someone hailing me from the other side of the street. I'm afraid I was rather lost in thought. I've been reading the Kinder- und Hausmärchen by the brothers Grimm, you see, and finding it quite thought-provoking. Are you familiar with the Grimms?" "No, sorry." "They're two German brothers who are making it their lives' work to write down the folk tales of their people and save them from extinction. Some people mistakenly assume the stories are for children, but they're not. They're far too dark and gruesome, full of—" He broke off suddenly, as if realizing he was forgetting himself. "Well, never mind that. But as I was saying, I was rather lost in thought, so it was a moment before I became aware of the fact that someone was hailing me." "Sedgwick?" "Yes. Seems he'd just returned from Austria, and he'd brought something back that he thought I might be interested in seeing." "Oh? What was that?" "A witch's ladder. You've heard of them? I have, yes, said Sebastian, remembering Hero's conversation with Eloisa Sedgwick, but only recently. Tiptoff nodded. According to the old superstitions, they were used by witches to bind spells. To be honest, I've always suspected their existence was probably a myth, so needless to say, I was quite eager to see it. I told him I was planning to do some research at the museum in the morning, but I could stop by Mount Street in the afternoon. He laughed and said that would be splendid, that he rarely left his bed before noon anyway. Then he wished me good evening and continued on his way. In which direction was that? Toward the Abbey. Where exactly on Whitehall did you see him? Near the Horse Guards. So before Downing Street, thought Sebastian. Aloud he said, Did Sedgwick happen to mention where he was going or where he'd been that day? Not that I recall, no. Sorry. And what time was this? 10, perhaps? He thought for a moment, then said, Yes, 10, I remember now, that the clock towers began striking the hour while we were speaking, and he remarked on my being out so late. I'd been studying examples of symbolism on the funerary monuments in the Abbey, and then stopped at a pub I know for something to eat before heading home. But I fear I had lingered rather too long. I was reading while I ate, you see, and forgot the time. He told me I should take a hackney, that it wasn't safe. Did he seem nervous in any way? Anxious, angry, perhaps? Oh, no, on the contrary. I'd say he was in excellent spirits. Did he happen to mention why he'd been to Austria? I believe he was in the area mainly to visit Salzburg, the site of some rather horrific witch burnings in the late 17th century. He was fascinated by tales of witchcraft, you know, witches and werewolves. Werewolves? Tiptoff cleared his throat. Yes, it's from the Old English word, werewolf, a compound of wer, meaning man, and wolf for wolf. I've heard of them. I gather there's something of a cliché in modern romance novels. Tiptoff huffed a wry laugh. Oh, yes, they're becoming quite popular now that we've quit burning them. I didn't realize we burned people for supposedly being werewolves. That we did. Usually along with the poor souls who'd been tortured into confessing they were witches. Hence Sedgwick's interest in both? Tiptoff nodded. In the 16th and 17th centuries, accused werewolves and witches were often burned together because both were believed to have received their powers from the devil. But that was actually a surprisingly late concept, you know. The idea that their powers came from Satan, I mean. Both Petronius and Herodotus tell tales of werewolves, as do Ovid and many, many others. And of course they appear in the medieval romances. In France, they call them loups-garous. In Iberia, they're hombres lobos. And in Bulgaria, they're called vrikolakas. In fact, it's quite astonishing how widespread the myths are, although there are always local variations, of course. Some of the legends say that werewolves can only be killed by a silver weapon, while others will only trust fire. In parts of Germany, there is a belief that the only way to stop a man with the power to turn himself into a werewolf is to decapitate his corpse and throw the head into a river. Supposedly, the weight of the werewolf's sins will cause the head to sink to the river bottom and stay there. Sebastian was suddenly acutely aware of the fire crackling beside them. of the ticking of the clock on the mantel and the cry of a street seller outside. He drew a deep breath. Someone cut the hands and head off a man whose body was pulled from the Thames a few days ago. Tiptoft's lips parted. "Merciful heavens," he whispered. "You can't think—" "I don't know." Sebastian sat forward. "Have you ever heard of a folk story in which the victim has his face destroyed and his sex organs removed?" Tiptoft looked troubled. "Well, there is an old French tale of a werewolf who once terrorized a village near Lyon. He would attack only the handsome young men, and after he killed them, he ripped off their faces and private parts." "Do you know of anyone else in London with an interest in werewolves?" "Yes, of course. As I said, it's a common recurring theme in folk traditions, and folklore is increasingly being recognized as an important area of scholarly interest." "Why? Do you think we might all be in danger?" It was an angle Sebastian hadn't yet considered, that someone could have targeted Sedgwick because of his interest in werewolves and witches. He let his gaze drift over the scholar's strange collection of artifacts and curiosities. "Have you ever experienced hostility because of your interests?" Tiptoft shifted uncomfortably. "Yes, of course. The world is full of bigoted, benighted people, I'm afraid. They say the ancient tales of such things as witches and werewolves are satanic and evil, rather than as folklore to be studied and written down before such an important part of our heritage is lost. And they have a tendency to view any scholarly interest in that tradition as equally satanic." "Have you had trouble with anyone in particular?" "I've had crosses painted on my door, that sort of thing, but I don't know who's doing it." "When did this start?" "Some months ago. I don't think I could say precisely when." "Why?" "Do you know if Miles Sedgwick experienced anything similar?" "If he did, he never mentioned it." Tiptoft paused, his nostrils flaring as he sucked in a quick breath. "You never said if you thought I might be in danger." Sebastian met his frightened gaze and held it. "Let's just say it wouldn't hurt to be careful. I don't think I'd go out walking alone, late at night, again, for a while." Chapter 18. That morning, Hero spent some time writing up the notes from her interview with Jeeper Jones, then took the boys to the park. It was after they'd returned, when she was leaving the nursery, that she heard the distant peal of the bell, then met Maury coming up the stairs toward her. "I beg your pardon, my lady, but I've put Lady Macpherson in the drawing-room. I told her you were not receiving, but she is quite distraught and—" "Thank you, Maury," she said. "Please tell her I'll be down in just a few moments." She found Isabella Macpherson pacing before the fire, her reticule clutched tightly in both hands, her eyes red and swollen, her cheeks flushed. The hem of her simple muslin gown was wet and mud-splashed. Her rain-splattered pink spencer buttoned askew, the brim of her fashionable straw hat bent, and one of its pink ribbons torn. But even haphazardly dressed, and with her face marred by crying, she was still a stunningly beautiful woman. Tall and willowy, with enormous velvety brown eyes, a perfectly sculpted nose, a full, short upper lip, and a small, square chin. The only daughter of a comfortably situated Kent baron, she had married Sir Montgomery in her first season. It was said to be a love match, for with her beauty she could have aimed much higher than a mere baronet. "Ah, there you are," she exclaimed, drawing up sharply at the sight of Hero. "I'm told Lord Devlin is looking into the death of Miles Sedgwick. Is that true?" "It is, yes," said Hero. "Won't you please have a seat?" Isabella tore the wet, crumpled hat off her dark hair and tossed it aside. "No, thank you, I can't. I'm too wound up." "You knew Sedgwick?" said Hero, as the younger woman resumed her pacing, a distraught cauldron of grief mingled with rage. "Yes, of course. He and Monty were in the peninsula together." "Yes, I understand. Isabella drew up abruptly and whirled to face her again. "I'm here because Lord Devlin must know that I'm quite certain it's Bonaparte who's done this, or rather his agents. Miles has just been to Vienna, you see, and he brought back a list of a dozen or so names, people in London, who used to secretly pass information to Napoleon." Hero stared at her. "How do you know this?" "He told me." "You saw him? After he came back from Vienna?" Yes. He came to see me Saturday, or rather, he came to see Monty, of course. Only Monty wasn't there, so Miles stayed and visited with me for a time." "And he told you about this list?" It struck Hero as profoundly strange for a man to divulge such sensitive information to a woman he supposedly knew only as his friend's wife. "Yes," Isabella was saying. "He was excited about it. You know how he could get." Her lips trembled, her chest jerking as her breath caught on a sob. "He said it would make quite a stir if it ever came out, and that he suspected there were some people in high places who would like to see him dead if they only knew." "Did he mention anyone in particular?" "Not by name, no. But he did say there's someone in the cabinet who would be utterly disgraced, thanks to his association with some actress who passed information to Paris for years." Dear God, thought Hero. Hendon? Hendon, whose Irish-born natural daughter had once used her position as London's most celebrated actress to acquire information she then passed on to the French, not because of any love for Napoleon, but in the spirit of "my enemy's enemy is my friend." It had been years since Kat worked actively to help the French, even though she was still passionately devoted to her dream of an independent Ireland, free from the onerous, oppressive boot of Britain. But Hero was quite certain that if such a list existed, Kat's name would be on it. "When was this?" Hero said sharply. Isabella's eyes widened. "That I saw him? I told you. Saturday." "I meant, what time did he arrive? It could be important in determining what happened to him that day." Isabella stared at her a moment, then blinked and looked away. "I truly don't see how it could be, but—" She thought about it a moment, then said, "He came just as I was sitting down to a luncheon, so I suppose it must have been about 1 or shortly thereafter. I asked him to join me, and he did. Said he'd just finished some tiresome meeting and was famished." "How long was he with you?" Isabella made a fluttering gesture with one hand. "I don't know precisely. 4 hours? Something like that." Good heavens, thought Hero. But all she said was, "Do you know how he was planning to spend the evening?" "No, he didn't say." Hero studied the younger woman's beautiful, tear-ravaged face. "Have you considered contacting Bow Street? Oh, no!" Isabella took a quick step toward her, then drew up. "You can't tell anyone that this information came from me," Why not? Hero knew precisely why not, but she asked the question anyway, simply to see her guest's reaction. Isabella flushed and looked away. I never told Monty about Miles's visit. We're just friends, of course. We're just friends. Miles and I mean. But Monty, he doesn't understand. He gets jealous. He can't know. He can't. Hero kept her gaze on the other woman's face, her voice low and even. Sedgwick didn't come to see Sir Montgomery, did he? He came to see you. Isabella brought up one hand to shade her eyes, then let it fall. All right. Yes, I told you. We were good friends. But there was nothing more to it, I swear. Did Sedgwick tell you how this list happened to come into his possession? He said it was compiled by someone named Fouché, but I didn't ask how he got it, no. Hero felt her breath catch. Once, Joseph Fouché had been the Minister of Police under Napoleon, a powerful, corrupt, brutal, and duplicitous man. Fouché had controlled an infamous network of agents and spies. He'd lost power even before the fall of the Emperor, but at one point before Napoleon's return from Elba, Fouché had been attempting to ingratiate himself with the Bourbons. Hero could see him having once compiled such a list in an attempt to work his way back to power with the newly restored regime. Do you know why Miles was in Vienna? Hero asked. Yes, of course. He told everyone he was going to Salzburg to see the site of some famous witch burnings, but that was just a cover story. The government needed someone whom neither Napoleon's agents nor the Allies would suspect was actually there for a different reason entirely. He did that sort of thing, you see. He missed the excitement of what he used to do in the army. He told you that? Yes. It occurred to Hero that Miles Sedgwick sounded like a man dangerously incapable of keeping a secret. But all she said was, precisely who sent him to Vienna? I always assumed it was either the Foreign Office or the War Office, but I'm not sure he ever actually said. She sucked in a quick, shaky breath. You will tell Lord Devlin about the list, won't you? But he can't tell anyone the information came from me. It's vitally important that my name be kept out of this. Her features hardened. If it does come out, I'll say it's all a hum, that he simply made it up. I'll tell him. But you must realize that it may come out eventually, whether you wish it to or not. It can't. It simply can't, she said, her eyes flashing and her jaw clenching with determination, as if she could somehow direct the course of events simply by the strength of her will. Some 10 minutes later, Hero was standing beside the drawing-room window, her gaze on the grey, rain-washed street below, when Devlin came in, his face and boots still glistening with wet. I've just had a rather troubling conversation with a scholar named Dudley Tiptoff, he said, going to hold his hands out to the fire. Oh? Said Hero. Well, wait until you hear about my visit from Isabella Macpherson. Chapter 19. Sebastian's relationship with the man he'd long called father had always been complicated. Of the 4 children born to the Earl of Hendon and his lovely wayward Countess Sophia, only 2 now survived. Amanda, their eldest child and only daughter, and Sebastian, the youngest son who'd always been the least like the Earl. The son who'd grown tall and lean, rather than big and stocky like his father and elder brothers. The son whose eyes were a strange yellow rather than the famous sincere blue. The son whose very existence sometimes seemed to cause Hendon pain. Sebastian was nearly 30 before he understood the reason behind any of it. But the truth behind Sebastian's paternity had never stopped the Earl from accepting him as his son and, after the death of Sebastian's last brother when Sebastian was 11, as his heir. And it hadn't stopped Hendon from forming a deep and powerful affection for the brilliant quicksilver changeling to whom he'd given his name. But the bond between the 2 men had come close to rupturing more than once over the past several years, and much of the turmoil between them revolved around the beautiful Irish-born actress Kat Boleyn, whom Sebastian had once planned to marry and whom they now knew to be Hendon's natural daughter. Profoundly troubled by the threat to Hendon, implied by what Hero had learned from Isabella Macpherson, Sebastian took his carriage to Hendon's townhouse in Grosvenor Square, only to be told that the Earl was out. He then tried to see Kat, but she was in rehearsals, and he couldn't begin to have a private conversation with her. Frustrated, he considered trying to chase Hendon down, then gave up the idea and directed his coachman instead to Carlton House, the Prince Regent's over-decorated palace in Pall Mall, where private chambers were reserved specifically for the use of the Regent's powerful cousin, Lord Jarvis. Ushered into his lordship's presence by an underfed, pale-faced, nervous clerk, Sebastian found his father-in-law seated at a delicate French desk, his quill scratching furiously across a sheet of paper. "One moment," he said, without looking up. Sebastian went to stand beside the window, his gaze on the rain-lashed forecourt below. He turned when he heard Jarvis set aside his pen and sit back in his chair. "I presume you're here for some reason you consider extraordinarily pressing," said Jarvis. Sebastian leaned his hips back against the windowsill and crossed his arms at his chest. "I know why Sedgwick was in Vienna." "You do you? And how do you come to know that?" "Does it matter?" "It might." "You told Hero that Sedgwick wasn't working for you." "Of course he wasn't. You knew the man. He was very good at what he did, up to a point. But I prefer to use the services of those with a bit more discretion." "So he was working with either Castlereagh or Bathurst, was he?" "I didn't say that." "No, you didn't." Jarvis pushed to his feet and went to pour himself a glass of brandy. He did not offer one to his visitor. "Just because I didn't send Sedgwick to Vienna does not mean, however, that I was unaware of his mission." "Oh? And do you know the results of that mission?" Jarvis took a slow sip of his brandy and swallowed before answering. "Seeing as how I was there when he reported, yes, I do." "On Saturday? When?" "Late that morning." "In Downing Street?" "Of course." "Exactly when did he leave?" "Exactly? I couldn't say. But probably somewhere around 1. Sebastian studied his father-in-law's bland, expressionless face. Jarvis never gave anything away that he didn't want to. "Why are you telling me this?" "You suspect me of having an ulterior motive?" Actually, yes.
Jarvis smiled but said nothing. Sebastian pushed away from the window, his arms dropping to his sides.
Sedgwick was last seen in Whitehall at 10 o'clock the night he was killed. If he'd met with you, Bathurst and Castlereagh earlier in the day, what was he doing there later that night? I have no idea. You would have me believe it had nothing to do with the list Sedgwick brought back from Vienna? What list? A list compiled by Fouché of people known to have passed information in the past to Napoleon, and who presumably might still be doing so.
Setting aside his glass, Jarvis drew from his pocket a gold snuff-box decorated with an intricate inlay of mother-of-pearl, flicked it open with his thumb, and held a pinch to one nostril.
I fear your informant, whoever that might be, is misinformed. There was no such list. You're certain? Of course I'm certain. Sedgwick was sent to Vienna to bring back correspondence from an allied state. It must have been extraordinarily sensitive correspondence if the government didn't want it going through the usual channels. It was. Sensitive enough to get Sedgwick killed? Perhaps. If he'd been killed before delivering it, but since he was not, I failed to see how it's relevant to your inquiry.
Actually, I can think of several reasons to kill a courier after he has delivered his message, particularly one with a reputation for failing to guard his tongue. For instance, you could have had him killed because you didn't want whatever he told you to go further.
Don't be ridiculous.
Sebastian studied his father-in-law's hooded grey eyes. What if you're wrong? What if, unbeknownst to you, Sedgwick did somehow manage to get his hands on such a list? If he didn't deliver it to you, what might he have done with it? Jarvis closed his snuff-box with a snap and shrugged.
I suppose that would depend upon whose names were on the list.
Meaning?
Sedgwick had expensive habits, and his wife's father was clever enough to tie up her money in ways that kept his son-in-law from getting his hands on most of it.
You're suggesting he might have been tempted to sell the list to the highest bidder, or perhaps blackmail some of the people on it.
I'm saying it's possible.
Sebastian didn't believe a word of it, but he still felt a vague stirring of uneasiness. Why are you being so bloody cooperative? Jarvis huffed a soft laugh.
You're suspicious because I'm cooperating with you?
Yes.
Perhaps you caught me in a benevolent mood.
No, said Sebastian, and turned toward the door.
If you find this list you claim exists, I want it, said Jarvis. Do you hear?
But Sebastian simply kept walking. Chapter 20. Sebastian was crossing the palace's forecourt when he saw Hendon turning in through the ornamental colonnade that faced onto Pall Mall. The rain had stopped, but the pavement still glistened with wet. Heavy grey clouds pressed low on the city, and the air was unseasonably cold for June.
"Ah, there you are," said
Hendon, pausing to let Sebastian come up to him.
"I'm told you were looking for me earlier."
"I was, yes. Do you have a moment? There's something you need to hear." Hendon's face hardened.
"If it's related to this latest murder investigation you've involved yourself in, I can't imagine what makes you think I'd be the least bit interested."
Sebastian swallowed the inevitable spurt of irritation.
You'll understand when you hear it. Shall we go for a walk along the Mall?
They walked beneath the parallel alleys of gnarled, leafy plane trees that stretched along the northern edge of St. James Park, toward Buckingham Palace. The Earl's face showed no expression when Sebastian told him about the list Sedgwick was said to have brought back from Vienna, and the actress's name that was supposed to be on it. Hendon had long known that Kat once passed information to the French, and while it troubled him, he also understood what had motivated her, and he knew, too, that it had been years since she'd severed her contacts with Paris.
"But no one knows Kat is my natural daughter," he said, when Sebastian had finished. "Perhaps not, but you spend a fair amount of time in her company. Do you think people haven't noticed and drawn the inevitable conclusion?"
Hendon's eyes widened.
"Good God! You're not suggesting people think she's my mistress? Would you rather they knew she's your daughter?"
Hendon was silent for a moment, his jaw working back and forth in that way he had when he was thoughtful or troubled. As unseemly as it might be for a man in his 70s to take over his own son's former mistress, that assumption was better than people knowing the truth of his relationship with Kat, and thus concluding that her long-time liaison with Sebastian had been incestuous.
"You don't know that the actress on this list is Kat," Hendon said at last. "No. But can you think of any other current member of the cabinet who has a known close relationship to someone in the theatre?"
Hendon sighed and shook his head.
"No."
He stared off across the grove of trees to the gleaming waters of the park's long canal.
"You think Sedgwick's murder was linked to this list?"
"I honestly don't know.
It's been suggested that Sedgwick might have been planning to use the list for blackmail, although I find that hard to believe. But it is possible he hadn't yet decided what to do with it. The thing is, even if the list wasn't the motive for his killing, it's conceivable that the murderer found the list by chance and has taken it himself to use for blackmail. Have you told Kat about this?"
Sebastian shook his head.
"I tried, but she was in rehearsals. I'll go back to the theatre again tonight."
He hesitated, then said,
"Has anyone contacted you?" "Good Lord, no!"
It was said with enough shock and indignation that Sebastian believed him.
"You will tell me if someone does." "Bloody hell. Next thing I know, you'll be thinking I killed the bastard." "No, but others might if this gets out." "Oh? And precisely why am I supposed to have shot off his face and castrated him?" "Heard about that, did you?" "It's all over town."
"Obviously."
"If you ask me," said Hendon, "that smacks of revenge. Perhaps the work of a particularly vindictive woman whom Sedgwick had unwisely betrayed."
"Perhaps. But while I can see such a woman shooting him in the face and maybe even castrating him, Sedgwick was a tall, strong man, and I doubt a woman could have managed to drag his body down to the river and dump it there."
"She could, if she'd enlisted someone's help," said Hendon. "Or the murder could be the work of a man who loved a woman Sedgwick had seduced and then betrayed."
Sebastian simply stared back at Hendon without saying anything. So far he'd found 2 men who fit that description, and both were friends with whom he'd fought and bled and shared all the horrors of war: Paul Gibson and Monty McPherson.
I can see a jealous man being enraged enough to destroy his rival's handsome face and cut off his privates, said Hendon, following his own train of thought. But what about that other body they fished out of the Thames a few days ago? The one with no head or hands. You heard about that too? You think people aren't talking about all this? Said Hendon grimly. Most people assume the two murders are related. Are you suggesting they are not? I have no idea. Sebastian decided to keep all speculation about the mutilation's possible connection to the execution of suspected werewolves and witches to himself. But it's a lot harder to chop off a body's head and hands than it is to simply shoot off his face and emasculate him. Hendon grunted. I can't see someone interested in this list you say Sedgwick was carrying doing anything like that. No, but one of the things that bothers me is the fact that Sedgwick was only wearing his shirt. The mutilation would explain the removal of his boots and breeches, and I suppose the killer could have used Sedgwick's cravat to tie something to the corpse's legs when he dumped it in the river. But I can think of only one reason for removing his coat and waistcoat. Hendon stared at him blankly. What? If Sedgwick was carrying a secret list of names, he wouldn't simply have shoved it in one of his pockets. It's far more likely he brought it from Vienna sewn into the lining of his coat or waistcoat, and someone interested in the list would know that. Bloody hell, growled Hendon, swiping one hand across his lower face. Of course, it's always possible the damned list is safely at the bottom of the Thames right now. Hendon looked at him. What are the odds? Sebastian met the Earl's troubled gaze. Frankly, not good. After Hendon had turned back toward Carlton House, Sebastian went to stand beside the sullen grey waters of the long canal. His eyes narrowed, and his hat pulled low against the gusting wind. It had been 2 days now since Miles Sedgwick's faceless body had been hauled up from the murky depths of the Thames, and so far the only suspects Sebastian had been able to turn up were 2 of his own friends and the man he called father. "I found her, Governor!" A boy's shout floated across the park, scaring up a flock of pigeons that took to the grey sky above in a whirl of wings. "I found your governess!" Sebastian turned as the boy skidded to a halt beside him, his feet sliding in the wet grass and one hand flying up to catch his hat. "I found her! Her name's Phoebe Cox, and she's taken to selling oranges in the Haymarket." Chapter 21. The woman was dangerously thin, her bones painfully obvious through the pale, nearly translucent flesh of her bare wrists and hands, her face gaunt and drawn with cold and hunger and the kind of fear that has become habitual. Sebastian found her leaning against the worn sandstone column of a building across from the Haymarket Theatre, a clutch of oranges cradled in her worn shawl, her shoulders slumped and her head bowed. She was dressed in a dirty, torn brown dress and broken shoes, and he thought at first that Tom must be mistaken, that this could not possibly be a woman educated and cultured enough to have served as governess to the grandchildren of a marquis. But then she stirred at his approach and stepped forward to say, "Oranges for sale. Fresh oranges, sir." And her flawless, precise diction gave her away. "Miss Phoebe Cox," said Sebastian, walking up to her. He saw the horror that flared in her eyes, saw the shame that contorted her features as she shook her head. "I'm sorry. I don't know who you're looking for, but you've made a mistake."
She must have been pretty once, he thought, before months of starvation, ill health, and desperation wore her down. She had her lifeless dark hair pulled back in a way that emphasized the thinness of her face, and she'd obviously pawned whatever decent clothes she'd possessed. "I simply want to talk to you," he said, as she began backing away from him. "I'll buy all your oranges, and get you a cup of tea, and some dinner too, if you'd like. You only need to talk to me for a few minutes." That stopped her. Hunger, longing, and need warring with caution in her haunted grey eyes. Then she shook her head, her chin coming up. "I don't do that. I may be on the streets, but I don't go with gentlemen." "Not yet." "All I want is to talk," he said again, wishing he'd thought to have Hero approach the woman instead. This was the sort of thing Hero did all the time. He nodded to a nearby coffee house, its paned front windows gleaming with a golden welcoming warmth with the approach of evening. "We can sit in there." Alarm flared anew in her eyes. "They have back rooms they rent out in that place. I know what they're for." He cursed silently to himself, wondering how in the hell Hero did this. He decided to change tactics. "How long were you with the Sedgwicks?" The question surprised her so much that she answered him. 4 years. "Why do you ask?" "You've heard that Miles Sedgwick is dead." Something he couldn't quite decipher shifted behind her eyes, and she looked away. "I heard. I'm looking into his death, and I thought you might be able to help me." She sniffed in disbelief. "You don't look like a Bow Street runner. You don't sound like one either." "That's because I'm not a Bow Street runner. The name is Devlin, and I promise you, I only want to talk to you. If you prefer, we can buy something from a street vendor, and you can eat it sitting on the steps here while we talk." He paused, then said, "Please." The lure of warm food and drink overcame her fear and suspicion. He stood with his shoulder propped against one of the old stone columns, while she sat on the steps and wolfed down massive quantities of sausages and bread and butter. "Where are you from?" he asked while she ate. "Lincolnshire," she said, without looking up from her meal. "My father was the vicar in a small village there." "Would you go back there if you could?" She paused, her head coming up as a look of painful longing suffused her face. Then she swallowed and shook her head. "They're dead now, my mother and father both. I have a sister. She married the local squire. But when I wrote her after I was dismissed, asking her for help, she said I'd made my own bed and must lie on it." "I'm sorry," said Sebastian. "When exactly were you dismissed?" Her gaze dropped to her food again, although she made no move to resume eating. "They turned me off last February. Or rather, she did. But Mr. Sedgwick didn't do anything to stop her. Afterward I went to him for help, begged him to help me, or if he didn't care what happened to me, to at least think of his child. But he just turned away." Sebastian sucked in his breath in a quiet hiss. "You were carrying his child?" She nodded, her cheeks flaming with shame. "I hid it as long as I could, but then one day I fainted in the front hall, and one of the maidservants who'd guessed the truth let it slip.
And that's when Mrs. Sedgwick dismissed you?
She nodded again. I begged her not to turn me out without a character, told her I had no place to go, but she said I should have thought of that before I got myself in trouble. Her voice cracked. I was desperate, and she didn't care. She was smiling. It was as if she liked the idea of me suffering.
Did she know Miles was the father of your baby?
Her face hardened. Oh, she knew. I told her. She called me a wicked liar, but she knew. She knew what he was like far better than I did. It's why she hated him.
She hated him?
Phoebe Cox chewed a mouthful of sausage and nodded. I heard her tell her friend once that in a perfect world, Miles would just die and make everyone happy.
What friend was this?
The Reverend Sinclair Palmer. He's the rector up in Marylebone. She huffed a soft, scornful breath. A reverend. But that didn't stop him from lusting after another man's wife, any more than it stopped her from encouraging him.
Do you think they were lovers?
Truthfully, I don't know. But I heard him begging her to run off with him once. They were in the garden and didn't know I could hear.
What did she say?
She told him she couldn't leave her children. That's when she said Miles should die and make everyone happy. Sebastian watched as an overloaded cart made its laborious way up the crowded street. When was the last time you saw Sedgwick? The fear was back in her eyes, and she glanced away again. I haven't seen him since that time I told you about, when I went up to him in the street and begged him to help me, after his wife turned me off.
What did he say?
She coloured again, but this time Sebastian thought it was with rage as much with shame. He said I should have thought of the consequences before I spread my legs for every man who smiled at me. But it's not true. I never lay with anyone but him. How is your baby? Sebastian asked softly. Phoebe Cox brought up a shaky hand to press her fingertips to her trembling lips, her voice breaking on a sob. She's dead. Her name was Amelia, and she was the sweetest, most beautiful little thing imaginable. But my milk dried up because I don't get enough to eat, and I couldn't find anything to feed her that she could keep down. So she died. I'm sorry. Sebastian watched as silent tears welled up in her eyes to roll down her dirty cheeks, and handed her his handkerchief. You say you were with the Sedgwicks for 4 years. She clutched his handkerchief in her fist and nodded. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to see him dead? Besides his wife and her friend, the Reverend, I mean. She thought about it a moment, then shook her head. No, but I'm not surprised someone killed him. He could be so charming, so gay and fun. I'd never met anyone quite like him. But there was another side to him too, although it took me a long time to see it. It's as if he were two different people, one light-hearted and cheerful, and the other quick-tempered, mean, and ugly. After I realized what he was really like, I thought he was like Count Bukova. You know, the character in Maria Carlyle's novel, Bukova's Castle? Sorry, no, I haven't read it. Who exactly is he? Count Bukova. He's a Hungarian nobleman, known throughout the land for his kindness and generosity. But behind it all, he hides a terrible secret."
"What's his secret?"
said Sebastian. Although he had a nasty suspicion, he knew exactly where this was going. "He's a werewolf. Don't get me wrong," she added hastily. "I don't mean to imply that Mr. Sedgwick was a werewolf. It's only that he had these two sides to his character, and he could change from one to the other so quickly. I've often wondered if the tales of werewolves might have originated from that, the way some people seem to have two natures. One they normally show the world, and another, darker side that they try to keep hidden." She paused, her eyes pleading, as if desperate for understanding, as she looked up at him. "Do you know what I mean?"
"Yes," said Sebastian. "I do."
Chapter 22. After Phoebe Cox finished eating, Sebastian managed with some difficulty to convince her to let him give her £10. She still didn't trust him, still couldn't believe he didn't intend to exploit her in some way. But she was desperate, and in the end, need overcame doubt. He then headed east, pushing his way through the gathering evening crowds of prostitutes and young bucks on the strut to Covent Garden Theatre. Stepping inside the theatre's soaring marble-clad foyer, he breathed in the familiar scents of orange peel, grease paint and sawdust, and found himself pausing for a moment. The sounds and smells of a working theatre always sent him hurtling back in time, to the days when he'd been newly down from Oxford, young and idealistic, and so very much in love. The liaison between his heir and a beautiful young Irish actress had naturally alarmed Sebastian's father, or rather, the man he'd thought was his father. But in his youth and naive confidence, Sebastian hadn't cared. He'd asked Kat to become his wife, and she'd said yes. In a rage, Hendon promised to cut him off without a penny and make damned sure he didn't inherit anything that wasn't entailed. But Sebastian had simply laughed, and Kat had sworn she didn't care. Until the day she told him she did care, that she'd changed her mind and decided she didn't want to marry him after all. That's when he'd bought himself a pair of colours and gone off to war. He hadn't exactly been looking to get himself killed, but he'd thrown himself into battle with a recklessness that could easily have had that result. He didn't learn the truth of what had actually passed between Kat and Hendon for 7 long years, and by then it had been too late. He had no regrets. In the years since then, he'd found a joy and love with Hero that he hadn't believed possible, while his friendship with Kat had gradually shifted into the kind of easy affection that exists between a brother and sister, which is what they'd once mistakenly believed themselves to be. But the mingling scents of grease paint, sawdust, and orange peel still had the power to fill him with a piercing kind of sadness for the lost innocence of those halcyon days. Pushing aside the memories, he worked his way backstage to find Kat in her dressing room, still struggling into her costume. Her gaze met his in the mirror, and she smiled. "Wonderful timing," she said. "Make yourself useful, and finish doing this thing up, will you? I know why you're here, by the way." He set to work fumbling with her tapes and hooks. "I take it you've seen Hendon. Are you surprised?" "No."
But you don't seem particularly alarmed by what I assume he had to tell you.
About my name being on this list Miles Sedgwick is supposed to have brought back from Vienna. She turned to face him as he did up the last of her fastenings. Do you think I should be? Jarvis already knows what I used to do.
Except it's not Jarvis who has the list. Or so he says. And in this, at least, I'm inclined to believe him.
Perhaps, but a list of names is meaningless, without any sort of proof. Unless, of course, one is willing to simply set about cold-bloodedly eliminating everyone on it. And while I wouldn't put that past Jarvis, he knows better than to try to move against me. We have each other in check, remember? Sebastian searched her beautiful, familiar features. The exotic tilted eyes, the childlike nose, the wide, sensual mouth. She was an actress, and a good one. But he had a feeling she was more worried than she was trying to let on.
What other names are likely to be on such a list?
You know I can't tell you that. Besides, she turned away again to pick up the brush from her dressing table. I've been out of all that for years. I might know the names of some of the older players, but not the newer ones.
What can you tell me about the Wilde sisters?
She drew the brush through her cascading waves of auburn hair, silent for a moment, as if choosing what to say. Well, to begin with, they're not actually sisters.
That doesn't surprise me.
He watched as she set the brush aside and began weaving a green velvet ribbon through her hair.
I've heard that Sybil Wilde used to be the mistress of the Count d'Artois. Is that true?
It is? Yes. He had her in keeping for years, until some crazed admirer entered her with his knife. The attack ruined her voice and left her face badly scarred. That's when she left the theatre. She disappeared for a time. Then I heard she'd set up shop in St. Giles with 2 other women. She was most famous for her work in the Scottish play. So I suppose it's inevitable that people took to calling them the Weird Sisters. He smiled.
Please tell me you don't believe that old superstition. You're not even on stage, and you still won't say...
She moved quickly to press her fingers against his lips. Don't say it.
All right, I won't.
She turned away to finish tying off her ribbon, her gaze meeting his in the mirror. Why do you ask?
Her name came up in relation to Sedgwick. And then when I paid her a visit last night, someone with a French accent and an overgrown henchman in tow jumped me in an alley and threatened me with all manner of calamities if I didn't quit asking questions.
She turned to face him, her arms falling back to her sides.
What? He asked, studying her suddenly solemn face. What is it?
I've been told, don't ask by whom, that after the attack ruined her face and voice, Artois set her up as the Bourbons' London spymaster.
How reliable is this unidentified source?
Very. Sybil gathers much of her information the way all cartomanciers do, by adroitly pumping her customers for clues and bribing their servants, or paying people to listen to their gossip in the markets. And she supplies women to gentlemen in sensitive positions and gets information that way. But I've heard she also works with one of Artois' assassins, although I understand she doesn't really control him exactly. Sebastian felt his mouth go dry. Just under a year ago, a man working to help Sebastian find his mother had been fished out of the Thames with a garrote around his neck.
Sebastian had always suspected the murder was the work of one of the Bourbon's assassins, but he hadn't been able to prove it, and hadn't even come close to identifying the assassin. "What do you know about him? The assassin, I mean."
"Not a great deal. As far as I can tell, no one knows much of anything about him. They call him Gabriel, but that's probably not his real name."
"Does he use a garrote or a dagger?"
"As I understand it, he's fond of both," said Kat.
"Lovely." He saw a waft of fear wash over her features before she could control it. She said,
"You think that's who killed Sedgwick? The Bourbons, to get their hands on this list?"
"Perhaps, although it seems a bit excessive to kill him for it, let alone mutilate him. And none of this explains the headless man who was also pulled from the Thames a couple of days ago."
She shook her head. "I can't see Gabriel or any other assassin working for the Bourbons bothering to take the time to mutilate his victims."
"Not if his purpose is merely to eliminate them. But if his masters are intent on spreading fear or sending a message, perhaps."
"A message to whom?"
Sebastian met her troubled gaze. "I can't begin to imagine." After Devlin had gone, Kat sank onto the stool before her dressing table, the candles in the small room flickering in a draught, her gaze on her reflection in the mirror. It was never going to go away, she realized, with a sinking kind of despair. This danger of being caught out, of being exposed and made to pay for what she'd once done. At the time, she hadn't cared. A part of her had even found the danger exciting. And when she did know fear, it had still been a price she'd been willing to pay for the country she loved. She'd long ago made a vow that while she might feel fear, she would never allow it to control her life. And for many years, she'd managed to keep that vow. But now the heady excitement and hopes of those days were both gone. The days when she'd thought that a French victory could lead to a free Ireland. But the fear, the fear was still with her. Maybe I'm getting old, she thought, leaning forward to study her reflection closer, looking for signs of telltale lines. But all she saw was a haunted, pale woman who stared back at her with wide, frightened eyes. She'd spoken the truth when she told Devlin that most of the names on such a list would be unknown to her. But she had no doubt that she knew some of them, or at least one of them. And that green-eyed, dimpled Irishman needed to be warned quickly. Chapter 23. That night, Sebastian dreamt of Paris, but the Paris of his dream was not the war-damaged, dismal city of today. It was the Paris he'd visited once as a child, when his mother was still alive, before revolution and the forces that sought to stop it had torn both the city and their entire world apart. In his dream, the sun shone warm and golden. The sky was a balmy blue. The gilded carriages of an age-old aristocracy, the stuff of fairy tales, as they whisked their privileged, powdered and patched occupants from the grand mirrored halls of Versailles to the marble steps of the Comédie Française. Even as a child, he had been aware of the stark contrast between the extravagances of obscene wealth he could see around him
juxtaposed with the unimaginable depths of poverty and despair, of which he caught only glimpses. But those harbingers of the horrors to come did not intrude upon his dream. In his dream, a blossom-scented breeze played gently through the limbs of the leafy chestnuts along the Seine, to cast a shifting pattern of dappled shadows across the sun-sparkled water. It was there, by the banks of the river, that he saw his mother, the sun warm on her golden hair, her lips parting in a smile as she watched a white swan shepherd her downy hatchlings across the grass toward the water. Then she turned toward Sebastian, and even though a part of him knew it for a dream, he felt a wild upsurge of joy at seeing her again, so young and carefree and alive, her eyes gentle with love, the smile still curling her lips. She reached for him. Except when she touched his cheek, her hand turned blue and icy with death, and he awoke with a start, his breath rasping in his throat and his chest jerking as he stared through the darkness at the familiar satin of the bed hangings above. He sat up, the cold of the night air biting the bare flesh of his chest and arms, for the fire had died down to mere glowing embers on the hearth. He went to feed it, then stood for a time, watching the flames lick at the new fuel. The people who killed Sebastian's mother had been French. Their motives, and which of France's multiple murderous political and dynastic factions they identified with, had seemed important at one time. But he'd eventually come to understand that it wasn't, that anything they might have once believed in had long ago been adulterated or destroyed by 25 years of bloody internecine conflict and the desperate struggle to survive it. All that mattered in the end was the shaft of cold steel they'd buried in his mother's back before lifting her up over the worn stone parapet of an ancient Parisian bridge to send her hurtling toward the wasteland below. She would have been conscious through it all, and Sebastian sometimes found himself recreating in his mind what her last moments must have been like. The mist cold against her upturned face, the sight of the cloud-churned night sky above, the silver sheen of lamplight glinting on the wind-ruffled black waters of the Seine as the ground rushed up to meet her, the breath-stealing thud of impact and the shrieking agony of splintering bones. How long had she lain there in the darkness, alone and in pain, and struggling to breathe as she felt her life's blood ebbing away? Had she been afraid when she heard the sound of approaching footsteps, only to turn her head and see the face of her last surviving son wavering above her? Had she known he was really there, he wondered? Or had she taken him for a mere figment of her imagination, conjured up by some alchemy of impending death to comfort her as she began her long journey into whatever lay beyond? And he wondered, had his presence comforted her? Or had he simply reminded her, painfully, of the choices she'd made, of the beloved people, places, and things she'd left behind long ago, of the years he had lived without her in his life, and of all that she had missed? He heard the rustle of the bedclothes behind him as Hero came to slip an arm around his side and press her body close to his. He wondered if she knew where his dreams had taken him, because for a moment she simply held him, lending him the comfort of her love and presence. Then she said, "You're thinking it's them, aren't you? The French, I mean. Either Napoleon or the Bourbons." "It's certainly a very strong possibility, isn't it?" He turned to draw her into his arms and hold her closer. "But at the same time I can't help but wonder if perhaps I'm coming at this all wrong. What if both murders were completely random? The work of some madman who has nothing at all to do with spies or assassins or one of the women Sedgwick seduced and destroyed."
"Do you really believe that?"
"No. But I do think there's a tendency for the human mind to organize life into neat patterns even when none actually exist. And that means I can't discount it as a possibility."
He held her in silence for a moment, his hand running up and down the strong curve of her back.
What if the killer stripped and mutilated his victims and hid their identities as a way to torment the men's loved ones even more? Since he didn't remove Sedgwick's shirt, the killer probably didn't even realize there were distinctive scars on his body that someone might recognize. So when he killed again, he tried to make certain that wouldn't happen.
By stripping his next victim completely, and then cutting off his head and hands, you mean?
It worked, didn't it? No one knows who the man is.
Yes, except why hasn't this second victim been reported missing?
That's the part that doesn't fit either scenario. Either the one with a sick random killer, or the one in which the second killing is linked to the first by something we don't understand because we don't know who he is.
Hero pressed her forehead to his, her warm breath mingling with his. She said, "I keep coming back to the fact that Sedgwick told Isabella about Fouché's list, but he didn't tell anyone else. What if someone in the government, or one of our allies, thought he might sell or somehow betray the contents of the official correspondence he'd been dispatched to bring back?"
He met her troubled gaze. "Someone like Jarvis, you mean?"
"Well, I can't see either Castlereagh or Bathurst ordering one of their own men killed. But I wouldn't put it past Jarvis."
"Neither would I," Sebastian admitted. "Although if that were true, I wouldn't have expected him to admit so freely that he didn't trust Sedgwick's discretion."
"There is that," she said with a wry smile. "In which case, if this isn't simply the work of either a cuckolded husband or a madman, that leaves our dear allies the Bourbons."
"Or their enemy, Napoleon,"
he reminded her.
"Or someone with a reason to worry about the names on that list. Someone like Cat Boleyn or Hendon."
Neither of them said it, but the reality of it hovered in the air between them.
He said, "I think I need to have another conversation with the Weird Sisters."
"Oh, Lord! In the daylight this time, please." He laughed softly and kissed her warm, soft mouth.
"If you think it will help."
Chapter 24. Friday, 16th of June. Paul Gibson stood in the midst of Alexi's garden, his arms spread wide at his sides. It was the hour just before dawn, the vast city around him still quiet with sleep, the air cool against his hot face. He smiled, feeling the warmth and relaxation spreading slowly through his body. It was like a balmy breeze on a sunny day, or the rush of euphoric peace that comes in the moments after a man has pleasured a woman. It was heaven on earth.
He tipped back his head, eyes blinking at the universe of stars that whirled hazily above as he let himself sink deeper and deeper into that peaceful, pain-free place that beckoned like a calm refuge. He heard a door open behind him, but it only registered on the periphery of his consciousness, so that Alexei's voice came to him as if from out of a dream. "You never finished the last autopsy, did you?" He turned toward her, moving slowly, as if he were under warm water.
"I can do it today."
"That's what you said yesterday." He licked his dry lips and gave a faint shake of his head. A part of him knew he should worry. Worry about the work that lay unfinished. Worry about Alexei leaving him. Worry about the looming menace of the investigation into Sedgwick's death that threatened them both. But why worry? Everything was going to be all right. For a moment, he was aware of a distant, roaring fear that it wasn't going to be all right, that he and Alexei were both in grave danger. But then the fear receded beneath another wave of warmth, and the stars above disappeared from sight. The sun rose on a cloudy day, with a fetid, oppressive atmosphere that seemed to press down on the rain-soaked city, the air heavy with the fecund odours of damp coal smoke, manure, and old dank stone. In the early morning light, the narrow, wretched streets of St. Giles were populated mainly by ragged costermongers and an assortment of scavengers picking through the refuse left from the previous night. Pushing open the door to the Weird Sisters' shop in Seven Dials, Sebastian found an unknown woman behind the counter. Her head bowed as she read the newspaper she had spread open there. She was younger than the woman he'd seen here before, tall and slender, with rich, tawny skin, an elegant long neck, and a thick mass of tight, dark curls that cascaded around her shoulders.
"You must be Rowena,"
he said, closing the warped door behind him. She straightened slowly, her face unreadable. "Ah, it's his lordship back again. Sybil told us about you."
"She did? What did she tell you?"
"I told them your trouble," said Sybil Wilde, coming through the low doorway at the back of the room. Today she wore a Tudor-style gown of a rich green silk with fitted sleeves and a kirtle bodice with a square neckline edged in petite white lace. His gaze met hers.
"Am I? Why?"
"You know why." He gave a faint shake of his head. "I saw you at Drury Lane once. You were playing Ophelia. It was an amazing performance. I've never forgotten it." She frowned.
"How old were you?"
21.
"Huh.
That was a long time ago." She glanced tellingly at Rowena, then said to him,
"Follow me."
She led him to the same small, opulently furnished room he'd seen before, although this time the cloth on the round table was gold, and a deck of cards already rested before the tall chair facing the door. He walked around the table to pick up the cards, and fanned them open in his hands. It was a Marseilles deck, an Italian version of the tarot that had been popular in France for hundreds of years.
"It's an interesting occupation for a woman with your talents. Reading cards and studying natal charts, I mean."
Her nostrils flared on a quick intake of air.
"I am very good at what I do. Or were you referring to my acting talents?" What precisely would you have had me do after someone did this to me? One hand flashed up to touch her scarred face. Huh? Dwindle into some pitiful wardrobe mistress, condemned to stand in the shadows and watch while other women play the roles I once loved? Or perhaps become a madam, finding protectors for the young women who have no real hope of ever succeeding on the boards. Actually, I hear you do that too. That obviously surprised her, but then she huffed a soft laugh and twitched one shoulder in a shrug. Men have appetites. I help them find the women to fill them. Is that why Sedgwick came here? Hardly. From what I hear, he had more than enough success filling his own appetites. I told you before. He came for the readings. He closed the deck of cards, then cut it in two. So he believed in the cards? She watched him shuffle the deck. I don't know if he believed in them, or if he was simply fascinated by the process. Does it matter? Sebastian cut the deck again, then turned over the first card. It was the 9 of Swords. I was attacked by 2 men after I left here the other night. One of them was obviously French-born. The other didn't speak, but he could make a good living exhibiting himself at the local fairs as a giant. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with them, would you? I did tell you. It's a rough neighborhood. You did. Except the men who attacked me weren't after my purse. They were delivering a message. A warning, actually. To stop asking questions. A warning you don't appear to be heeding. He turned over the next card, the 4 of Cups. She said, Are you accusing me of sending them after you? The possibility did cross my mind. If I had a message for you, I could have delivered it myself. Perhaps. He turned over the 8 of Swords. I hear you collect information to send to Artois. That you were once his lover, and you still work for him. Now, where did you hear that? Sebastian's eyes narrowed in a slight smile. The implication was that your interest in Sedgwick, or should I say Artois's interest, might have led to his death? You've surely discovered by now how Sedgwick amused himself when he wasn't wooing his friends' wives into his bed. Everyone from the Prince Regent and Lord Jarvis to their minions in Downing Street wants to see the Bourbons restored in Paris. Why would Artois harm someone who was working with them toward that end? Sebastian turned over another card, the 2 of Swords. I don't know. If I had it figured out, I wouldn't be here. She didn't smile. Perhaps you should be directing your inquiries toward one of Napoleon's creatures in London. Now that's an interesting idea. Do you have any names to suggest? Me? I only tell fortunes. Of course. He laid one last card on top of the others, only face down this time, then set the deck on the table and turned toward the door. Did they ever discover the identity of the man found without a head? She asked, stopping him. He paused to look back at her. Not to my knowledge. Suggestive, don't you think? Is it? Do you have any idea who he might be? Perhaps you could try reading his cards. It might tell you something. Not really. We already know how his story ends." Reaching out, she turned over Sebastian's last card. It was the 10 of Swords. She stared at it a moment, then looked up. "Who were you reading for?" "No one. I was simply turning over cards." She gave a faint shake of her head. "You had a question in your mind. The cards knew, even if you did not." Chapter 25. "I was wondering when you'd be getting back," said Tom, when Sebastian walked through the slowly awakening streets of St. Giles to where he'd left his tiger with a curricle on Long Acre. Sebastian leapt up to gather his reins, then glanced back at the boy. "Never tell me you were concerned." The tiger pursed his lips and looked away to where a baker's lad was leaning against the wall of a carriage maker's, his load of hot buns tilting dangerously as he worked to shorten the strap holding the tray around his neck. "I was just wondering." "Huh," said Sebastian. He drove next to Paul Gibson's surgery on Tower Hill, hoping to learn the results of the final autopsy on the headless, handless corpse dragged from the Thames. But he arrived to find the surgery locked, and his knock on the house's unlatched front door was met with only silence. He pushed on the door, the unoiled hinges giving a faint creak as the ancient wooden panels swung inward a few inches, then stopped. "Gibson? Anyone here? Madame Sauvage?" Silence. Sebastian pushed the door open wider. "Gibson?" His own voice echoed back to him. His hand tightening on his sword stick, he stepped inside, his footsteps light on the stone-flagged passage that led to the back of the old house. At the low doorway to the parlour he stopped, his hand clenching again on his sword stick. Although it was not cold, a fire had been kindled on the hearth. Dressed only in his breeches and a rumpled shirt that hung open at the neck, Gibson half sat, half lay in one of the worn armchairs beside it, his grey, threaded dark hair plastered to his head with sweat, his chin sunk to his chest as he stared blankly at the flames before him. His face was gaunt and unshaven, his eyes bloodshot, his skin a sickly greyish yellow. "You look like hell," said Sebastian, pausing in the doorway. The Irishman looked up, his pupils so tiny as to be nearly non-existent. "Devlin." He struggled to push himself up straighter. "Come in. Have a seat. Pour yourself a brandy." He turned his head, his eyes narrowing as he searched the room. "There must be some around here somewhere." Sebastian stayed where he was. "Did you ever finish the autopsy on the headless man?" Gibson shook his head from side to side, the features of his face slack, his eyes unfocused. "No, but Alexi did." "Where is she now?" "In her garden. She—" He paused to draw a deep, shaky breath. "She doesn't like it when I get like this." "So why do you do it?" Sebastian wanted to say. He wanted to grab his friend by the shirt front, haul him up out of his chair, shake him and shout at him, and find a way somehow to stop him from destroying himself like this. Instead he turned on his heel and walked out of the house into the wind-blown morning. The high white clouds were breaking up, allowing fitful gleams of sunshine to chase one another across the dew-glistened beds of roses and honeysuckle and herbs. Alexi Sauvage knelt in a bed of mint near the closed door to the stone outbuilding. She was wearing an old grey gown with a broad-brimmed straw hat tied under her chin by a fading blue ribbon to keep the wind from taking it off,
and had her hands deep in the dirt pulling weeds. She looked up when he paused on the stoop, then settled back on her heels, one hand coming up to shove a stray lock of hair from her eyes with the back of her curled wrist. "You saw him," she said, as he came up to her. He was aware of the anger and frustration thrumming through him, along with a sense of helplessness that he didn't quite know how to handle. "You told me once that there's something you can do that might rid him of his phantom pains, so that he can get off that bloody opium. Why haven't you done it?" "Why?" Her hand flashed toward the house in a quick, angry gesture. "Why don't you ask him why he refuses to let me even try to help him?" Sebastian looked away, toward the high wall at the base of the yard, and the simple stone grotto she had erected for the bones she was collecting from this ground. He blew out a long, painful breath. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I did." He saw a glitter of what might have been unshed tears in her eyes, but she simply nodded, swallowed hard, and went back to her weeding. He said, "Gibson tells me you finished the autopsy on the headless man." She kept her attention on her task. "I did. Yes." "Did you find anything? Anything at all that might help identify him?" "Not really. He was a Caucasian male, much closer to 40 than 50. At one time he'd led a more active life, but of late his days had been filled with little physical exertion, beyond enjoying his dinner and a good bottle of brandy. But we already knew that, didn't we?" "Any idea how he died?" "No. He was healthy, and there's no sign of any wound on the part of him that we have, which means he could have been shot in the face, bashed in the head, or—" She paused. "Or what?" "Or decapitated while still alive." Jesus, thought Sebastian. "No scars anywhere on his body?" "No. No scars, no birthmarks, no noticeable moles." I wonder what his hands might have revealed. She looked up. "You think that's why the hands were cut off? Because they could have helped identify him?" "I can't come up with any other reason. Beyond the history of what we used to do to people after we tortured them into saying they were witches or werewolves," he thought, but he kept that to himself. "Can you?" Her gaze drifted away to a sprawling ancient rosebush awash in fist-sized, gloriously scented pink blooms, but he did not think she was really seeing it. "The hands are a particularly human part of our bodies, are they not? They're like the face and the eyes. Students of anatomy frequently find dissecting them disturbing. Yet this killer had no problem at all chopping them off. Perhaps the victim, whoever he was, used his hands to do something that enraged his killer. A man uses his hands for many things, yes? To steal, to wound or kill, to touch a woman." It was an explanation that hadn't occurred to Sebastian, one that might conceivably provide a link between Miles Sedgwick and this unidentified victim. If only they knew who the hell the man was. And he felt it again, that upswelling of frustration and anger that was as useless as it was corrosive. He glanced back toward the house. "When will Gibson be better?" "Tomorrow, perhaps." "He's going to kill himself if he keeps this up much longer." "Yes." Sebastian brought his gaze back to the Frenchwoman beside him. "What can I do?"
Help him. Find the courage to do what he must do. Or at least try. How? But she simply stared up at him, her face pale and solemn, her eyes defiantly dry. That morning, Hero had arranged to interview a wherryman who worked Puddle Dock, just below Blackfriars Bridge. But when her carriage turned onto Newbridge Street, they found the way to the wharves blocked by a pushing, shouting crowd of fishermen and bargemen, mingled with everything from costermongers and shopkeepers to beggars and crossing sweepers. The air was filled with excited voices and the barking of dogs. Putting down her window, Hero stared out over the churning sea of bobbing hats and bonnets, but she couldn't begin to see what had attracted the mass of people. "What is it?" she called up to her coachman. He shook his head. "I can't tell, my lady." "I'll get down here." His face went slack. "But, my lady—" She gathered her skirts. "You heard me." She waited while her footman let down the carriage steps, then descended to the pavement. A half-grown leather worker's apprentice went to dart around her, but she reached out to snag his arm, swinging him around to face her. "What is it?" she asked. "What has happened?" Tall and skinny, the lad looked to be perhaps 13 or 14, with sandy hair and a sunburned nose and a pronounced overbite. "They done found a man's body, lodged up against one of the piers of the bridge," he said, his thin chest jerking with his laboured breathing. "And he's missing his head, just like that fella they found down by the Isle of Dogs a few days ago." "Only his head?" "No," said the boy, his grey eyes wide with a combination of horror and excitement. "He ain't got a head or feet." Chapter 26. Sebastian arrived at the wharfs below Blackfriars Bridge to find Hero's yellow-bodied carriage drawn up outside a neat, red-brick 18th-century inn with white-painted double-hung windows. The door to the carriage stood open, and she was sitting inside drinking a cup of tea while scribbling in the black notebook she held balanced on one knee. "Ah, there you are," she said, looking up. She was wearing one of the walking dresses she typically wore for her interviews, the colour a soft silver that seemed to bring out the sooty sparks in her grey eyes. A tall, Shaco-inspired hat of the same midnight blue as the beading at the neck of her gown rested on the seat beside her. "Have you seen him?" asked Sebastian, hopping up to take the seat facing her. She finished her tea and handed the empty cup down to the inn's boy. "If you mean the latest mutilated corpse, no, I have not. The river police aren't letting anyone near the wharf, but I have spoken to the 2 wherrymen who pulled the body ashore." "And?" "They confirmed what the leather-worker's apprentice told me." "No head or feet?" To quote one of the wherrymen, "Nothing but 2 bloody stumps and a raw neck, looking like something you'd see in a butcher's shop." She set aside her notebook and pencil. "But here's the strange thing. They said he's still wearing his clothes, or at least his shirt and pantaloons." Sebastian drew a deep breath that smelled of the river and the climbing roses trained around the inn's doorway. "I don't understand any of this." "Perhaps that's because you're trying to make sense of it, and there is no sense. Whoever is doing this is simply mad." He shook his head, although he couldn't have said precisely what he was denying, that the killer was mad, or that the killings were senseless and therefore unfathomable. She said, "The body was lodged against the bridge's 3rd pier when they found him. The younger wherryman told me he thought it had been in the water a couple of hours.
But his uncle said no. It was probably more like 24.
How old is the uncle?
45, perhaps. The nephew is in the second year of his apprenticeship.
Given the number of bodies he has no doubt pulled from the river over the course of his career, I think I'm inclined to believe the uncle.
Sebastian stared out the carriage window at the crowd still milling around in the street.
Somehow, I suspect the river police aren't going to let me anywhere near the wharf either.
Probably not, said Hero, nodding to where a small man in spectacles with a high-pitched, squeaky voice could be seen determinedly walking his way through the throng. But I've no doubt Sir Henry will.
"Lord Devlin," said Lovejoy, when Sebastian threaded his way to him through the pushing, shoving mass of curious onlookers, being held back from the wharf by the river police. "How fortuitous! I hadn't expected the lad I sent to find you so quickly."
"He didn't," said Sebastian, as the river police stepped back to let them through to the wharf. "Lady Devlin was on her way to an interview when she came upon the disturbance and sent me word."
"Good heavens! I trust her ladyship was not unduly alarmed by this spectacle."
"She's fine, thank you." Lovejoy cleared his throat.
"Yes, well, her ladyship is a truly remarkable woman."
He drew up at the base of the steps that led down to the old wharf, his gaze fixed on the silent, formless lump that lay halfway down the stretch of weathered grey planks, the wind off the water flapping the corners of the worn canvas tarp that had been thrown over it like a shroud.
"Have you seen him?"
"Not yet." The magistrate nodded to one of the constables as they climbed down the stairs. "Let's see what we have here, shall we?" Reaching down, the constable flipped back the tarp to reveal the headless body of a man dressed only in a waterlogged shirt and a fine pair of pantaloons. His legs ended at his ankles.
"Merciful heavens!"
whispered Lovejoy, groping for his handkerchief. Sebastian found himself having to draw a deep breath, and then another. Once his life had been filled with the mutilated remains of men strewn across more battlefields than he could remember. Sometimes they still came to him in his dreams, men missing arms and legs and jaws, the sides of faces, the tops of their heads, men with bodies so shredded by cannon fire and grape shot as to be nearly unrecognizable as human. He should have been used to it, should have long ago become inured to the sights and smells of carnage. Instead, he found he had to look away from what was left of this unknown killer's latest victim. He was suddenly aware of the wind off the river ruffling the hair at the base of his neck in a way that sent a chill down his spine as he stared out over the choppy, sun-dazzled water.
"This one looks younger than the last,"
said Lovejoy, his hands braced on his knees as he leaned over. Sebastian forced himself to look again at the headless corpse before them. Lovejoy was right. This man was obviously much younger than the previous headless corpse. Younger and leaner, his wet linen shirt clinging to the clearly defined muscles of his arms and chest. But it was the exquisite cut of his trousers that caught Sebastian's attention.
"We may be in luck,"
he said, hunkering down beside the dead man.
"Whatever Bond Street tailor made these pantaloons will surely recognize his own work."
Lovejoy straightened, his troubled gaze meeting Sebastian's.
"So why did the killer leave them?"
"Perhaps he wants us to know who this one is."
"Then why take the head and feet?"
But Sebastian could only shake his head, the silence filling with the slap of the river against the wharf's pilings and the plaintive cries of the seagulls wheeling overhead. Chapter 27.
That morning, Cat Boleyn wandered the flower and live plant section of Covent Garden Market. The day was still cool and vaguely misty. The piazza a raucous, colourful swirl of brawling stall-keepers and haggling buyers, of rumbling cartwheels and barking dogs and running, shouting children. She paused for a moment, breathing in the sweet scents of honeysuckle and jasmine, and remembering another time, another place. She'd been born in a small white cottage on the edge of an Irish green, to a beautiful, laughing, loving woman who died a hideous death at the hands of a troop of British soldiers. The sights and sounds of that misty morning, the fear and rage and gritty determination that had surged through her as she listened to the British soldiers' laughter while her mother and stepfather slowly died, would always be a part of Cat. It had helped form her into the woman she was now. "It's all right to be afraid," her stepfather used to tell her. "Sometimes fear is sensible, but you can't let fear control your life or stop you from doing the things you were meant to do." She'd sworn to live her life that way. But now her fear wasn't stopping her. It was haunting her. She was being watched, and she was being followed. Even before Devlin's warning, she'd been uneasy, although she couldn't have articulated why. But she now understood that what she had somehow sensed was a malevolence focused intently upon her. She'd never seen the man well enough to recognize him, only a shadow in the night, a nondescript, half-hidden face in the crowd that was quickly glimpsed and then gone. But he was out there, and he meant to kill her. Of that she was certain. It had been her intent this morning to contact a dashing, laughing young Irishman named Aidan O'Connell, who was something quite different from the careless, heedless younger son of an earl that most thought him. But she knew now that she was going to need to be very, very careful, lest in her attempt to warn him, she inadvertently betray him instead. Chapter 28. Sebastian spent much of the afternoon visiting the haunts frequented by gentlemen of means, the exclusive clubs of St. James's Street, Tattersall's, and Cribb's Parlour, Manton's Shooting Gallery, and Angelo's. But he finally came upon the man he was seeking, walking across the forecourt of the British Museum. "Devlin!" said Monty, his face breaking into a broad smile when he caught sight of Sebastian coming toward him. Then the smile faded. "Did you hear? They've pulled another headless body from the Thames." "I did, yes." Macpherson gave an exaggerated grimace. "It's bloody ugly, that's what this is. What the devil do you think is going on?" "I wish I knew." Sebastian threw a quick glance at a group of white-haired, stoop-shouldered scholars standing nearby, deep in conversation. "Walk with me a ways." "Of course." The two men turned toward the portico to Great Russell Street. By now the wind had blown all but a few stray wisps of fluffy white clouds from the sky, leaving it a pale, muted blue. "So, who is this new dead man?" said Macpherson. "Does anyone know?" "Not yet." "Bloody hell," said the Scotsman, on a harsh exhalation of breath. "I suppose when you think about it, it's a miracle Sedgwick was identified." "It is," said Sebastian, as they turned up the street. "I've discovered where he went when he was on the continent, by the way." Macpherson glanced over at him. "Where?" "Vienna." Macpherson sucked his lower lip between his teeth, his features looking oddly drawn. "I don't like the sound of that." "Neither do I. From what I gather, he was on a mission for either the Foreign Office or Bathurst, but I'm hearing he also brought back a list of people in London thought to have sent sensitive information to Napoleon in the past. Have you heard about that?" "Good God, no. Are you serious?" "You don't know anything about it," said Sebastian. "Your friend tells your wife about it, but not you. And then your wife tells Hero about it, but not you." "No," said Macpherson. "You think that's why Sedgwick was killed? Because of this list?" "It's obviously a possibility. Although Sybil Wilde would have me believe it's far more likely he was killed by a jealous husband." Sebastian kept his gaze on his friend's face, but Macpherson was very good at hiding his thoughts and emotions behind an expression of bland innocence when he wanted to. It was one of the talents that had made him so good at what they'd all once done. "So you visited the Weird Sisters, did you?" he said, a gleam of amusement lighting his pale blue eyes. "I did, and then got jumped by a couple of unsavoury types when I left." The amusement vanished. "You're lucky they didn't kill you. That kind will slit your throat for a penny. Except these weren't common thieves. They were messengers sent by someone who wants me to quit asking questions." "About Sedgwick? That sounds rather telling."
Macpherson stared across the street at the leafy green swath of Bloomsbury Square, where a nursemaid was shepherding her 3 charges through the gates.
"I've been thinking about what you asked me the other day, if I knew of anyone who might want to see Sedgwick dead." "And?"
He brought his gaze back to Sebastian.
"What do you know about Cabrera?"
The name stirred vague, dark memories, the kind that are all the more troublesome because you know deep down that the truth is actually far worse than anything you've heard.
"You mean the island of Majorca, where they sent the French prisoners who surrendered after the Battle of Bailen?"
Macpherson nodded.
"They say that altogether somewhere between 10 and 15,000 French prisoners of war were sent to the island. Did you hear how many made it back to France when they were finally released last year? Between 3,000 and 5,000. Christ. Why? You dump thousands of men on a tiny desert island with no food, water, clothes, or shelter. What do you think is going to happen?" "But those men were Spain's prisoners. What does any of it have to do with Sedgwick?" "They were Spain's prisoners, yes, except that under the terms of their surrender, the French prisoners were supposed to be repatriated to France. We're the ones who stopped the Spaniards from honouring their treaty obligations. We didn't want all those men being sent back to France to live and fight another day. But we didn't want them kept on the mainland either, because we were afraid a French army would free them. So we basically told the Spaniards we'd blow their ships out of the water if they tried to transport the prisoners anywhere but the islands." "I still don't understand what any of this has to do with Sedgwick." "He was acting as a go-between at the time, shuttling back and forth between Admiral Collingwood and the various Wellesley brothers. 3 of them had a hand in it, you know, not just Wellington, but Henry and Richard as well. And from what I understand, Sedgwick wasn't simply carrying messages. He also served as an advocate for Wellington, pushing London's demands. He was very good at that sort of thing, you know."
Monty fell silent for a moment, his head tipping back as he stared up at the leaves of the plane trees, shifting in the wind against the pale blue sky. That island was the worst kind of hell, and it lasted for 5 long years, or at least it did for the few rare souls who somehow managed to survive it. I can see some poor bastard who went through that wanting to kill anyone and everyone he held responsible for what was done to him. Yes, except there must be a hell of a lot of men who bear more responsibility for what happened to Cabrera than Sedgwick. Perhaps, said Macpherson. Except how many of them do you think are here in London now and easy to get at? Castlereagh is so unpopular, and afraid that he doesn't go anywhere alone these days. Sebastian met his friend's gaze and simply shook his head, and the silence became something they shared, something filled only with the clatter of hooves and the rattle of cartwheels and the sweet laughter of the children playing in the distant square. Chapter 29. That evening, Sebastian arrived at Hendon House on Grosvenor Square to find the Earl seated in his favourite armchair beside the library fire, a worn, leather-bound volume of Marcus Aurelius open on his lap, and a glass of tawny cognac at his elbow. "Huh," grunted Hendon, looking up when Sebastian entered the room. "I hear you're still at it. Chasing after whoever's behind these ghastly murders, I mean." "Did you think I'd quit?" said Sebastian, going to pour himself a cognac. Hendon's jaw tightened, but there was a shadow in his eyes that belied his words. He set aside his book. "And have you discovered anything that might explain what the devil is going on?" "I've found more than one person with a good reason to kill Miles Sedgwick. But are any of them responsible? I don't know. It's rather difficult to understand a murderer's motives when 2 of his 3 victims are still unidentified." "Still?" "Still," said Sebastian, coming to settle in the chair opposite the Earl. "What can you tell me about Cabrera?" Hendon stared at him. "Cabrera? What the hell has Cabrera to do with this?" "Perhaps nothing. Perhaps everything. I'm told some of the responsibility for what happened to those prisoners rests with Britain. Is that true?" For a long moment Hendon simply stared at him, his face tight in a way that made him look older than his years. Then he drew a long breath and let it out slowly. "I suppose there are ugly episodes in every nation's past that ought by rights to stain their honour for eternity." "You're saying Cabrera is one of ours?" "Yes. But I suspect that in the end it will all simply be forgotten. The French don't want to remember the embarrassment of their defeat at Bailen, and the Spanish are, after all, the Spanish, while we like to pretend we had nothing to do with it." "But we did." Hendon reached for his cognac and took a long, slow swallow. "Oh, yes. Spain was going to honour the terms of the surrender agreement until we stepped in." "So it's true. We stopped them from repatriating their prisoners?" Hendon nodded. "They'd march them to Cadiz in preparation for loading them on transports and sending them to France. There was something like 25,000 of them in all." "That many?" Hendon nodded. 17,000 from Dupont de l'Etang's army at Bailen, plus another 5,000 of his troops that surrendered later, and 3,000 more from I forget where. Spain was going to send them all back to France, but then we stepped in."
The regional commander of the Royal Navy at the time was Vice Admiral Cuthbert Collingwood, who'd basically been given the authority of a viceroy. He told the Spaniards that if they tried to honour their promise and repatriate the French prisoners, we'd blow their transports out of the water. So what happened? At first, nothing. The Spaniards didn't know what to do. They couldn't send the prisoners to France the way they'd planned, so for a time they simply kept them in Cadiz. A few were being held in the castle there, but most were crowded into hulks in the harbour, where conditions were appalling. Hundreds were dying every day, to the point the people of Cadiz were complaining because they couldn't deal with all the dead bodies.
Hendon drained his cognac and set the empty glass aside.
By that time, Napoleon himself had come to take charge of the French army in Spain, and London was afraid he was going to march on Cadiz and free his captured soldiers. Just think, 25,000 men, or I suppose more like 20,000 by then, added to the French ranks. We told the Spaniards they had to get their prisoners out of there. But not send them back to France? Obviously not. The Spanish government, or what there was left of it at the time with the king in exile, decided that if we wouldn't let them send the prisoners to France, and if they couldn't keep them on the mainland, then the only thing they could do would be to ship them to the Mediterranean, to Mallorca or Minorca. Except the citizens of the main islands didn't want them, and Collingwood didn't want them there either because he liked to use the two islands for his fleet. So whose idea was it to send them to Cabrera? I don't know. It's a tiny, wretched place about 20 miles from Palma, totally uninhabited and essentially uninhabitable. Basically, it's just a small stretch of rocky cliffs and scrub-covered hills with only one freshwater spring that disappears in the heat of summer. I'm told there's a small medieval castle by the bay, more like a fortified tower, really, that could provide shelter for maybe 20 or 30 men, not 15 to 20,000. And we simply dumped them there? Hendon nodded. With no food, no water, no shelter, and no means of building any. At least Robinson Crusoe had a wrecked ship from which he could salvage all sorts of tools and materials. Those poor bastards on Cabrera had nothing. Nothing.
Hendon drew a pouch of tobacco from his pocket and reached for his pipe. Sebastian waited while he tamped a load of tobacco in the bowl and kindled a taper. After a moment, the Earl continued. Eventually, the local government in Mallorca hired someone to take over a small shipment of food from Palma every 4 days. But the rations were starvation level. A few ounces of bread and a handful of beans per man per day. And sometimes the ship simply didn't come, either because of the weather or because the officials in Mallorca couldn't pay the bill. Then the men marooned on the island would starve. At first, when there were more of them, they were dying at the rate of 400 or 500 a day. My God, whispered Sebastian. Hendon was silent for a moment, his hand cupping the bowl of his pipe, his expression that of a man whose thoughts were far, far away. Then he sighed and said, No one knows exactly how many died there. Some of the men eventually volunteered to join the Spanish army simply to have a chance of surviving. At one point, we took off a few dozen officers and brought them here to England.
and the prisoners themselves tried to hide the real number of deaths because an artificially inflated number of survivors meant more food for the living. But it wasn't only the lack of food that killed them. Many died of thirst in the summer or of exposure in the winter. After a few years, they were basically naked, and they could never really build much in the way of proper shelters. More than a few of them despaired of ever leaving the island and threw themselves off the cliffs into the sea. I'm surprised any of them survived. I suppose it's a testament to the human spirit.
Sebastian lifted his cognac to his lips and took a deep drink that burned all the way down.
You say London decided not to allow Spain to repatriate the French prisoners? Who in London?
Hendon drew on his pipe, then let the smoke ease out slowly before answering.
Castlereagh was foreign minister at first and must bear a large measure of responsibility along with Admiral Collingwood. But it would be wrong to put it all on those two alone. Wellington's voice was loud, as were those of his brothers. Richard Wellesley was our ambassador to Spain, then took over as Foreign Secretary, at which point their brother Henry was sent to Spain as ambassador. And Jarvis, what was his position in all this?
Hendon met Sebastian's hard gaze.
What do you think?
And yours? Where was your voice? Sebastian wanted to ask. Instead, he said,
Who else?
Hendon thought about it, then shook his head.
I honestly can't recall.
Sebastian decided to let it go. I'm told Miles Sedgwick played a role, mainly as a go-between for the Wellesley brothers and Collingwood.
You're suggesting that's why he was killed? But why would someone go after a mere messenger?
Because Collingwood is already dead, and men like Castlereagh and Wellington are essentially beyond reach, perhaps.
And the two headless bodies that have been pulled from the Thames, how do they fit into it?
I don't know that they do.
God preserve us,
muttered Hendon. The two men sat in silence for a time, Hendon sucking on his pipe and Sebastian nursing his drink. Then Sebastian said,
Any news from Belgium? Not yet, but it's coming.
Sebastian emptied his cognac and set the glass aside.
So tell me this. What happened to the men from Cabrera? The few who survived, I mean.
Hendon kept his gaze on his pipe.
After Napoleon was exiled to Elba, they were loaded onto ships from the French Royal Navy and taken to Marseilles. At first the Bourbons locked them up, intending to send them into exile in Corsica.
Are you serious?
Hendon nodded. Except when word of it leaked out, the people of Marseilles stormed the barracks where they were being held and released them. After all, these were their brothers, fathers, sons, and husbands. At that point, the Bourbons gave up and let them go. Most are so wrecked, both physically and mentally, by what they went through, that they'll probably be invalids the rest of their lives and die young. But I've no doubt some of them found their way to rejoin Napoleon's army and are at this very moment marching against us in Belgium.
He paused.
If I wanted revenge, I suspect that's what I'd do if I were one of them. Not come here to London to lop the heads off a few men who surely played only an incidental role in what was done to me.
Hendon looked over at Sebastian.
Wouldn't you? If I were still sane. Except, how sane do you think anyone would be after spending 5 years in hell? Henda met his gaze and held it. Probably not very. Chapter 30. "How have I never heard of any of this?" said Hero, later that night, as they sat beside the fire in their room. Hero curled up in the armchair with Sebastian leaning back against her chair and sipping a glass of Burgundy at her feet. "Who is going to talk about it?" he said. "I suspect even the men responsible for it aren't proud of it. Although I've no doubt they long ago found a way to justify it to themselves. There's a certain kind of man who can justify almost anything." She was silent for a moment, and he knew she was thinking of her own father. Then she said, "If Macpherson is right, if this is all in revenge for what happened at Cabrera, how do you think the killer learned of the role Sedgwick played?" Sebastian watched the flames lick at the coal on the hearth. "I don't know. That's a good point. The truth is, Cabrera could have absolutely nothing to do with what happened to any of those men. I mean, why castrate Sedgwick? Why cut off the other 2 men's heads? If the killer simply didn't want them identified, why not bury the bodies someplace where they'd never be found?" She leaned forward to put her hands on his shoulders and massage his neck. "It's still possible the last 2 killings have absolutely nothing to do with what happened to Sedgwick. Yes, the bodies were mutilated, but in a dissimilar way. No one cut off Sedgwick's head, hands or feet, just his privates, which strikes me as a very different thing." He blew out his breath in a long sigh. "There's no denying that what happened to Sedgwick does suggest a more sexual motive to his killing." She reached for his wineglass, took a sip, then handed it back to him. "I thought I might try talking to Eloisa again tomorrow. I keep thinking about what that poor governess Phoebe Cox told you about Sedgwick's marriage." "You think Eloisa and her reverend might have decided to make her wish that Miles die a reality?" "I can see a woman whose husband seduced their governess under her own roof being so furious as to shoot off her husband's face and castrate him." He swung around to look at her. "Even someone like Eloisa?" "Yes." "Interesting." "And she would have had her good friend the Reverend dispose of the body for her afterward." "I didn't realize you disliked her that much." "I don't. I actually feel sorry for her, in a way. But excessively religious people tend to make me nervous. All too often, they're the kind who can massacre every Muslim in Jerusalem and burn witches at Smithfield and toss the heads of suspected werewolves into the Thames, then have a good dinner and go to bed to sleep the sound sleep of the proudly righteous." She reached for his wine again. "If you like, I could also ask her about Cabrera. She might know something." "You think she'll agree to see you again?" "I don't intend to give her a chance to deny me. She frequently takes her children for a walk in the park in the morning. I'll simply contrive to run into her there." Saturday, the 17th of June. The next morning dawned clear and sunny, with a light breeze that lifted the bright green leaves of the plane trees in the park against the blue sky and scattered the red and pink petals of spent roses across the grass like confetti. Hero and Claire took the boys to toss a ball near the round reservoir in Hyde Park, and hadn't been there more than 10 minutes before Hero spotted Eloisa Sedgwick with 2 of her 3 children and a middle-aged woman in a sombre black dress turning in through the gate. "Here," said Hero, throwing the ball to Claire. To the boys she called, "I'll be right back." Eloisa had seen her now, and Hero caught the faint pinch of dismay that flitted across the woman's features before she smoothed it away. "Mrs. Sedgwick." "Good morning," said Hero, walking across the grass toward her. "How are you?" Eloisa paused, one hand coming up to cup the crown of her black widow's bonnet, as she cast a quick glance farther up the path. "Lady Devlin, what a pleasant surprise. I'm doing well, thank you." The two children, a serious-looking tow-headed boy of 8 and a girl who couldn't be more than a year younger, stood a few paces away from their mother with the sombre, pinched-faced woman who was surely their governess. Eloisa had obviously decided not to take any chances when she'd replaced Phoebe Cox. "It's a lovely morning, is it not?" said Hero, coming up to them. "It is, yes." "How fortuitous my seeing you like this. I've been wanting to ask you something. Did your husband ever speak to you of Cabrera?" Eloisa looked at her blankly. "Who?" "The island of Cabrera, just off Majorca in the Mediterranean. Did he ever mention it to you?" The widow coloured slightly, obviously embarrassed by her error. "No. Why do you ask?" Hero kept her voice low out of consideration for the children. "Devlin thinks it might have something to do with his death." "Oh," said Eloisa, casting another glance up the path. "I'm sorry," said Hero, watching her. "Am I keeping you? Were you meeting someone?" Eloisa jerked her gaze back to Hero's face. "What? Oh, no, of course not." "Good, because I need to ask you something else. Let's walk apart from the others for a moment, shall we?" "What is it?" asked Eloisa, accompanying Hero with obvious reluctance. "It's about the governess that you dismissed last spring. I'm wondering, why was that?" Eloisa's expression remained bland, but Hero could see the pulse beating in her throat, just above the narrow band of black lace that edged the high neck of her mourning gown. "I'm afraid she simply proved to be unsatisfactory." "Oh? And how long was she with you?" 4 years. "Goodness! And you only just decided she was unsatisfactory?" The widow's jaw tightened. "If you must know, I was forced to let her go because I discovered she was with child." "Did she tell you who the father was?" Eloisa gave a decidedly unbelievable laugh. "Good heavens, no! Why would I care?" "She didn't tell you that your husband seduced her? That he was the father of her child?" For a long moment, Eloisa simply stared at her, her face draining of all colour, her chest jerking with her agitated breathing. "Who told you that?" "Why? Is it true?" "No, of course not. The nasty little liar. She was desperate to stay. Claimed she had no place to go." "And yet you dismissed her anyway?" "Why wouldn't I? What do I care if she starves in the streets? Lying little strumpet. No better than she should be. She deserves everything that has happened to her." "Are you quite certain she made it up? That Miles wasn't the father?" "Don't be ridiculous." The widow gave a sharp, bitter laugh. "I heard just this morning that she's been remanded into custody." It took Hero a moment to understand what Eloisa was saying. "Phoebe Cox is in prison? Why?" "For murdering her own baby. And if there's any justice in this world, she'll hang."
The woman cast another quick glance up the path, then said, "And now you must excuse me." Signalling to her children and their governess, Eloisa turned away, her head held high, her eyes fixed straight ahead, as she walked toward the fashionably dressed young gentleman Hero could now see, waiting for them farther up the path. It was the Reverend Sinclair Palmer. "I don't think Eloisa will agree to speak to me again," said Hero, taking off her chip hat as she walked into the library on Brook Street an hour later. Devlin looked up from where he sat at his desk, cleaning a small double-barreled pistol. "Why? What happened?" She told him. "Do you think it's true that Phoebe Cox is in prison for killing her own baby?" "Well, when I saw her, she did say the child was dead." Hero went to stand beside the window, her arms crossed at her chest, her gaze on the housemaid scrubbing the steps of the house across the street with a brush and a bucket of soapy water. "I can't believe I actually felt sorry for Eloisa the last time I spoke to her. What a bitter, vile creature she is." "But you already knew that, didn't you? You're the one who saw the fires of Smithfield in her eyes." Hero turned her head to look back at him. "What prison would Phoebe be in?" "I've no idea. But I can find out." Chapter 31. Someone less familiar with the ways of his world might have been inclined to view what was happening to Phoebe Cox as a tragic but isolated incident. Sebastian knew better. Sometimes, like Phoebe, a woman in service allowed herself to be seduced by her employer, but more often than not, she was simply forced by either her master or one of his sons, or even a passing house guest. English gentlemen of means were rarely held accountable for raping servants. After all, who would believe such a woman over her betters? The lucky ones cried themselves to sleep at night and somehow found a way to live with what had happened to them. The unlucky ones fell pregnant. Once her belly began to show, an unmarried servant in the family way would inevitably be turned off without a character, and if she didn't die of starvation or exposure, but lived to birth her babe, she faced a new, even more terrifying danger, for a single woman who gave birth to a child only to have that child die could be accused of killing it, and then hanged for murder. Driven by a heavy sense of dread, Sebastian went first to the Haymarket looking for Phoebe Cox, but her place across from the theatre was empty, and none of the women he spoke with would admit to knowing where she lodged. He told himself that for someone who catered to the crowds of theatre-goers, it was early yet. He would need to come back again later. But on the off chance that what Eloisa had told Hero was true, he set Tom to making inquiries at the city's various prisons, and sent a note to Sir Henry Lovejoy asking for his help in locating the woman. London had a lot of prisons. He then spent several hours making discreet inquiries into the Reverend Sinclair Palmer. Marylebone was a choice living, and it didn't take Sebastian long to discover that Eloisa Sedgwick's childhood friend was related to both the Duke of Newcastle and the Earl of Oxford. The Reverend hadn't particularly distinguished himself at Cambridge, but he'd more than made up for that by his ostentatious religious zeal. A conservative old high churchman in the mould of the new Bishop of London, he was obviously an ambitious man, and it occurred to Sebastian, as he turned his horses toward Marylebone, that marriage to Edward Platt's wealthy,
recently widowed daughter would do much to advance such a man's career. The parish of Marylebone was an old one, once no more than a small rural village to the northwest of London. Its original church, dedicated to St. John the Evangelist in the 12th century, was long gone, having been replaced in the 15th century by one built beside a bourne or stream and dedicated to Mary, Mary by the Bourne. That church, too, was gone, and its replacement was about to be supplanted by an even newer place of worship being built near Regent's Park, for the area had become increasingly wealthy and fashionable in recent years and would only keep growing. It was at the sight of the half-finished new church that Sebastian found the Reverend Palmer standing in a slice of golden afternoon sunlight and deep in conversation with the short, stocky foreman of the half-dozen or so stonemasons working on a grand Corinthian portico that looked like it was modelled on the Pantheon of Rome. The Reverend was dressed in a long, plain black cassock, but this was not the rusty, threadbare garment worn by so many parish churchmen. The tailoring was exquisite, the cloth new and fine, its black veiled fascia ending in two long silk tassels. When Sebastian's carricle pulled in next to the curb, the Reverend left the foreman and walked toward him, his handsome, even features smiling, his eyes alive with speculation. "Lord Devlin," he said with a bow when Sebastian introduced himself, "this is indeed an honour. Have you come to view our fine new church?" He swept an expansive hand toward the building and raised his voice slightly so that he might be heard over the pounding and clatter of the workmen. "It was originally intended as a chapel of ease, you know, to accommodate our growing population, but then it was decided to make this the new parish seat, so it is being enlarged and reconfigured in a more impressive style." Sebastian squinted up at the 3-story stone spire that towered 100 feet or more above them, surmounted by a miniature temple with 8 caryatids and a dome. "It is indeed impressive." The Reverend's smile widened. "The area was already becoming increasingly prosperous, you know. But now with the establishment of the Regent's grand new park, the rate of construction of fine town houses is frankly unbelievable. My mother feared I was making a mistake, taking up the living at a parish on the outskirts of London. But this is a new world we live in, is it not?" The smile faded, and he cleared his throat, his features becoming grave. "Mrs. Sedgwick tells me you're looking into the death of her late husband. Shocking business, that." "You knew him?" "Only peripherally. His wife and I are childhood friends. I fear this has all been a dreadful strain on Mrs. Sedgwick. She's such a good Christian woman, and she already had so much to bear." "Because of her husband, you mean?" The Reverend looked away toward the row of classically fronted houses that stood beside the church, his eyes narrowing against the westering sun. "As to that, I shouldn't say." "Who do you think killed him?" The Reverend brought his gaze back to Sebastian's face. "If you ask me, it's rather obvious." "It is?" "How well did you know the man?" "I knew him in the army." "Why?" "You know of his interests." "To which particular interests are you referring?" A loud clatter of lumber jerked Palmer's attention to where 2 of the workmen were moving a stack of boards. He lowered his voice and leaned forward. "I fear the man was attracted to the forces of darkness." "By which I take it you mean his interest in witches and werewolves."
Palmer nodded. Witches, werewolves, tarot, astrology, and goodness knows what else. You know that he made a habit of frequenting the alchemists and cartomancers of Seven Dials? I did, yes. Under the circumstances, I fear such a dark, violent end was inevitable, wouldn't you say? You're of the opinion he was killed in St. Giles? The Reverend looked vaguely surprised by the suggestion. As to that, I couldn't say. But his associates were evil. As the good Lord says, let not thy soul enter into their secrets, nor join their assemblies. For in their anger they slew men, and I will divide them in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel. The quote didn't sound quite right to Sebastian, but all he said was, Are you referring to any evil associates in particular? I fear there are many who share his satanic interests. It's become almost an obsession in our modern world, wouldn't you say? I don't know if I'd call an interest in folklore satanic. Palmer looked at him with the patient, pitying eyes of one long accustomed to dealing with the delusional folly of sinners. Ah, but that's how it often begins, is it not? By posing as an innocent, scholarly interest in the traditions and tales of our forebears. But whether such a one seeks to fool himself or only others, the sad truth is that he has simply found a cloak to cover his surrender to the seductive allure of darkness. I can see that this is something that troubles you a great deal, said Sebastian. These are troubled times, are they not? But prosperous? Sebastian watched a workman begin to scramble up the scaffolding that still half obscured the portico's grand pediment, and the other men whose mutilated bodies were thrown in the Thames. You think they were killed for the same reason? It seems a logical assumption, wouldn't you say? Deuteronomy tells us, There shall not be found amongst you anyone who maketh his son or his daughter pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. You're suggesting the men were killed by someone interpreting that passage literally? The Reverend's eyes widened in what looked very much like alarm. Good heavens, no! Only that those who flirt with evil shall inevitably become its victims. He glanced back at his brand-new church, its western front turned a deep gold by the afternoon sun. And now, you really must excuse me. I promised our foreman that I'd go over the proposed changes to the galleries. Of course. Thank you for your time. Always more than happy to be of service, said Palmer. Then he hurried away without looking back, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, the warm June breeze billowing the black skirt of his fine cassock out behind him. After he had gone, Sebastian stood for a time on the pavement before the new church, his gaze on the leafy green expanse of Regent's Park spreading out to the north. The sun was warm on his face, the air fragrant with the sweet scent from a red climbing rose that tumbled over a nearby garden wall, and the hot, spicy tang of the gingerbread being hawked by a man near the corner with a barrel. There were at least 4 good explanations for Sedgwick's murder, but the man's habit of seducing and discarding women did nothing to explain the deaths of the 2 unidentified dead men, while the dangerous list of names he was said to be carrying might conceivably explain all 3 deaths, although not the mutilation of their bodies. And when it came to Cabrera, Sebastian couldn't see how any of it fit. But this troubling linkage of an interest in folklore to evil satanic forces did explain much of the mutilation, and it might conceivably explain the deaths of the other 2 men, if only he knew who they were. Chapter 32. Remembering what Dudley Tiptoff had said about the attacks he'd faced as a result of his research into the lore of witchcraft and werewolves, Sebastian decided to pay another visit to Bloomsbury. He found the scholar at home, in an upstairs room that might once have been a bedchamber, but was now lined with utilitarian shelves from floor to ceiling on all 4 sides, and stacked with boxes in the centre. The shelves were crowded with overflowing boxes and baskets, African masks and Native American beaded slippers, jumbled together with red and black figure pottery from Greece, and what looked like an ancient wooden statue of Kuan Yin. Tiptoff was up on a ladder rummaging through a box he had dragged half off one of the top shelves. When the housemaid showed Sebastian up to him, the scholar glanced over and said, "Don't mind me, I shan't be but a moment." "My apologies for the interruption," said Sebastian, tipping back his head to look up at the man. "If you'd like, I could come back another time." No, seriously, I shan't be but a moment. Is there something you wish to ask me?" "Actually, yes. I was wondering if you're familiar with a reverend named Sinclair Palmer." Tiptoff paused in his search to squint down at him. "You mean that rector up at Marylebone? So you do know him?" "Shall we say, I know of him. The man is quite vocally opposed to any scholarly interest in traditional folklore, but he takes a particularly violent exception to the study of the ancient tales of werewolves and witches. Why do you ask?" His name came up. Tiptoff shoved the box back into place and climbed down his ladder. "I'm not surprised. Sedgwick loathed the man. He was particularly irritated by his wife's friendship with the fellow, which is rather amusing for a man with Sedgwick's habits." "Sedgwick thought there was something between his wife and the Reverend?" "As to that, I don't know," said Tiptoff, turning to rummage through a basket on one of the lower shelves. "Perhaps he simply grew tired of constantly tripping over the fellow in his own house. It's not as if Palmer's the type to keep his opinions to himself." "Has he ever attacked you for your interest in folklore?" "Not in person, if that's what you mean. But he wrote a particularly scathing attack on a paper I published in a journal last year. Accused me of doing the devil's work and all sorts of other nonsense." "I gather he does have a reputation for zealotry." "Oh, yes. Zealotry and hypocrisy. But then the 2 often go hand in hand, do they not?" "True," said Sebastian, "although hypocrisy is hardly the private preserve of zealots." "Yes, I fear it is a quite common human failing. We tend to justify our own evil acts as necessitated by circumstances or provoked by others, while refusing to acknowledge the role that provocation might play in the less than admirable behaviour of our enemies. Wouldn't you say?" "All too often," said Sebastian, his thoughts drifting inevitably to Cabrera. No nation could scream louder and with more righteous indignation than Britain when an opponent failed to honour their treaty obligations. "Is he capable of violence, do you think? Palmer, I mean?" "To be fair,
I don't actually know the man, only his type. Tiptoff abandoned his search of the basket and straightened, his features grave as he turned to face Sebastian. Tell me, my lord, do you ever give much thought to the nature of evil? Yes. Tiptoff studied him in silence for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I can see that. He sighed and turned away to pore through one of the boxes on a shelf near the door. Men such as Palmer prefer to think of evil as something metaphysical, something caused by, or at least inspired by, the devil or some other force of darkness. I suppose it protects them from having to confront the age-old quandary presented by the thought of a benevolent God creating a human heart capable of evil. How do you see evil? Said Sebastian. Me? I see it as the result of selfishness, the elevation of self-interest and personal desires above all else. That, and a lack of any sense of our interdependence or the value of other living things. Am I my brother's keeper? Quoted Sebastian quietly. Tiptoff nodded. That's the first act of true evil in the Bible, is it not? When Cain gives way to his jealous urge to remove his brother as a rival. Or at least it is, if we are talking about evil, and not mere sin, which is distinctly different, wouldn't you say? He stared down at the Celtic head of a bull in his hands, then set it aside to continue his rummaging. I've sometimes wondered if the worldwide incidence of werewolf legends stems from our human need to explain evil. In most werewolf stories, a normal man, often through no fault of his own, becomes an animal. Sometimes he is bitten or clawed. Sometimes he simply steps where he should not. But as an animal, he does great harm to others, committing unspeakable acts, murdering and devouring men, women, children, all without remorse. Then he goes back to being a seemingly normal man, although sometimes he bears some wound, something to show what he has been and what he has done. And witches? Ah, yes, witches. There's a slight difference there, don't you think? The belief in witches seems less driven by the need to explain human evil and more by the need to explain natural calamities. The death of a cow, the sickness of a child, the destructiveness of a storm that comes out of nowhere. He paused, then said, or at least that was true until the 15th century, when churchmen such as your Sinclair Palmer began to equate witchcraft with Satanism. But in one sense, I suppose both are the same. They're driven by the need to explain evil as something that comes from outside human nature, rather than... He broke off. Ah, here it is. He stood up and turned, a small bronze statue of a boar held proudly in his hands. Lovely, isn't it? It is, yes, said Sebastian. Believe it or not, it's an ancient Norse symbol of peace. They saw the boar as a representation of Freyr, the god of peace, sunshine and prosperity. He was the twin brother of Freya, you know, rode a golden boar and ruled over the kingdom of the elves. Of course, he was also associated with fertility and virility, which is why he's sometimes represented by a phallus. Tiptoff was silent for a moment,
his gaze on the ancient object in his hands. Then he looked up, his features pinched.
"I hear what people on the street are saying, that whoever is mutilating these men and throwing their bodies in the Thames must be some sort of inhuman monster."
Sebastian studied the man's earnest, bespectacled face.
"You don't think so?"
Tiptoff shook his head.
"What is more human than evil?"
Huh? Sebastian came out of the house a few minutes later to find his groom, Giles, walking the chestnuts up and down Berry Street. "Go ahead and take the curricle home, Giles," said Sebastian, as the groom brought the horses to a stand before him. "I need to stretch my legs."
"Yes, my lord."
Sebastian stood for a moment, watching his groom drive off toward Mayfair. Then he turned down Great Russell Street. The afternoon was bright and surprisingly hot, and he tipped his hat brim lower on his forehead to shield his eyes from the westering sun. It had now been nearly a week since someone tossed Miles Sedgwick's mutilated corpse into the Thames. 5 days since Alexei chanced to identify him as he lay on Gibson's granite slab. If she hadn't recognized the scars she herself had once bandaged, the Marquis's son would by now be just another anonymous corpse covered with quicklime in the local parish's overflowing porthole. Was that what his killer had intended? Sebastian wondered. To rob Sedgwick and the other victims not only of their lives, but of a decent burial? To deny anyone who loved them the knowledge of their ultimate fate? Is that why he mutilated them? Not in revenge for some unprincipled seduction or as part of an archaic religious superstition, but simply to prevent their identification? How could he have been so certain none of his victims would be reported missing in time? Had he known them that well? Known them and hated them because... Why? If they could somehow discover the identities of the other 2 men, it might all begin to make sense. Was that another reason for the mutilations? Because by hiding his victims' identities, the murderer also hid his own? Perhaps if he hadn't been so lost in thought, Sebastian would have noticed the man following him sooner. Whoever he was careful never to draw too near, but neither did he allow Sebastian to pull too far ahead. When Sebastian turned the corner onto Oxford Street, he caught a glimpse of his shadow. Of medium height, with slightly overlong dark hair, the man wore the neat, conservatively cut coat and trousers of a comfortably situated merchant or banker. Sebastian knew it was more than possible that the man was simply like Sebastian himself, walking toward Bond Street. But Sebastian found himself remembering another man, of average height, with overlong dark hair, a Frenchman dressed in a shabby coat and trousers that enabled him to fade into the background on the mean streets of some place like St. Giles. Damn, thought Sebastian. Damn, damn, damn. He was aware of the ache from his wounded leg growing more insistent, and wished like hell he'd brought his walking stick, both for the sake of his leg and for the handy sword hidden within it. Without either the sword stick or the neat little double-barreled flintlock he sometimes carried, he would be forced to rely on only his wits and the knife he habitually wore hidden in a sheath in his boot. He was suddenly acutely aware of his surroundings, of the stout woman in a lightweight bright turquoise pelisse and plumed turban walking a small white dog on the far side of the street, of the housemaid sweeping the steps of a house 2 doors down, of the boy of perhaps 12 washing the windows of a nearby greengrocer. Sebastian was looking for his French shadow's overgrown companion from St. Giles. But the giant was conspicuous enough that for the moment at least he was evidently staying out of sight. Sebastian's attention shifted then to an aged hackney carriage rolling slowly up behind him. The carriage's windows were empty, but its body still swayed heavily on its springs. "Oi! You there!" shouted the jarvey. At the exact moment, the Frenchman behind Sebastian broke into a run. Chapter 33. Sebastian spun around as the near door of the hackney flew open, revealing the big, overgrown oaf crouched awkwardly on the floorboards within. He felt the Frenchman slam into his back, sending him hurtling toward the open door, where the oaf, his craggy face breaking into a wide smile, was waiting to drag him inside. Gritting his teeth, Sebastian caught the edge of the swinging door with one hand and kicked out with his good leg, hooking his boot heel on the hackney's iron step so he could push back with all his strength. The unexpected jolt caught the Frenchman off balance, sending him reeling back. Sebastian felt his wounded leg buckle beneath him and staggered, but he didn't go down. Whirling, he grabbed the Frenchman by the front of his coat and threw him into the brick wall of the shop beside them. With a roar, the overgrown oaf erupted from the carriage, his massive arms reaching out to enclose Sebastian in a deadly bear hug. Dropping to a crouch, Sebastian yanked the knife from his boot and came up in a lunge, stepping neatly between the oaf's massive reaching arms to drive his blade up under the man's ribs, straight into his heart. Sebastian saw the big man's eyes widen, his features going slack with surprise as he staggered back. Jerking the knife free, Sebastian spun around just as the Frenchman pushed away from the shop wall and charged. "You son of a bitch!" swore Sebastian, slashing his knife's sharp blade across the other man's throat. Without even waiting to see the man fall, Sebastian turned again to confront the hackney driver. But the jarvey was already whipping his horses, the carriage wheels rattling over the uneven paving stones as the hackney lumbered off. The overgrown oaf was still on his feet, swaying, but as Sebastian watched, he took one step, two, after the departing hackney. Then slowly the big man sank to his knees, his mouth gaping open, one hand reaching out towards Sebastian before he pitched forward onto his face and didn't move. Sebastian turned back to where the Frenchman lay crumpled and still on the pavement. He realized the boy washing the greengrocer's window had disappeared, while the housemaid and turbaned older woman were both screaming. Brushing one crooked elbow across his dripping face, Sebastian leaned back against the nearby shop wall and took a deep, shuddering breath. "It's not a sight one sees often on Oxford Street," said Sir Henry Lovejoy, his chin sunk against his chest as he stared down at the two dead men sprawled at his feet, their blood splashed up on the shop wall, across the pavement and into the street. "What an extraordinary amount of blood!" "Yes," said Sebastian. Lovejoy looked over at him. "You're not hurt?" "No." "Phenomenal. You're covered in blood." Sebastian dragged a splayed hand down over the splatters on his face, but he suspected it didn't do any good. "Sorry, I didn't have time to be neat about it." "No, of course not. Any idea as to who the men might be?" Sebastian shook his head. "They're the same two who jumped me in St. Giles earlier in the week, but I can't say with any certainty exactly who they're working for." "And you say the jarvey was in on it?" "Little doubt about that." Lovejoy's lips tightened. I'll give the lads your description of the hackney. If we can find it, the Jarvey may be able to tell us something."
"Maybe," said Sebastian, although he doubted it. Professional assassins like Gabriel rarely left potential loose links alive. Sebastian arrived back at Brook Street some time later to find Aunt Henrietta's ponderous landau drawn up at the curb, and the Dowager Duchess of Claiborne herself, magnificently gowned in purple satin, with a towering puce and purple turban, just descending the front steps.
"Merciful heavens!"
said the Dowager, groping for her quizzing glass as she looked him up and down.
"Are you all right? What on earth has happened? Is all that blood yours?"
"None of it, actually." Sebastian swiped one crooked arm again, uselessly at the blood on his face. "Won't you come in? Have a cup of tea?"
"I will come in for a moment, for what I have to tell you cannot be discussed on the doorstep," she said, following him into the library. "But I've already had tea with Hero, thank you, and mustn't stay."
"Please, have a seat." She sank into one of the chairs beside the empty hearth.
"This won't take long. You'll remember my telling you there was some sordid rumour about Miles Sedgwick from several years ago, something I couldn't quite recall?"
"Yes."
"Well, it came back to me when I saw Lady Brownfield at a rather boring soirée I attended last night. Her sister was Jane Stamford, you know, the current Marquis's first wife. Now, do keep in mind that I have no idea how much of this is true, but the on dit, some 7 years ago, was that Miles seduced his brother's wife." Sebastian stared at her. "He did? Who knows? But there was definitely a rift between the brothers, complete with a most vulgar public quarrel. Then Stamford bought his brother a pair of colours and sent him off to war. And I have it on excellent authority that Stamford was heard to say that if he were lucky, Miles would somehow contrive to get himself killed."
"Charming," said Sebastian.
"I did say the entire family has always been a bit off, did I not?" She paused and then added, "It was perhaps 2 months later that Lady Stamford died."
"How?"
"No one really knows. She was found, dead, one morning in her bed by her maid. The inquest accepted the opinion of Stamford's physician that she must have had a bad heart, except that the Marquis had refused to allow anyone to perform a post-mortem examination, and everyone said she had never exhibited any signs of heart problems in the past. So, naturally, there were rumours that she must have been poisoned, but nothing was ever proven."
"How old was she?"
25. It struck me as odd at the time for Miles Sedgwick to go off to war like that, when he'd only been married a year and had a new baby. But while the rumours do seem an obvious explanation, that doesn't mean they are true." The Duchess pushed to her feet. "And now, I really must go."
Sebastian walked with her into the entrance hall, but at the door she paused and turned to him, her lips pursing with worry.
"I don't like this, Devlin. What you're involved in here, I mean. And it has nothing to do with the sort of objections Hendon invariably raises to this sort of thing. It's because whoever is killing these men is evil. I generally see the use of that word as overly melodramatic. But in this instance, I don't think there is any other way to describe it. And I'm not convinced that we can touch evil without somehow being contaminated by it. Someone was just telling me that he thinks of evil as the ultimate selfishness, the elevation of one's own needs and desires above all else. She considered this a moment, then shook her head. It's more than that, I think. It's a deliberate, conscious rejection of all that is good and right. For a moment, her face seemed to go oddly slack, her eyes becoming cloudy, as if she were gazing at something both private and deeply disturbing. Then she shook it off and turned away. And now I must be off. Do try not to get yourself killed, will you? Later that evening, Jarvis was standing at the windows of his chambers in Carlton House, his thoughtful gaze on the shadowy forecourt below, when Major Drake was ushered into his presence. The Major was a tall, trim, former hussar with hard grey eyes, sweeping blonde military moustaches, and numerous talents that combined nicely with a grim willingness to kill when necessary. He'd been with Jarvis now for several years.
"So,"
said Jarvis, reaching for his snuff-box.
"Does he suspect?"
Major Drake bowed.
"I don't think so, my lord."
Jarvis nodded.
"Good. And the other matter?" "We're still working on that, my lord."
Jarvis raised his eyebrows.
"Indeed?"
He flipped open his snuff-box, his lips tightening into a thin line.
"Work harder."
A faint flush rode high on the other man's cheekbones, and he bowed again.
"Yes, my lord."
Chapter 34. That night there was a strange quality to the air, a heaviness that had nothing to do with heat, but was nonetheless oppressive. The moon was almost full, a fat silver orb ringed by a ghostly shadow. It was caused by mist, but it reminded Sebastian of the drifts of smoke that obscured both sun and moon after battle, and it added to the sense of urgency that stayed with him as he prowled the gentlemen's clubs of St. James Street in search of the Marquis of Stamford. He finally came upon Miles's brother, crossing the vestibule of White's. Stamford's face hardened at the sight of him, and he was pushing past Sebastian without any acknowledgement, when Sebastian stopped him by saying, "If I might have a word with you in private, my lord."
"I have nothing further to say to you,"
snapped the Marquis, and kept going.
"If you prefer,"
said Sebastian, raising his voice loud enough that one or two other men turned to stare, "I can ask my questions here and now, but for the sake of the late Lady Stamford, I thought—"
"You bloody son of a bitch,"
hissed the Marquis, turning back to him.
"Keep your voice down."
Sebastian met the man's blazing gaze. "Shall we go for a walk?" Stamford stared at him for a long moment, his face tight, his breath coming hard and fast. Then he pressed his lips tightly together and gave a curt nod. They turned down a hill toward the ancient brick palace of St. James that lay at the base of the street. The pavements were crowded with boisterous, well-heeled gentlemen of various ages, and the laughing, richly gowned, considerably less well-born females who hung on their arms. The scents of roasting meat and fine wine and spirits hung heavily in the air. Golden light and music spilled from elegant windows and open doors.
"Say what you have to say and be done with it," snapped Stamford. "But I give you fair warning. insult the memory of my dead wife, and I swear to God I'll call you out for it."
Sebastian studied the older man's cold, hard face.
"I'm told you had a rather spectacular rift with your brother some years ago. You obviously don't need me to repeat the rumours it generated."
The Marquis stared straight ahead.
"Family members quarrel. Sometimes brothers, sometimes fathers and sons."
A gleam of malice showed in his eyes as he threw Sebastian a knowing look.
"I doubt you need me to remind you of that." "True, although it becomes more of a concern when one of those family members turns up dead."
Sebastian paused, then said, "7 years ago I was in the peninsula. I only know of the past rift with your brother because people are talking about it again. It might behoove you to set the record straight."
"Damn you all to hell," snapped Stamford, drawing up again. "If you must know, the quarrel was over Miles's debts. You know what young men new on the town can be like. He was bored and looking to amuse himself in any way he could, and I saw where things were going. So I called him on it, and then I bought him a pair of colours. It's what he'd been wanting for years. He'd been army mad from the time he was a young lad. I was the one who'd been standing in his way. He'd been my heir, you know. But by that point, I had a son of my own who was a year old, and I realised I'd been making a mistake, stopping Miles from doing what he'd always wanted to do. So I let him go. The rumours about my wife that followed were ugly and baseless, and damn your eyes for reminding me of them."
He drew a quick, angry breath. His face was stony, but fury had turned the flesh a dark, almost purple hue.
"Why the hell are you poking your nose into something that occurred years ago, anyway? If you want to know what happened to my brother, I keep telling you to look at that French whore, the one who calls herself Alexis Sauvage."
Sebastian felt the warm night air gust damp against his face.
"You're saying an incident that occurred 2 or 3 years ago must be relevant, whereas something from 7 years ago is not?" "Who said anything about 2 or 3 years ago? I'm hearing the bitch went after Miles the very night he was killed in the middle of Charing Cross."
Sebastian was aware of a burst of laughter from an open window above them. According to Alexei, she hadn't seen her bigamous husband in years.
"And where precisely are you hearing this?" "I've now had 2 different people tell me the tale."
"And did either of them happen to mention the subject of this quarrel?"
"One assumes it was more of the same mad nonsense she's been spouting for years."
Sebastian frowned. "You say this was in Charing Cross? At what time?"
"Sometime that evening. Why don't you try asking her?"
Stamford drew back his shoulders. His chin held high as he ostentatiously readjusted the set of his coat.
"And that's all I have to say to you. But mark my words, if I ever hear my wife's name on your lips again, I will call you out."
Sebastian let the man go. If Stamford was telling the truth, if his quarrel with Miles had in fact been over the younger man's debts, and if Lady Stamford had indeed died of some unsuspected heart disorder just months later, then the Marquis's anger was well justified. Except that 7 years ago, Miles had been a man of 24, not a callow youth freshly down from Oxford. He'd also been recently married to Edward Platt's daughter, which meant that at that point he presumably still had money to burn. And then there was the matter of the Marquis's behaviour after his wife's sudden, inexplicable death. A post-mortem could have put to rest all the ugly speculations of foul play once and for all. Yet Stamford had refused to allow one. And while families did sometimes balk at the procedure, Stamford's only objection to such an examination of his brother's remains had concerned the origins and social class of the surgeon involved, not the procedure itself. For a moment Sebastian stood where he was, watching the Marquis stride angrily back up the hill. Then he turned to stare out over the dark, shadowy parkland beyond the palace. Even if the rumours surrounding the events of 7 years ago were true, they still didn't explain why a man who'd nursed a grudge against his brother for all those years would suddenly decide to murder him, blow off his face and castrate him. It made no sense unless the handsome younger brother had set his sights on the Marquis's young, pretty second wife. Of course, that wouldn't explain the 2 headless corpses that had also been pulled from the Thames. But while it was true that all 3 men had been murdered, mutilated and dumped in the river, their bodies had not all been treated exactly the same. Did that matter? It might. And while Sebastian didn't want to believe that he was dealing with 2 different killers, he also knew that it was a possibility he couldn't entirely dismiss. Sebastian found poor Gibson's surgery and the ancient stone house beside it dark and locked. "Even you're looking for the surgeon," said a passing young lad, as Sebastian was turning back toward his curricle. "I seen him just a few minutes ago down by the tower." "Thank you," said Sebastian. The moon was nearly full, bathing the ancient stones of the looming fortress with a pale silvery light. Sebastian walked down a hill along the banks of the old moat to where he could see a man's familiar thin figure standing near Tower Dock, his back to the massive medieval castle as he stared out across the wide, moonlit expanse of the Thames. Gibson acknowledged Sebastian's approach with a nod, his gaze going back again to the south. "Do you think it's started yet?" he said. There was no need to ask of what he spoke. "Yes," said Sebastian, stopping beside him. "I wish I were there." "So do I." Gibson glanced over at him. "But you chose to sell out." Sebastian kept his gaze on a wherryman, working his way across the choppy expanse of water. "I did. Because I didn't believe in what I was doing anymore, and because I didn't like what it was doing to me." He watched the wherryman ship his oars. "I still don't believe in what Britain is trying to do, putting the Bourbons and the rest of that spoiled, repressive lot back on their thrones. But you and I both know that's not what's driving the poor bastards who are fighting and dying over there right now. They're fighting for each other, which I guess is why I feel like I should be there with them too." Gibson nodded, and the 2 friends stood in silence for a time, the wind off the river buffeting them with the sense of the sea and faraway places. Then Gibson said, "I was going to send you a note in the morning about this new headless, footless corpse." "You've finished the autopsy?" "I have. Although, if you're looking for answers to what happened to the poor bastard, I can't tell you. He wasn't stabbed, at least not in the parts we have. And while there are 1 or 2 things that make me suspect he was strangled, I can't say for certain. Your killer whacked the head off too close to the trunk." "So, what can you tell me about the man himself?" "He was young, quite young. Maybe 20 or 22. Healthy, his hands nicely manicured. That's about it. Bow Street has his pantaloons and are trying to find the tailor. But if they've learned anything, I haven't heard about it." Sebastian studied his friend's half-averted profile. Gibson's face was pale, his eyes dark bruises, his greying hair a wind-blown mess. But he seemed fiercely, almost brutally free of any signs of an opium-induced haze. "Is Alexei off delivering another baby?"
No, she's got some other project she's working on. Why?
Sebastian shook his head. Just wanted to ask her something about Cedric. It can wait. Gibson sucked in a deep breath.
She's got this idea that she can get rid of the phantom pains from my missing leg by using some crazy setup with a box and mirrors that tricks the brain. She keeps pressing me to try it.
So why don't you? What can it hurt? If it doesn't work, it doesn't. But if you can get rid of the pains, you can quit taking that bloody opium before it kills you. Gibson kept his gaze on the river.
That's just it. What if it does work? What if it does somehow trick my mind into realizing that the pains it thinks I'm feeling are just an illusion? Then I won't need the opium anymore. But what if...
His voice broke, and he had to swallow hard before he could continue.
What if I can't stop?
Oh, hell, thought Sebastian.
I started taking the opium to dull the pain, Gibson was saying, but it's reached the point that a part of me is afraid to lose the pains because then I'll lose my excuse for taking the opium.
And you don't think you can stop?
No.
Sebastian was silent for a moment. God knows it won't be easy. In fact, it's probably going to be the hardest thing you've ever had to do. But if you fail, at least you'll have tried. And you can always try again. No one is going to fault you or judge you for it. A muscle jumped along the Irishman's set jaw.
I'm afraid Alexei would leave me.
If you can't stop taking the opium, you mean? You honestly think she might? Gibson dropped his gaze to his feet.
Why wouldn't she? Because she loves you?
Sebastian suggested.
Gibson shook his head. Who could blame her? Hell, I'd leave me.
Do you want her to stay?
Gibson looked up at him. More than anything in this world and the next.
Sebastian met his friend's tortured gaze.
More than you want to keep taking the opium?
Because that's what it comes down to, isn't it? Which do you love the most? The opium or Alexei? But Gibson simply stared back at him, his dark green eyes glittering, as if with broken shards of pain and fear and hopeless longing. Chapter 35. Sunday, the 18th of June. Sebastian awoke the next day before dawn. He was standing at the bedroom window, his gaze on the rich morning light striking the chimneys and rooftops of the houses across the street, when Hero came to rest her hand on the small of his back. "What is it?" she asked softly. He shook his head, unable to put any of it into words. He felt as if someone had fastened a metal band around his forehead, a band that kept getting tighter and tighter. Part of it, he knew, came from his frustration over his inability to identify whatever sick killer had decided to make the Thames the dumping ground for his victims. But it was more than that. There was a hum in the air, as if all of London were holding its breath along with him, waiting for news from across the channel. After a moment she said, "You feel it, don't you? Whatever is happening over there, I mean." He looked at her. "You too." It was like a palpable turmoil in the atmosphere, born of the collective rage, agony, fear and despair rising up from the tens of thousands of men who were surely at that very moment fighting, bleeding and dying. "Not as much as you, I suspect."
But yes. She was silent, her gaze on a milkmaid turning down the street, 2 heavy pails hanging from the yoke balanced across her shoulders. Then she said, "You can't suspect Alexei and Gibson of killing Sedgwick."
Gibson, no. But I'm not so sure about Alexei. I'd say she's more than capable of killing. Has done so, in fact, in the past.
That was war. He turned from the window.
We always make such a fine distinction, don't we? A man kills his nation's enemy in battle, and it's a brave, noble, heroic deed. But if that same man were to kill the same Frenchman, or Italian, or Russian, in a time of peace, we'd call it murder.
Because then his motives would be selfish.
His personal motives. But if the motives of his nation, or at least of his government or king, are selfish, it's all right?
She tilted her head, her gaze hard on his face. What if the man who dumped Sedgwick and the others in the Thames thought he was doing a noble, selfless deed? According to Dudley Tiptoff, would such a man still be evil?
I don't know. I'll have to ask him.
She reached to touch her fingertips to his temple, where he could feel that band of pressure squeezing tighter and tighter. Your head hurts, doesn't it? He caught her hand in his and brought her fingers to his lips.
How did you know?
I know. He found Alexei Sauvage in the surgery on Tower Hill. She was seated at a small round table in the front room, winding bandages, and looked over at him when he pushed open the front door. "Gibson told me you were looking for me," she said, going back to what she'd been doing. He braced one hand against the frame of the entrance to the room and leaned into it.
You lied to me. You told me you hadn't seen Sedgwick in years. Except now I discover you had a public quarrel with him the very night he was killed. In Charing Cross, of all bloody places. Did you really think I wouldn't hear about it?
She went quite still, her hands resting in her lap, her face half turned away, but she didn't say anything.
What time was it? He said.
When I saw him. 8:30, perhaps. Maybe 9.
Why Charing Cross?
She gave a faint twitch of one shoulder. I saw him there by chance. I'd been visiting someone with a sick child, and was heading home when I looked up to see him in Hackney, snarled in traffic.
And so you... what?
Decided to accost him for old time's sake? Her nostrils flared on a quick, angry breath. Something like that.
And then what?
And then nothing. He had descended from the Hackney in the course of our conversation, and then he continued on his way on foot. The last time I saw him, he was headed down Whitehall.
When you first saw him, what direction had he been coming from?
Some place in the east. Except for the slight difference in timing, it fit with what Sebastian had learned from Tiptoff. But he had a feeling the rest of what she was telling him was pure garbage. With a swallowed oath, he pushed against the doorframe and turned away, only to swing back and face her again, his hands hanging loosely at his sides.
You're in danger. You do realize that, don't you? The Marquis of Stamford is pushing Bow Street to have you taken up for murdering his brother, at exactly the same time as the palace is pressuring them to arrest someone, anyone, to calm the public's fear that we're all about to be chopped into bits and thrown into the Thames. Add in the fact that you're not just a foreigner, you're French, at a time when we are probably already fighting what many see as an apocalyptic battle against the French, and I'd say your chances of ever coming out of prison alive are not good." She stared at him, her face now white, her nostrils pinched. "I wouldn't have thought you cared." "God damn it! You're putting Gibson at risk too. You know that. If you get taken up, he probably will be too, as your accomplice." A faint, ironic smile tugged at her lips. "Well, at least you're honest about why you care. It has nothing to do with me at all." Sebastian took a deep breath and let it out. "That's not what I meant, and you know it. But even if you don't care what happens to you, I'd think you would at least care about him." He could see the pulse that beat at the base of her long white throat. "I care." "Then tell me the truth." "I can't." "Bloody hell," he swore, and turned toward the passage again. He was halfway out the front door when she said, "Bow Street identified the body of the young man pulled from the river. Did you know?" He looked back at her. "No. Who is he?" "Some lord's cousin. He worked at the Foreign Office. His name was Hamilton Evans," said Lovejoy, when Sebastian drove up to Bloomsbury to see him. He'd found the magistrate seated in his parlour with a cup of tea on the table beside him, and some improving tome open on his lap. But he readily set aside his book at Sebastian's entrance. "The kinship with Lord Oakley is somewhat distant. Second cousin once or twice removed or some such thing, but his parents died in India when he was a young lad, and Oakley stepped in to pay his school fees, then secured him a position at the Foreign Office when he came down from Cambridge." "How did you manage to identify him?" "His tailor. The young man was supposed to be on his way down to Kent to stay with friends, which is why it was several days before anyone realized he was missing. But there is no doubt about the identification. Seems Evans broke his left forearm as a child, and it healed a bit crooked. Paul Gibson had noted it in the report on his post-mortem examination." Sebastian found himself wondering if the break was actually discovered by Gibson or by Alexis Sauvage, although he kept the thought to himself. "His association with the Foreign Office is disturbing." "It is rather. Are you quite certain I can't offer you a cup of tea?" "Thank you, but no," said Sebastian, going to stand at the window, his gaze thoughtful as he stared at the grey clouds beginning to gather overhead. After a moment he said, "It could be irrelevant, but there's a reverend by the name of Sinclair Palmer. It might be worth having the constables look into. He has the living up at Marylebone." "We can do that." "Incidentally," said Lovejoy, taking off his spectacles and rubbing his eyes with a splayed thumb and forefinger, "we located that woman you were inquiring about." Sebastian turned. "Phoebe Cox? So she is in prison?" Lovejoy nodded. "Her landlady reported her for disposing of her child, but it seems there is more to the story. According to the landlady, Phoebe had an emotional encounter last week with the man she kept calling Mr. Sedgwick." "When was this?" "Saturday afternoon. The landlady claims to have heard her threaten to kill not only Sedgwick, but her baby and herself as well." Sebastian drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. "She told me the babe starved to death." "What did she do? Smother it?" "No one knows. It's disappeared." Lovejoy let out his breath in a long, sad sigh of resignation. "In all likelihood, she dropped it in the river, or down a privy somewhere. It happens all the time, I'm afraid."
What prison is she in?
Coldbath Fields. Coldbath Fields Prison lay in Clerkenwell, on the north side of London. It was a miserable place, built back in the 17th century, freezing in winter and stifling and airless in summer, with cramped, overcrowded cells that were prone to flooding when it rained. Its prisoners were fed a meagre ration of stinking water and stale bread, and beaten with sticks or knotted ropes if they dared complain. Its death rate was shocking, even by the dismal standards of London's other prisons. A beefy, unshaven jailer with massive ham-like arms and legs, a bald head, and a mouthful of rotten teeth escorted Sebastian to a room with bare stone walls, a high barred window, several crude wooden benches, and nothing else. He waited there for some time, the cold and misery of the place seeping into his bones as he breathed through his thumb in a futile attempt to keep from smelling the reek of overflowing slop buckets, unwashed bodies, damp and decay. He was beginning to wonder if the jailer had forgotten him when he heard footsteps coming back and the tearful, pleading voice of a woman. "Where are you taking me? What have I done? Oh, please, why won't you tell me?" Sebastian could see her now, one thin arm held fast in the jailer's meaty fist. She looked as if at some point she had fallen, or been pushed, into mud and been unable to clean herself up. Her ragged dress was torn and stained, her cheap shoes gone, her hair matted and filthy, and her face streaked with dirt. She had her head bowed, her stringy hair hanging over her face, as the jailer shoved her into the room, and then let her go so fast she stumbled and almost fell.
"Get in there," he told her roughly, "and mind you show his lordship the proper respect. You hear?"
"That will be all for now, thank you," Sebastian told the man. Phoebe had been standing with her shoulders slumped, her gaze fixed on the stone floor, but at the sound of Sebastian's voice, her head snapped up, her eyes widening with what looked like fear.
"If your lordship will just holler when you're done," said the jailer, "I'll come and get the wench."
"Thank you," and said Sebastian again. The jailer went to wait in the passage, his arms crossed at his chest, his expression blank as he stared into space.
"Sit down, please," Sebastian told Phoebe.
She went to sink onto one of the benches, her hands knotted in her lap, her face pale and trembling as she stared up at him.
He said, "You should have told me you'd seen Sedgwick."
She swallowed hard, her gaze dropping to her clenched hands. "I was afraid," she whispered, "afraid that if anyone knew I'd seen him, they'd think I'd killed him. But I didn't. I swear to God I didn't."
"I don't think you did." Sebastian studied the huddled, half-starved woman before him and wondered how anyone could imagine her capable of overpowering a man like Miles Sedgwick, killing him, mutilating him, and then somehow hauling his body down to dump it in the river.
"Why did he come to see you?" he asked. She sucked in a deep breath that shuddered her thin chest. "I'd been to Mount Street that morning to beg him to help me. I was actually standing outside his house, trying to decide how to approach him, when he came home. I didn't know he'd been away, you see. He was furious when he saw me, told me he would come talk to me later, but that I wouldn't get a penny out of him if I didn't leave right away." She dashed the back of one fist across first one eye, then the other. "I didn't really expect him to come, But he did. I suppose he was afraid that if he didn't, I'd go back to his house and make a scene.
What did you want from him?
I was hoping he'd give me money for Amelia. I was desperate.
And did he?
She shook her head. But I didn't kill him. I swear. Why would I? He was my last hope.
And yet you threatened to kill him.
No. I know that's what that old hag of a landlady told them, but it's not true. I only said I wished I'd died in childbirth and taken the baby with me, and it's true. It's true. She flattened both her hands over her face, her voice a torn whisper, her body convulsing with her sobs. Dear God, how I wish I were dead.
What happened to your baby? Sebastian said gently. Her hands slipped down her face until they were covering only her nose and mouth.
He took her.
Sedgwick?
She nodded, her eyes two dark, pitiful bruises in a pale face.
You gave him your child?
How could I stop him? He insisted it was his right, as her father. Said he would find a wet nurse for her.
And you believed him?
What else could I do? She wailed. I couldn't feed her. My milk had dried up, and she couldn't keep anything else down.
What time was this?
That I saw him? I don't know. 6:30, maybe 7.
Sebastian figured Sedgwick must have gone straight to her after leaving his house in Mount Street.
Only where the hell had he gone after that?
Aloud, Sebastian said, "Where is the baby now?"
I don't know. Alexei told me I was a fool to trust him like that I never should have let him take the baby. But what was I supposed to do? I asked him to give me money, but he wouldn't.
Alexei? Sebastian stared at her.
You mean
Alexei Sauvage?
Phoebe wiped her running nose on the back of her wrist and nodded.
How do you know her?
Alexei? She delivered Amelia.
But how did she know Sedgwick had the baby?
I told her Amelia was sick, so she came that evening to take a look at her. But by the time Alexei got there, Miles had already taken her.
She knew who the baby's father was?
Phoebe Cox stared up at him, her forehead puckered with confusion, as if she couldn't understand why such a thing would matter. Yes, of course. I told her. Chapter 36. Alexei Sauvage was at a street market near St. Catherine's when Sebastian found her. The sunshine was growing fitful, with gathering clouds that scuttled across the sky to send shifting patterns of light and shadow over the city. She had the handle of a market basket looped over one arm and was inspecting a pyramid of melons when he walked up to her.
"I've just seen Phoebe Cox," he said bluntly. "She tells me you knew Sedgwick had taken her baby."
Alexei turned her head to look at him, her dark eyes hooded, her features tense and wary.
"He said that's why you confronted him in Charing Cross, isn't it? And what the quarrel was about."
Alexei hesitated a moment, then nodded. All I wanted was for him to tell me what he'd done with the child. But he denied even taking it.
"Are you quite certain that he did take it? Phoebe could have abandoned the child herself and then lied about it."
No. She'd spent weeks frantically trying to keep that child alive. She never would have abandoned her.
Perhaps she simply gave up. No, I can't believe that. Sebastian wasn't so sure. He said, "Why the bloody hell didn't you tell me this before?" "How could I? To do so would only cast suspicion on Phoebe." Sebastian looked away to where a dirty little boy was playing with a kitten beside one of the stalls. If Sedgwick did take the baby, what would he have done with her? Alexei let out her breath in a heavy sigh. "I don't want to even think. It isn't as if he'd had time to arrange for a wet nurse. And I can't see him walking around London with a ragged babe in his arms, can you? I wouldn't put it past him to have simply dropped the child in the river or down a well. I was hoping he'd given her to some gypsy woman to beg with, but I haven't been able to find any sign of one." "You've been looking?" "I have, yes. It's been over a week now, so unless he gave the baby to a woman who had breast milk, it's surely dead. But I'm still looking, because if I can't find out what he did with it, they're going to hang Phoebe for murdering her child." "You think they will?" "They hang women all the time, when their babies are stillborn or simply die in their sleep. Of course they'll hang Phoebe." She gave a faint shake of her head, although the truth is, I'm not convinced she's going to survive in that prison long enough to even stand trial. Sebastian squinted thoughtfully up at the thickening clouds. "You say you saw him shortly before 9, at Charing Cross?" "Yes." "Did he say anything at all to you about where he'd been or where he was going?" "No. But wherever he was going, it couldn't have been far. Otherwise, why did he abandon his acne?" "Why indeed?" thought Sebastian. Sebastian was beginning to have a clearer understanding of Miles Sedgwick's movements on the last day of his life. The problem was, given that several of his activities that day had been less than honourable, Sebastian couldn't help but wonder what else was still hidden. According to Isabella Macpherson, Miles Sedgwick came to see her shortly after 1 o'clock, which would fit with the time he had finished meeting with Bathurst, Castlereagh and Jarvis in Downing Street. After spending the afternoon dallying with his mistress, he had then apparently gone home to change into evening dress before leaving again, according to both his wife and his valet, at around 6:30 or 7. It was at that point he'd gone to see Phoebe Cox. But where had he gone between the time he left her and shortly before 9, when Alexei saw him in Charing Cross? And what the hell had he done with Phoebe's child? It seemed unlikely that he had taken the infant back to his mistress, Isabella. But it was surely at least worth looking into. Sebastian knew Hero would be more successful than he at getting the truth out of the woman, but when he arrived back at Brook Street, it was to find Claire in the entry hall with Patrick and Simon, preparing to take the lads out. "Papa!" called Simon, running to him. "We's going to the park." Sebastian scooped the little boy up in his arms. "I can see that. Does your mother have an interview this afternoon?" "Nope," said Patrick. "She's gone to Berkeley Square." "Oh," said Sebastian, looking over at Claire. The Frenchwoman nodded. "She received a note from Lady Jarvis, and left perhaps half an hour ago." Sebastian let Simon slide back down to the floor, then bent to retie one of Patrick's shoes that had come loose. "Lady Jarvis, you say?" "Yes, my lord." He reached the Macphersons' house in Norfolk Street to find a town carriage pulled up in front, and Lady Macpherson herself, dressed in a demure gown of figured white muslin, with a pale pink spencer and broad-brimmed chipped hat, descending the carriage steps. "Lord Devlin," she said, with a wide smile when she saw him. "I fear you've just missed Monty. He's gone off to visit some old friends who've recently arrived in town."
"Actually, I came to see you," said Sebastian. "If I might have a word."
Her pretty smile slipped for just an instant before she fixed it firmly back in place. "Yes, of course. Won't you come in?" She led the way up the front steps to where a middle-aged, sandy-haired butler was opening the door with a bow. "If you'll allow Richardson here to show you to the drawing-room, I shan't be but a moment." She disappeared up the stairs, tearing off her hat and gloves as she went. But Sebastian waited in her pretty pastel-coloured drawing-room for nearly half an hour before she finally reappeared. She'd changed her dress, and her hair was damp at the temples, as if she'd just splashed water on her face. But it had done little to disguise the fact that her eyes were red and swollen, as if she'd been crying, and that didn't make any sense at all. "My apologies for taking so long," she said, with a pretty smile that didn't reach her tear-reddened eyes. "I see Richardson has brought the tea tray. Shall I pour you a cup? Or would you prefer a glass of brandy?"
"Tea is fine," he said. "Thank you."
"Won't you have a seat?"
"Thank you, but I prefer to stand."
She went to sit on the pink silk-covered settee beside the tea-table, forming a conscious tableau of English gentility as she reached gracefully for the heavy silver teapot. "So tell me, my lord, how may I help you?" He stayed where he was, beside the window overlooking the street, his hands clasped behind his back as he watched her pour.
"Late last winter, Eloisa Sedgwick dismissed her governess because the woman had allowed herself to be seduced and impregnated by Miles. Did you know?"
Isabella Macpherson's hand shook so badly that she had to quickly set down the teapot, her lips parting as she raised her head to stare at him. "No. Are you quite certain?"
"That the child was Sedgwick's? What do you think?"
She shook her head. She was no longer even trying to smile. "Last winter, you say?"
"Yes,"
said Sebastian, wondering exactly when Isabella's affair with Miles Sedgwick had begun.
"The child was born in May."
She reached for a spoon to stir the cup of tea. "Why are you telling me this?"
"Because Sedgwick went to see his former governess the day he died."
She held the cup of tea out to him, her face hardening as he took it. "I don't believe it."
"Believe it,"
said Sebastian simply, holding the cup in his hands.
"A week ago Saturday morning, the woman went to Mount Street desperate for his help. He got rid of her by promising to come see her later that day, and he did. Except instead of giving her money, he took the baby girl away with him. Do you know what he did with her?"
She reached for the teapot again and began to pour a second cup, her hands now steady. "No." Sebastian kept his gaze on her beautiful, closed face.
"I don't believe you."
She looked up, tossing her head to shift a stray lock of hair from her face. "Indeed? How perfectly ungracious of you to say so. Personally, I'm not convinced I should believe anything you're telling me about this child." "Why should I?"
"Miles saw Phoebe Cox that Saturday morning and again later that evening. You told Lady Devlin
He came here early in the afternoon. Is that true? She nodded, her eyes wide, her face completely wiped clear of all expression. Sebastian said, "How did he know Monty wouldn't be here?" "But he didn't know. He came to see Monty." "Cut the line, Lady Macpherson," Sebastian said impatiently, setting his untasted tea aside. "He came to see you. So how did he know Monty wouldn't be here? Did you send him a note?" She hesitated, then nodded again, her cheeks colouring as her gaze slid away. "And he said nothing to you about Phoebe Cox or her baby?" "I keep telling you, no." "And you can't think what he might have done with the baby? That woman is in prison right now, accused of killing her own child. She could very well hang for it. What did he do with her baby?" "I tell you, I don't know." Sebastian gave up and tried a different tack. "Did Monty know you were having an affair with his friend?" She gave a high-pitched, false little laugh. "Don't be absurd. I won't deny that Miles and I were enjoying a flirtation, but there was nothing more to it than that." "Of course," said Sebastian dryly. "So did Monty know of this flirtation?" She looked directly at him, as if she could somehow compel him to believe her. "No. And I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. Monty could never kill anyone. Never." After their time together in the army, Sebastian knew only too well what Monty Macpherson was capable of. But he kept that thought to himself. She sat forward, her hands coming together to rest in her lap, her own tea obviously forgotten. "I assume Lady Devlin told you about the list, the one with the names of people in London who've been in contact with Napoleon?" "Yes." She licked her lips, as if they'd suddenly gone dry. "But the list wasn't the only thing Miles brought back from Vienna. He also carried official correspondence, Austrian proposals for the future governance of France in the event that Napoleon is defeated." "He told you that?" "Good Lord. Did he tell his secrets to all his women?" Sebastian wondered. Jarvis had been wise not to trust the man. Except why the hell hadn't Jarvis convinced Castlereagh or Bathurst to do the same? She nodded. "The Austrians want Napoleon to be allowed to abdicate in favour of his son." "Of course they do. His son is half Austrian and currently being raised at the palace in Vienna, which is only one reason why the British government will never agree to such a scheme." "You don't think the controversial nature of those proposals might perhaps explain why Miles was killed?" "No. If he'd been killed before he delivered them, then one might be able to make the argument, although I would still find it difficult to believe. But they had already been delivered." "Yet it's still conceivable that someone in the government wanted to keep others from learning of the proposals, isn't it?" If so, they should have chosen a more discreet courier, he thought. But he simply shook his head and said, "Did Sedgwick ever mention Cabrera to you?" He didn't expect her to know what he was talking about, but to his surprise she did. "You mean the island where all those French prisoners died?" "So he did talk about it?" "Yes, but it was months ago, back before he went to the continent. Why?" "What did he say about it?" "Nothing much. He only brought it up because one of the Spanish diplomats involved in the negotiations leading up to sending the prisoners there was recently posted to their embassy here." Which diplomat?
She looked at him blankly. I don't know. If he said the man's name, I don't recall it. Why? What has Cabrera to do with any of this?
Probably nothing, said Sebastian. What about a young man at the Foreign Office named Hamilton Evans? Did Sedgwick ever mention him?
No, but I heard he's been identified as the last body they found. He was so young, just 22. Her face had taken on a pinched, frightened look, and he wondered if she really believed what she'd said about her husband, that he could never kill someone. Surely she must know that wasn't true. This is all so horrible, she was saying. Who is doing it? Do you have any idea at all? Sebastian shook his head.
I wish I could say I did, but no, I don't.
The truth was, he had lots of ideas, but nothing to confirm any of them, and he felt as if a clock were ticking, that it was only a matter of time until the killer struck again. Because while Sebastian might not know who was doing this, he had no doubt at all that the killer was not yet finished. Chapter 37. Dressed in an elegant gown of sprigged lightweight silk with a fringed parasol tilted just so against the sun, Cat Boleyn strolled up Piccadilly, pausing occasionally to glance at the window displays of first a haberdasher, then a milliner. She could see the man she'd come here to meet standing beside Hatchard's, but she took her time approaching him. When she did finally come up to him, she greeted him as an old friend, casually encountered, although the meeting had been carefully prearranged. Tall, lean, and powerfully built, with sparkling green eyes and 2 deceptive dimples. He was Aidan O'Connell, the younger son of Lord Rathkeil of Tyrawley. Fashionable London knew him as a lazy, heedless young man about town. Cat Boleyn knew him as Napoleon's one-time spymaster in London. He held her hands and gave them a squeeze, an open, careless smile on his face for the benefit of anyone who might be observing them. "Walk with me," he said, drawing one of her hands through the crook of his arm. "Tell me what's happening." She fell into step beside him as they turned up the street. "You've heard about the death of Miles Sedgwick?" "I have. You think it should concern me?" Cat kept her gaze fixed straight ahead. "You know what he used to do?" "For Wellington?" "Yes. I also know what he was still doing for Bathurst and Castlereagh." "Why?" "He recently brought back from Vienna a list, said to contain the names of those here in London, known to have passed information to Napoleon. That list disappeared when he was killed." He swore softly under his breath. "Where did this list come from?" "It was probably compiled by Fouché when he was trying to ingratiate his way into favour with the Bourbons, before Napoleon's escape from Elba. I don't know why it was given to Sedgwick, nor do I know precisely whose names were on it." She searched his deceptively open face. "Why? What is it?" "2 people whose names would in all likelihood be on such a list have disappeared in the last week. One, a French woman, the other, an elderly Scotsman." Cat's hands clenched on her parasol, then relaxed to give it a casual twirl that was all for show. "Someone has been watching me, following me." "You don't know who?" She shook her head. "No." "What can you tell me about the Bourbon's assassin, Gabriel?" "I don't know who he is, if that's what you're asking. But whoever he is, he's very good at what he does." Before she could stop herself, Cat shivered.
He drew up and turned to face her. "I don't think I've ever seen you afraid before." "I've been afraid before, but not like this." He was silent for a moment, his gaze searching her face in a way that made her wonder what he saw there. Why? Why now, and not before? "I don't know. Perhaps I'm getting old." A crooked smile curled his lips as he reached out to touch the backs of his fingers to her cheek in a gesture that was almost a caress. "You're not getting old." Chapter 38. Sebastian drove next to Berkeley Square, meaning to confront Jarvis about what the powerful man really knew about Miles Sedgwick's death. But when he rounded the corner of the square, it was to find the cobbles spread with straw to deaden the clatter of hooves and the rattle of ironclad wheels over stone. "What's this for, then?" said Tom, as Sebastian pulled in at the curb. "Has somebody died?" Sebastian handed the boy the reins. "Hopefully not. I suspect Lady Jarvis has been confined." Hopping down, he took the front steps 2 at a time, and was about to ring the bell when the door was opened by Jarvis's normally staid and censorious butler, Grisham. His hair was vaguely disarrayed, and a smile kept tugging at his lips. "My lord," he said, unbending more than Sebastian would have thought possible, "you've come to see the new babe, have you?" "It's here, is it?" "It is indeed, and it's a boy." A soft step on the landing above drew his attention to where Hero had just appeared, a lavishly wrapped bundle cradled in her arms. "I saw you drive up," she said, coming down the stairs toward him. "Meet my little brother, Master Maximilian Charles David Jarvis." She held the babe up so he could see. "Isn't he beautiful?" Sebastian gazed down at the red, scrunch-faced sleeping infant and smiled. "He is, yes. And how is Cousin Victoria?" "She's doing well. It was an amazingly easy delivery, especially for a first birth." "Thank God for that." "It's always magical, isn't it?" she said, looking over at him with a soft, joyous smile, and he felt his heart swell with so much love that it hurt. "Always," he whispered, his gaze locking with hers. A heavy tread on the stairs drew their attention to where Jarvis himself was coming down toward them. "Congratulations, my lord," said Sebastian, turning. "You have a fine new son." "Thank you," said the big man. He paused beside Hero, his gaze on the child in her arms, his face so gentle, so filled with wonder and quiet joy, that Sebastian caught a glimpse of a private side to this powerful, formidable man that he'd rarely seen. Then Jarvis looked up, a speculative gleam banishing that brief moment of tenderness and vulnerability as his gaze settled on his son-in-law. "Did you wish to see me about something?" Sebastian shook his head. "Nothing that can't wait." It was some time later, when Sebastian and Hero were seated on the sunny terrace overlooking their rear garden, while the 2 boys played with their big black cat, that Sebastian said to Hero, "How would you like to go to a ball tonight?" She laughed and shifted the slant of her parasol so that she could look over at him. Then she said, "Oh, heavens, you're serious. Which ball?" "The one being given by the French ambassador." "That's tonight?" With everything that's going on, I'd totally forgotten it. "Do you feel up to it?" "Yes, of course. But why?" "Because the ambassador from Spain is bound to be there, and it's probably the easiest way to find out more about this diplomat who was involved in the negotiations that ended with the French prisoners being sent to Cabrera." "What do you think he can tell you?" "I don't know.
But it seems a bit of a coincidence, don't you think? Such a man being posted to London now. Coincidences do happen.
They do, said Sebastian, watching Simon trail a length of string down a flagstone path for the cat to chase. And sometimes their consequences can be deadly. The French ambassador to the court of St. James was a blue-blooded aristocrat named Claude Louis Raoul de la Châtre. His father, the previous Marquis de la Châtre, had been guillotined by the revolutionaries in 1793, while Claude Louis fled France to organize a regiment of émigrés loyal to the deposed Bourbons. He was in his late 60s now, with a long nose, a prominent full lower lip, and fiercely dark eyebrows that contrasted strikingly with the thin white hair he wore hanging long to his shoulders. Sebastian had never met the man, but he was the representative of the newly restored, although now once again deposed, Bourbons, and the Bourbons were not fond of Sebastian.
"Ah, Monsieur le Vicomte," he said, when Sebastian and Hero were presented to him, "and Lady Devlin. I have heard Marie-Thérèse speak of you both." He paused, his heavy dark brows drawing together in a frown. "Often." "Oh dear," said Hero, in a low voice after they'd turned away. "I get the impression the daughter of France has not had nice things to say about us."
"Evidently not."
The roar of voices was so loud they could barely hear the music leaking from the ballroom as they worked their way through the press of laughing, gaily chatting members of London's moneyed elite. "Do you even know what the Spanish ambassador looks like?" Hero asked.
"No," Sebastian admitted.
"Perhaps you can find Hendon and persuade him to introduce you to His Excellency while I stalk the ambassador's wife."
"You're optimistic if you think Hendon will agree to do any such thing."
"Perhaps he'll surprise you. One would think he'd be in charity with you, given that we actually came here as he asked."
"Perhaps."
But when Sebastian finally tracked the Earl to the supper-room, he glared at his heir and said,
"What the devil are you doing here?"
"You sound like Amanda," said Sebastian, running his gaze over the rather meagre spread the French embassy had provided for its guests. But then funds did tend to dry up when one's monarch has been deposed.
"You're the one who wanted me to attend tonight, remember?" "Yes, but I didn't expect you to actually come."
"I need you to introduce me to the Spanish ambassador." Hendon fixed him with a steady gaze.
"Why?"
"I'd like to ask the man some questions, and I promise not to create a diplomatic incident in the process."
"God preserve us,"
muttered Hendon, setting aside his plate. In contrast to the French ambassador, the Spanish ambassador to the court of St. James, Carlos Gutiérrez de los Ríos y Sarmiento de Sotomayor, was quite young, still in his 30s. His family was also old and aristocratic. He was the 7th Count of Fernan Núñez, but they'd never been either excessively powerful or excessively wealthy, and his long boyish face bore a habitual smile of almost impish goodwill.
"En honor, sir,"
said the Spaniard, when Hendon introduced them, and then withdrew with a warning glare at Sebastian.
"I understand. You fought in the Peninsula."
"I did, yes." The ambassador's smile lit up his features. He was a small man, slightly built, with bushy eyebrows, large protruding eyes, and a small chin.
"Hopefully someday you will be able to return to Spain and enjoy your visit in a time of peace."
"I would like that," said Sebastian,
watching out of the corner of his eye as Hero adroitly collided with a pretty young woman he suspected was the Count's wife. "I wondered, did you ever meet my colleague, Captain Miles Sedgwick? He also fought in the peninsula." The ambassador's genial smile faded. "I fear I never had the pleasure. He is the gentleman who was recently found murdered?" "He is, yes. I understand he knew one of the members of your diplomatic mission, someone he met in Cadiz in 1808 or 1809? Ah, that would have been Francisco de la Serna." "Is he here this evening?" "Unfortunately, no. He was recalled to Madrid last week. His father has taken ill and is not expected to live long." "I'm sorry to hear that. When did he sail?" "Last Sunday, I believe." For a moment, Sebastian could only stare at the Spaniard as a new and profoundly disturbing thought occurred to him. "I understand. He was a young, slim man?" "Francisco." The Spaniard gave a soft laugh. "Once, yes. But after so many years and a great many fine dinners and bottles of wine, both the youth and slimness are difficult to maintain, yes?" "They are indeed," said Sebastian. "I'm sorry I missed him. Hopefully he'll be returning to London soon." "Once this flare-up of war is over, which, God willing, will be soon." "God willing," said Sebastian. It was when Sebastian was working his way through the crowd toward Hero that he came upon his father-in-law. "What the hell are you doing here?" demanded Jarvis, stepping in front of him. "Everyone keeps asking me that," said Sebastian. "Why are you here?" "You mean instead of staying home with my wife and newborn son? It was Victoria herself who urged me to come." She would, thought Sebastian. Jarvis and his new wife were very well suited to each other. Jarvis frowned. "Why were you talking to the Spanish ambassador just now?" Sebastian cast a quick glance toward the door where something, or someone, was causing a commotion. "He invited me to visit Spain again." There was a loud thump, followed by a curse. "What the blazes is that racket?" demanded Jarvis, just as a small, skinny lad, dressed in a tiger-striped waistcoat, wiggled his way through the jewelled throng of silk and satin-clad ladies and their gentlemen. "A message come for you from Bow Street," Tom said breathlessly, as he skidded to a halt beside Sebastian. "It's one of them weird sisters. She's been murdered." Chapter 39. Astrid Wilde lay slumped behind the counter of the room that had once, in its former life, housed a tavern. Her hands were curled limply at her sides, her head lolling awkwardly against one shoulder. The narrow cord that someone had used to kill her was still tight around her neck, embedded deeply in the flesh of her throat. Her wide open eyes were bulging and bloody, her tongue so swollen it protruded from her mouth in a horrid grimace. A thin trickle of blood ran from one ear, and her bowels and bladder had let loose, soaking the skirts of her elegant, old-fashioned gown of gold satin. "Ghastly, isn't it?" said Lovejoy, holding his handkerchief to his nose and mouth. Sebastian let his gaze drift around the shelf-lined room, ablaze now with light from the lanterns of the constables who stood huddled together in groups of 2 and 3, their shoulders hunched and their faces wary. There seemed to be an extraordinary number of them. "Any idea when this happened?" "Her sister said she found her just after 10. "Which sister?" The Jamaican one. Ah. And the other one? Sybil? Says she only came in shortly before we arrived. No one saw anything? Nothing they're willing to admit to. Sebastian jerked his head toward the sombre groups of men crowded into the room. Why all the constables? Lovejoy sighed. It was the only way, short of getting someone to call out the army, that I could convince anyone to accompany me here. St. Giles does have a nasty reputation. Lovejoy dropped his gaze to the body at their feet. It is well deserved. While Lovejoy was supervising the loading of Astrid Wilde onto the shell that would carry her body to Gibson's Tower Hill surgery, Sebastian walked down the shadowy passage behind the counter to find Sybil Wilde seated in her ornately carved high-backed chair. A glass with a healthy measure of brandy stood at her elbow, and her tarot deck lay strewn across the surface of the table as if she'd thrown it down in anger or disgust. Tonight she wore a gown of dark green velvet that looked like something from the days of Charles II, with slit sleeves joined loosely with ribbons and a full skirt with a satin underdress. The small chamber was lit only by the candelabra she had set in the centre of the cloth-draped table, its flames leaping up golden and bright, but leaving the corners of the room in shadow. She had her rich dark hair flowing loose around her shoulders, and she looked both beautiful and somehow very, very dangerous. She had been simply staring down at the spilled cards, but she looked up when Sebastian came to stand in the doorway, and for a long moment her gaze met his. Then she said, "You've seen her?" "I have," said Sebastian, leaning against the doorframe. "Tell me what happened." "You think I know?" "I think you do, yes." She settled back, her forearms resting on the carved arms of her chair. "Well, I don't." He pushed away from the doorway to wander the shadowy recesses of the room. "Who would want to kill her?" "I have no idea." He paused on the far side of the table, his gaze hard on her face. "She's not really your sister, is she?" Sybil hesitated a moment, then shook her head. "So who is she?" "An actress. Too old to be some rich man's mistress, and never good enough on the boards to succeed once her looks began to fade." "How did she end up here?" Sybil twitched one shoulder in a casual shrug. "It was something to do." "Spying for the Bourbons, you mean?" Her expression didn't alter. "I never said that." "No, you didn't. So what was her real name?" "I've no idea. She used to call herself Astrid Burns, but I suspect that was only a stage name." "When was the last time you saw her?" "Earlier this evening." "You were open when she was killed?" Most shops were required to close on Sundays, but such things were rarely enforced in places like St. Giles. "We were, yes. But no one saw anything. Business was slow. People were out in the streets, but all anyone seemed to want to think about is either Napoleon or the bodies they keep pulling from the river. I don't know why we even bothered to open." "Has Astrid quarrelled with anyone recently?" "No." "Noticed anyone following her?" "No." "She didn't say anything to you at all about being nervous or afraid?" "No, I keep telling you. I have no idea who killed her or why." "You don't seem overly saddened by her death." Sybil stared back at him, her eyes wide and dry. "I told you. She wasn't actually my sister." "Yet you knew her."
He let his gaze drift around the room with its richly panelled walls and ancient sandstone fire surround. So tell me this. Did you know Hamilton Evans? Who? Hamilton Evans. The young man at the Foreign Office whose headless corpse was pulled from the Thames a few days ago. Did you know him? No. What about a Spaniard named Francisco de la Serna? Did you know him? A Spaniard? No. What has he to do with anything? Maybe nothing. She cocked her head, the light from the branch of candles casting a golden glow over her fair skin and deepening the highlights in her rich dark hair. You think what happened to Astrid has something to do with the murders of those men whose bodies were found in the river? You don't? No, I don't. People are killed all the time, particularly in St. Giles. You told me once that the people around here leave you alone, that they're afraid of you. But whoever killed Astrid wasn't afraid. Again that careless shrug. He pressed his hands flat on the tabletop and leaned into them. Tell me about Gabriel. She kept her face completely blank. Who? Gabriel, the assassin working for the Bourbons. His preferred weapons are the dagger and the garrote. Sedgwick was stabbed. Astrid was garroted. I noticed, she said dryly. Gabriel, he said again, tell me about him. Her head fell back as she stared up at him. I don't know anyone named Gabriel, and to my knowledge none of my acquaintances are also assassins. Sebastian shook his head. She was doing her best to hide her fear, but it was there, in the flaring of her nostrils and the tightness around her lips. You may not be grieved by Astrid's death, but you are frightened by it, aren't you? Her slim white throat worked as she swallowed. Of course I'm frightened. In case you hadn't noticed, everyone in London is frightened. Who wouldn't be frightened by murder? The person, or people, responsible, one assumes. Perhaps. Yet fear is sometimes a motive for murder, is it not? Sometimes. So what is the person who killed Astrid afraid of? I can't imagine. Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps it has nothing to do with fear. Not all killers are afraid. Some are simply angry, or filled with lust, or greed. All the selfish motives. Yes. She stared back at him with hooded eyes, the scar on her face showing dark against her pale skin. But then, what is more selfish than murder? Chapter 40. Monday, 19th of June. It was nearly dawn by the time Sebastian made it back to Brook Street. He was standing at the library window, his gaze on a torn playbill blowing down the deserted street, when Hero came to lean against the door-jamb, her hair loose about the shoulders of her blue satin dressing-gown, her arms crossed at the bodice against the morning chill. You could at least try to sleep, she said. He shook his head. I keep thinking, why? Why would this killer go after Astrid Wilde? She pushed away from the doorway. You don't know her murder is linked to the others, or even to the murder of just Sedgwick. St. Giles is a dangerous place. It's linked, said Sebastian, going to kneel before the dying fire. And Sybil knows it. Hero watched him shovel coal onto the glowing embers. You think the headless, handless corpse they pulled from the Thames really was Francisco de la Serna?
Honestly, I don't know. It could be. I've asked Lovejoy to see if there's any way to find out if the man actually sailed with whatever ship he was booked on. But there probably isn't, not at this point. The ambassador's wife said Francisco was a former cavalry officer, roughly the same height as her husband, but he'd put on weight in recent years, so that he is now something like 2 or 3 stone heavier. Which would fit Alex's estimate. But then I've no doubt it would also fit tens of thousands of other men out there. She came to sink into one of the chairs beside the fire, her gaze on the flames slowly licking into the new fuel. I keep thinking about Phoebe Cox's baby. Surely Miles Sedgwick couldn't be so cruel as to simply drop the child in the Thames. Could he? I'd like to think he couldn't do something like that. But the truth is, even if he simply handed the child to some beggar woman, would it really be all that different? The child is unlikely to have survived. Hero let out a long sigh. Poor Phoebe. She lost her baby, and now the Crown is going to punish her for her poverty and her powerlessness by taking her life. She was silent for a moment, her gaze on the fire. Will it ever change, do you think? Perhaps. Although, to be honest, I sometimes wonder. She looked up, meeting his troubled gaze. So do I. It was several hours later, when they were consuming a leisurely breakfast at the table on the terrace, that they heard the distant peal of the front bell. A moment later, Maury appeared with a bow. A personage here to see you, my lord. What sort of personage? She says her name is Rowena Wilde. She is quite agitated. Sebastian met Hero's gaze. Show her back right away. The woman escorted out to them was dressed not in the costume of some past century, but in a simple high-waisted muslin walking dress with a short red spencer. Her thick curly hair was wild around her face, and she clutched to her chest a bulging satchel from which protruded bits of lace and ribbon. "You must help me," said Rowena, her eyes wide, her pretty features pinched with fear. "Please, if you don't, they're going to kill me too, the same way they killed Astrid." Sebastian stood to draw back one of the chairs at the table. "Won't you please have a seat? How about something to eat? Cup of tea, perhaps?" Rowena shook her head from side to side, her hands spasming against the satchel she held before her. "Are you going to help me?" "Who do you think is going to kill you?" asked Hero quietly. "Sybil." "Your sister?" "She ain't my sister." Sebastian settled back into his own chair. "You're saying Sybil killed Astrid?" "I ain't saying she did it herself, but she's behind it. I know she is." "What makes you think that?" "They had a big fight. Sybil and Astrid, I mean." "About what?" "About that fellow got himself killed. Miles Sedgwick. Astrid was sweet on him." Rowena's lip curled in derision. She thought he was sweet on her too, because he was always making up to her, and Astrid was too stupid to realise that's the way he treated all women. "I still don't understand precisely what the fight was about." "Astrid thought Sybil had him killed." Hero said, "Why would she think that?" "Because he came to see Sybil that night." "You mean Saturday? The night he was killed?" said Sebastian. Rowena nodded. "They had a big row. He accused her of tricking him, of using him. She doesn't really see stuff, you know. She likes to think she does, but the truth is, most of what she claims to see really comes from information she gets from people's servants and the like, or else she coaxes it out of her customers while she's doing a reading for them, but she does it so clever-like that they don't realise what she's done." "I did rather suspect that," said Sebastian. Rowena sniffed. Hero said, "Did Sedgwick threaten her?" Rowena nodded, her eyes wide. "Sybil, she told him to be careful, that he didn't know who he was dealing with. But he said he now knew precisely who he was dealing with." "Did he say how or where he learned what she was really doing?" asked Sebastian. "I don't know. I didn't catch everything they were saying. But Astrid did. She had really good hearing, you see, much better than mine." "She confronted Sybil about what she'd heard?" Rowena nodded. "Yesterday." "And what did Sybil do?" "She told her she'd kill her if she even thought about betraying her." Sebastian and Hero exchanged glances. "She does that, you know," said Rowena. "Kills people, I mean. Well, she doesn't do it herself, but she's got somebody who does it for her." "Do you know who he is?" Rowena took a step back, her nostrils flaring wide with fear as she shook her head from side to side. "I can't help you if you don't tell me the truth," said Sebastian, his voice hard. "Who is he?" "I don't know." "Sybil spies for the Bourbons, doesn't she?" Hero said quietly. Rowena hesitated a moment, then gave a quick nod, her lips pressed tightly together. "And this man she knows, he does the Bourbons' killing?" She nodded again. "Sybil calls him Gabriel, but I don't think that's his real name." "What does he look like?" "I don't know exactly. I've caught glimpses of him a few times, but he never looks the same. For a while there I thought he must be 2 or maybe even 3 different men. But then I realised it's all the same person. He's just really good at making himself look different. Sometimes he looks like a Bowden Street beau, but other times you'd think he was a costermonger." "Is he English or French?" "I don't even know that. Sometimes he sounds like one, sometimes he sounds like the other. And there was one time you'd have sworn he was German listening to him. I reckon maybe he used to be an actor." "Either an actor," thought Sebastian, "or someone with experience adopting disguises." Aloud he said, "I still don't understand what makes you think Sybil had Astrid killed. Why would she?" "I told you, because Astrid was that mad at Sybil for killing Sedgwick, and she said she was going to tell you." "You mean she was going to tell me she thought Sybil had Sedgwick murdered?" Rowena nodded. "And tell you that he was there right before he was killed." "You saw him that night?" "Yes." "Did you see him leave?" "Yes." She frowned. "Why?" "What time was it?" "When he left?" "I don't know. Maybe somewhere around 8 or past." Rowena looked from Sebastian to Hero and back again. "Are you going to help me or not?" "Precisely what is it you want us to do?" "Hide me. From Sybil and Gabriel." "Who knows you're here?" "Nobody. I slipped out this morning before Sybil was up and while the streets were all deserted. Ain't nobody followed me here, I'm sure of it." Again Sebastian and Hero exchanged glances. He said, "I know a hotel where you can stay for now, but you mustn't leave your room or contact anyone you know. Do you understand?" Rowena nodded, her eyes wide with the terror of a woman who'd long ago come to realise that her life was of value only to herself. Jarvis was still in his dressing room when Grisham, both his dignity and his profound disapproval of his master's son-in-law now thoroughly restored, showed Sebastian up to his lordship. "I assume this is important," said Jarvis, Still in his shirt sleeves, he glanced over at his valet. "Leave us." Sebastian waited until the man had gone, then said, "You knew the woman who called herself Astrid Wilde?" Jarvis reached for one of the cravats left by his valet and began to wrap the length of linen around his neck. "Not personally, no. But you knew she worked for the Bourbons." "Technically, I believe she worked for Sybil Wilde." "And Sybil Wilde works for the Bourbons." Sebastian watched the king's cousin set about the important task of tying his cravat. "I've just spoken to someone who has very good reason to believe Astrid was killed because she knew Sybil Wilde was behind Sedgwick's death." Jarvis kept his attention on his reflection in the mirror. "Now that I don't believe. Why would the Bourbons, or more specifically Sybil Wilde, want to kill Sedgwick? Perhaps because, unlike you, Sedgwick had only recently discovered, presumably from someone in Vienna, that she was working for the Bourbons, or perhaps because the Bourbons knew he was carrying correspondence from Austria proposing that Napoleon be allowed to leave his half-Austrian son on the throne of France." Jarvis looked at him sharply. "Who told you that? Does it matter?" "Not really." Jarvis returned his attention to his cravat. "Sybil Wilde is smart enough to know that the prince would never seriously entertain such a proposal, apart from which the correspondence Sedgwick carried had already been delivered, remember?" He paused to carefully set a fold into the starched white linen. "Did it ever occur to you that the man's recent trip to the continent had absolutely nothing to do with his death?" "It has occurred to me, yes. But I can definitely see the Bourbons killing Sedgwick to get their hands on the list he also brought back from Vienna, although you claim to know nothing about it." Sebastian watched his father-in-law turn away from the mirror to reach for his waistcoat. "I've asked you several times now if you know the identity of the Bourbons' assassin, and I've told you several times that I do not." "I don't believe you." Jarvis shrugged into his waistcoat. "I understand you've developed an interest in Cabrera." Sebastian studied his father-in-law's faintly smiling features. "Why do you ask?" Jarvis went to work, fastening his white satin waistcoat's row of tiny pearl buttons. "You know, of course, that Alexis Sauvage had a close relative who died there." "On Cabrera? Who?" The amusement in Jarvis's eyes deepened. "Ah, so you didn't know." "Why the bloody hell should I believe you?" "Ask her. I understand they were exceptionally close, virtually raised together." "How do you know this?" "I make it my business to know such things." "And yet you would have me believe you don't know who shot the face off Miles Sedgwick and dumped his body in the Thames?" said Sebastian, and had the satisfaction of seeing the big man's smile slip. Chapter 41. Gibson was leaning over a female cadaver on the elevated stone slab in the dank outbuilding behind his Tower Hill surgery. A butcher's apron tied over his rumpled clothes, and what looked like a butcher's knife in his hand, when Sebastian came to stand just outside the building's low doorway. The surgeon's cheeks were unshaven, his eyes bloodshot, his skin the colour of something long dead, but he was fiercely sober. "If you're here looking for answers to help solve the riddle of what maniac is doing this," he growled, looking up from what Sebastian now realized was Astrid Wilde's eviscerated corpse, "I can't help you." Sebastian let his gaze wander over the crude shelves on the surrounding walls until he found a shallow, chipped enamel basin containing a thin braided cord with a dowel knotted at each end. That's the garrote that was used to kill her? Gibson nodded. Professional, isn't it? Very. Setting aside his knife with a clatter, Gibson reached for a rag and wiped his hands. You're thinking this is the work of the Bourbon's assassin? I'd say it's more than likely, but it doesn't necessarily follow that he's responsible for all the other killings. Gibson frowned. How do you figure that? Sebastian had to force himself to look again at the contorted features of the dead woman between them. I'm told she had it in her head that the Bourbons were responsible for Miles Sedgwick's death, and she was threatening to come to me about it. So even if they had nothing to do with any of the other deaths, I can see them deciding she was becoming a dangerous liability that needed to be silenced. Yes, I can see that, said Gibson. He tossed the rag aside, then fixed Sebastian with a steady stare. People are saying the fighting has started in Belgium. Sebastian blew out a long, troubled breath. I'm hearing the rumours, but if the government has received anything official from Wellington, I don't know about it. Well, hell, I was hoping you might have at least heard something. Gibson scrubbed his hands down over his haggard face. It's hard just sitting here, holding our breath and waiting. Sebastian nodded, his gaze drifting back up the hill toward the medieval stone house. Is Alexei around? Gibson shook his head. I think she said she was going to the St. Martin's workhouse to see if Sedgwick left Phoebe's baby there. She's still looking. Something flared in the Irishman's bloodshot green eyes. Last year, one of the babies she delivered died in his sleep. The authorities accused the mother of smothering him and hanged her for it. So as long as there's a chance of finding that babe, then I'd say yes, Alexei is going to keep looking for it. Alexei was just leaving the grim, soot-covered brick workhouse when Sebastian walked up to her. Any sign of the baby? He asked. No, nothing. She studied him in silence for a moment, her face difficult to read. But that's not why you're here, is it? Has something happened to Paul? Sebastian shook his head. He's fine. But I had an interesting conversation earlier today with Lord Jarvis. That sounds ominous. She brushed past him to turn down St. Martin's Lane toward the river. And what did the king's, oh so powerful cousin have to say that brings you here to me? It can't be good. Sebastian fell into step beside her. He tells me someone you loved died on Cabrera. Is that true? She looked over at him, her forehead creasing with what looked like a puzzled frown. It is? Yes. I don't know how he knew or what difference it makes, but my cousin Celine died there. Why do you ask? Because Miles Sedgwick was involved in the British decision to force the Spaniards to abrogate their treaty with France and send the prisoners to the island. Technically, his role was that of a go-between, carrying messages from the Wellesleys to Admiral Collingwood and back. But I'm told he wasn't simply a messenger, that he advocated quite forcefully to prevent the transfer of the prisoners back to France. Sebastian paused, then said, It's been suggested that's why he was killed. She drew up sharply and turned to face him. Because of Cabrera? Yes. And now you're back to thinking that maybe I'm the one who killed him, are you? You don't find it odd how everything somehow keeps circling back to you? Does it? And precisely how am I supposed to have manhandled him down to the Thames? Or are you thinking your good friend Paul Gibson helped me? She half swung away from him, one hand coming up to her forehead. I can't believe this. Sebastian kept his gaze hard on her half-averted face. Did you know of Sedgwick's involvement in the decision to send the French prisoners to Cabrera?
For God's sake, no. You think I would have married him if I had known?
You could have found out later.
She shook her head, her lip curling. Mon Dieu.
You say your cousin Céline died there. I didn't realize women were sent to Cabrera too.
You know how many women move with an army. Not only laundresses, canteen women and prostitutes, but also the wives of officers and the men.
And we sent them to Cabrera.
Of course. There were children, too. I don't think any of them survived.
She was silent for a moment, her face stark as she stared out over the wretched street.
I'm told the first few years were the worst, like something out of hell. No shelter, almost no water, and frequently no food. There were times when they resorted to cannibalism. She glanced over at him. Did you know that?
No.
It's horrible even to think about. But who can blame them? The fault lies not with those forced to do such a thing to survive, but with everyone who sent them there in the first place.
How long did your cousin Céline survive?
Not long. She gave birth to twins on the ship out from Cadiz. Her husband died about a month after they reached the island. He was giving her his rations so that she could feed the babies. But they both died anyway, and after that, she threw herself off the cliffs into the sea.
I'm sorry, he said, although it struck him as a damned useless thing to say.
She stared back at him. Are you? 10 or 20 years from now, who will even remember them, let alone cry for them? Certainly not the British or the Spaniards who sent them there. And the French? The Bourbons see anyone who fought for Napoleon, even the conscripts, as traitors, while those who support Napoleon would rather it all be forgotten, lest he be faulted for failing to rescue them.
Those who lost loved ones there will remember, said Sebastian. They will remember, and they will cry for them, and someone could even be killing for them.
You genuinely believe that?
Let's just say I see it as a possibility. He watched the Frenchwoman's tightly controlled features very carefully. Do you know of anyone else here in London who lost loved ones on Cabrera?
She huffed a disbelieving laugh. You think I would tell you if I did, so that Bow Street can hang them instead of me?
Whoever is killing these men is not entirely sane. You do realize that, don't you?
Alexei stared back at him. You think any of us are truly sane after 25 years of war?
Sebastian met her gaze. No, probably not.
Chapter 42. Later that morning, Kat Boleyn stood at the window of her house in Cavendish Square, her gaze on the street below. She could see a workman painting the black iron railing around the leafy garden in the square, a ragged woman selling ribbons from a tray, a costermonger in a flop hat and jaunty red kerchief flirting with one of the cooks from down the street. Kat studied each one carefully, even the women, for she knew now that the person watching her could change his appearance with the practiced ease of one of the world's best actors. She'd seen him clearly twice. Once he'd been dressed as a costermonger,
the second time as a clerk. But she was certain it was the same man, despite the difference in clothes, hair, colour and body type, for the shape of his head gave him away to a practised eye. A skilled actor could alter his clothes and his posture, add pounds and years, thrust out his jaw or hunch his shoulders, alter his walk and entire demeanour. But the shape of his head was immutable. She'd been trying to remember if she'd known an actor over the years with that head shape, but she couldn't think of one. She turned away from the window with a smothered oath. "Stop it," she told herself, saying it out loud, as if that might somehow be more effective. "Just stop it. What is wrong with you?" She'd faced death before, had come perilously close to dying more than once, so why was she so rattled this time? Drawn against her will, she went back to the window, careful not to disturb the curtain, lest he be watching and know he was making her nervous. If he was there, she couldn't see him, but she could feel him. And even though she knew it sounded ridiculous, she thought she understood at some fundamental level what was so disturbing about this particular man. It was the animosity emanating from him, a level of malevolence such as she'd never before encountered. "Life is full of scary things," her stepfather used to tell her. "The trick is to not let your fears get in the way of your living. Whatever else you do, Catherine, don't settle for a life half-lived." "You're definitely one of the scary things in life," she whispered, now to the unseen man out there, somewhere, who intended to kill her. "But I'm not going to let you destroy my life. You hear me? I'm not." Shortly after midday, Hero took a wherry from Parliament Stairs all the way down the river to Three Cranes Wharf, just above London Bridge. She had never before done such a thing, and she found it a magical experience to glide silently past sights at once familiar and, from this angle, totally unfamiliar. The breeze rising off the water was cool and sweet, the sky a soft blue, filled with wind-scuttled white clouds, the June sun bathing the world in a warm, intense light. "Look there," said her wherryman, drawing her attention to a pair of snowy white egrets rising from the mudflats before Somerset House. The wherryman was a big man named Devon Clark, built tall and broad across the shoulders and chest, with a massive head and powerful jawline. He wore a broad-brimmed hat with the typical pilot jacket and canvas trousers of a waterman, and he told Hero he'd been impressed twice and had the stripes on his back to prove it. "You'd be hard put to find a wherryman wasn't impressed at some point," he told her, as they slid past the leafy chestnut trees and sweetly scented roses of Temple Gardens. "The Lord High Admiral has the power to demand a certain number of watermen serve in the Navy, you see. You can try hiding when there's a press in progress, but the press masters know where to look because they're members of the company themselves." "They are?" "Oh, aye. And they always make sure they take apprentices when they can rather than free men. But then who'd want an old stager in the Navy, It's hard enough on a young un." He stared off down the river, his eyes narrowing against the glare of the water, his features tightening in a way that told her his memories of his time as an impressed seaman were not fond ones. "At least the waterman's company looks after those who come back too broken to work, which is more than you can say about His Majesty and that lot." He hawked up a mouthful of phlegm and turned his head to spit into the water. "Do they resent it? The fact that so many wherrymen are impressed, I mean?" He looked at her, his face utterly blank. "What would be the point? It's just life on the river. I reckon you'll find more wherrymen riled up about these new bridges than about the press masters. Time was the closest bridge after London Bridge was at Kingston, 25 miles upstream. But look at it now. Next thing you know, they're going to have a dozen or more bridges over the river. You ask me, instead of building all those new bridges, what they ought to do is rebuild London Bridge. The thing's a bloody hazard. Begging your pardon for the language, milady.
Hero stared down the river to where the crumbling old 13th century bridge was just coming into view. With its narrow arches and thick piers, London Bridge acted essentially like a weir holding back so much water that at times there could be as much as a 6-foot difference in the height of the river above and below its medieval arches. Passage under the bridge was dangerous at all times, but it was particularly dangerous when the tide was flowing. Most wherrymen refused to go anywhere near it. Their passengers had to disembark at the old Swan Stairs above the bridge and go on foot to hire a new boat below. But every month or so a group of young bucks eager to test their mettle would find some wherryman desperate enough to take their money and try to shoot the rapids.
Reckon there's somewhere between 25 and 50 fools killed there every year, Clark was saying. They call it shooting the bridge.
Hero nodded. I heard there was a young wherryman killed just the other day trying to shoot it.
You heard about that, did you? I'm surprised. Wherrymen die on the river all the time, and most folks don't usually give it a second thought. I'm still hearing about that Grand Lord's son they pulled out of the pool a week ago. A week ago? Wouldn't nobody have heard of him if he'd been a wherryman?
Except he didn't simply drown, said Hero. He was murdered.
Aye, so he was. And there was a wherryman murdered that same night. Stabbed in the back, he was, but ain't nobody talking about him.
Hero looked up from her notes, the wind catching at the brim of her hat so that she had to put up her hand to steady it. Where did this happen?
Who knows? They found his body down by the Isle of Dogs, although his wherry was just knocking against the dock of that old tannery by Jacob's Island, what shut down a few years back.
When did you say he was found?
Tuesday. He disappeared Saturday night, but they didn't find him till just a few hours before that Lord's son come up with the East India man's anchor.
Chapter 43. The remains of the Maguire tannery lay just downriver from Jacob's Island, on the south bank of the river in a wretched neighbourhood laced with tidal streams from the Thames. At one time it must have been a lovely place, with hedgerows and lush green meadows and lazily grazing cows. Now it was a hellscape of abandoned tan pits and dye pits, the earth blasted bare of all vegetation and stained various shades of red, blue, yellow, green and pink. The tannery's tall smokestack was crumbling, the brick walls of the finishing shop and warehouse smothered in vines, the windows broken. The shattered remains of old drying racks lay strewn about, jumbled together with pushing poles, and what looked like pieces of old wooden wheelbarrows. "Why exactly are we here?" said Hero, picking her way carefully between deep pits, half filled with foul-smelling water. Sebastian looked over at her and grinned. "Because it seemed like a good idea when we talked about it in the comfort of Brook Street." She huffed a laugh, but sobered quickly. "We don't even know that this murdered wherryman had anything to do with Sedgwick's death." "No, but you must admit the timing makes it a curious coincidence." "You keep using that word." "I know, and I don't like it." He paused at the top of the high river bank, his gaze scanning the refuse-piled waterfront. "There," he said. "There's the stairs down to the old wharf." They worked their way over to the broken stone steps, then climbed carefully down to the weather-beaten dock. The narrow old arches of London Bridge lay just downstream.
"The wherryman's body might have ended up down by the Isle of Dogs," said Sebastian, "but if his boat was found here, then I suspect he was killed here." Hero turned to stare up the river to where they could see the towers of St. Paul's rising on the far bank. "Or the wherry could have drifted here from upriver someplace." "Perhaps, but I doubt it. The currents are all wrong to bring it ashore here." He was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on a nearby pile of rubbish. "What is it?" said Hero, watching him. Reaching down, he shifted a worn timber and some brush, then came up with a boot, and not just any boot, but a fine Hessian such as a gentleman of the town might wear. Except for a bit of mud on the heel and its somewhat bedraggled silver tassels, it looked new. "Good heavens," whispered Hero. "Do you think that could be Sedgwick's?" Sebastian turned the boot in his hands. "I don't know, but I suspect his bootmaker would recognize it if it is." Hero looked back up the bank at the blighted landscape of the old tannery. "Why here, I wonder? Because it's a good place to kill someone?" "Either that, or because it's a good place to strip and mutilate your victim's body and toss it in the river." Hero brought her gaze back to his face. "So why kill the wherryman?" "I suppose that depends on the role he played," said Sebastian, "and whether Sedgwick, or whoever this boot belonged to, was alive when the wherryman brought his passengers here." "This is troublesome," said Sir Henry Lovejoy, when Sebastian stopped by his Bow Street office. The magistrate sat back in his chair, frowning as he turned the fine leather boot in his hands. "You'd think it belonged to Miles Sedgwick?" "I think it's worth asking his bootmaker about it," said Sebastian. Lovejoy nodded. "I'll put one of the lads on it right away, and send a couple of constables out to take a look around this tannery too." Sebastian went to stand at the window, his gaze on the turbulent white clouds gathering above the city. "Was there a wherryman found stabbed last week?" "To be frank, I've no idea. The river police handle that sort of thing, and they only inform us if it seems pertinent." Lovejoy carefully set the boot aside. "The truth is, the entire metropolitan area needs a centralized, coordinated police force." "It will never happen," said Sebastian. Lovejoy sighed. "Well, probably not in my lifetime, at any rate." He peeled off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "Remember how you asked us to look into the background of Reverend Sinclair Palmer?" Sebastian turned from the window. "Yes?" "It seems he didn't take up holy orders immediately after coming down from Cambridge." "He didn't?" No one Sebastian had spoken to earlier had mentioned that, but then they might not have known. Lovejoy shook his head. "No, he spent 2 years as a cornet in the 40th Foot. He sold out after being wounded at Rolisa and was ordained some 6 months later, just in time to take up the living at Marylebone." Sebastian had fought at Rolisa himself, but all he said was, "Interesting." Said Lovejoy, his worried gaze meeting Sebastian's. "I thought you'd think so." Sebastian spent the early evening hours making the rounds of places like the Scarlet Man and Yellow Dog, looking for men who'd once served with Palmer. He spoke to a broken-down former corporal, a blind sergeant, and a one-legged lieutenant on half-pay. Then, as the sun was sinking slowly in the western sky, he turned his horses toward Marylebone. He found the Reverend Sinclair Palmer in the small, fastidiously tidy parlour of his rectory. His hair was vaguely disarrayed, as if he'd only just come in, and he was in the act of pouring himself a brandy when the housemaid showed Sebastian in. "Ah, Lord Devlin," said the churchman, looking up from what he was doing. "Splendid to see you again. Have you heard? Word on the streets is that the fighting has begun." "Any official confirmation yet?" "Not that I'm aware of, but it must surely be so." "Most likely," said Sebastian. Palmer raised the carafe invitingly. "I was just pouring myself a brandy. Won't you join me?" "Thank you, yes," said Sebastian, going to stand beside the empty hearth. "I'm told you served in the 40th Foot." The Reverend gave a strange, startled laugh. "A long time ago, yes. Took a bullet in the shoulder in Portugal." "That's when you sold out?" Palmer set aside the carafe and turned with 2 glasses in his hands. "It was, yes. Although, if truth be told, I'd realized by then that I would be far better suited to a life in the church than in the military." He handed one of the glasses to Sebastian and raised his own as if in a toast. "Here's to better days ahead, when we can focus on bringing solace into the lives of our fellow men rather than killing them." Eh? It didn't exactly fit with what Sebastian had heard from the men who had served with the then Cornet Palmer. "Yes," said Sebastian, raising his own glass. "Here's to peace." The Reverend took a deep drink of his brandy. "So, have you made any progress in finding Sedgwick's killer?" Sebastian wondered if the phraseology was significant. Finding Sedgwick's killer, as opposed to finding the man who's doing these killings. "Not as much progress as I'd like, I'll admit." Palmer took another deep drink. "I should think a man known for seducing the wives of his friends must have made any number of enemies." "Last time we spoke, you said you thought Sedgwick's death had something to do with his interest in witches and werewolves." The Reverend's eyes widened. "Ah, yes. Well, that was before I knew about Lady... Well, let's just say it was before I knew about a certain lady." "Do I take it Eloisa Sedgwick knew her husband was having an affair with this certain lady?" "Of course she knew. The woman isn't stupid." "She must have been very angry and hurt if she spoke to you about it." "What woman wouldn't be?" "And what about this certain lady's husband? Do you think he knew of his wife's affair?" "As to that I couldn't say. Some men are very good at deceiving themselves, are they not?" "Up to a point, perhaps." Palmer drained his glass. "Well, you would know that particular man better than I. You did serve together in the Peninsula, did you not?" "We did." "Then you should know what he is capable of." "Meaning?" "Meaning no offence, to be sure." Setting aside his empty glass, the Reverend went to stand at the window, his gaze on the slowly fading day. "It's hard to think that somewhere out there at this very moment, the future history of the world is being decided, is it not? And yet here we are, and we don't even know what's happening now, let alone what the eventual outcome will be." Sebastian studied the man's handsome, chiselled profile. "You never thought of rejoining your old regiment when you heard about Napoleon's return? As a chaplain, perhaps?" Palmer turned toward him with a self-deprecating smile. "No. Sadly, my responsibility now is to my congregation here. But they also serve who only stand and wait. May I offer you more brandy? Ah, I see you've hardly touched yours." Sebastian set aside his half-empty glass. "Thank you, but I must be going." The Reverend walked with him to the door. "You still think the same killer murdered all 3 of the men whose bodies were pulled from the Thames?" "Actually, I'm not sure what to think at this point." Palmer nodded. his lips tightening into an upturned grimace even as his eyes wandered elsewhere. That evening, Hero worked at mending the torn flounce of one of her gowns, while Devlin stood by the drawing-room window, his gaze on the darkness beyond. There was a tension about his shoulders, mingled unmistakably with an air of profound sadness. "You're afraid it's Monty who killed Sedgwick, aren't you?" she said quietly, watching him. "Because of what Palmer said today?" He turned his head to meet her gaze. "It isn't as if the possibility hadn't occurred to me before. I can't see Monty killing Hamilton Evans or Astrid Wilde, or whoever that unidentified corpse might be. But he would hardly be the first to kill a man who was cuckolding him." "You're back to thinking the deaths are the work of two different killers?" He scrubbed his hands down over his face. "Half the time, yes. The other half of the time—" "Did you ever ask Monty how he knew even before you did that Sedgwick had been stabbed?" "No. He'd probably claim it was just a lucky guess, and then never talk to me again for thinking he's a murderer. And while I won't hesitate to turn him in if he is the killer, I've no desire to lose an old friend if he's not." She tied off her thread and set the mending aside. "If it were me, I'd put my money on the good Reverend Palmer of Marylebone. He eliminates the philandering husband, excuses it by telling himself he's doing the Lord's work in removing someone with a satanic interest in witches and werewolves, then marries the rich widow, and thus leaps far, far higher up the social and economic ladder than he could otherwise dream of." Devlin smiled. "That's because you don't like him." She gave a soft laugh. "No, I don't. But then I have an ingrained aversion to hypocritical churchmen." "Oh, he's nothing if not hypocritical," said Devlin. "All three of the men from the 40th Foot I spoke to today told me Palmer was infamous for having twice executed French prisoners, put the muzzle of his pistol against their heads and blew their brains out." "Dear Lord," she whispered. "So we know he can kill." "Oh, he can kill all right. But then, so can Monty." He paused, his head lifting, then said, "I wonder who that is." "What?" she started to say, then broke off as a knock sounded at the front door below. "The acuity of your hearing is unnerving." "Still?" "Still." Their gazes met as the sound of Hendon's voice mingled with Maury's drifted up from the entry hall. A moment later the Earl himself appeared at the entrance to the drawing-room, his face set in unusually grave lines. "What is it?" asked Hero. "The palace has received news from Wellington," said the Earl. "Napoleon has attacked the Prussians at Ligny. Seems he managed to put his army in the gap left between Wellington's men in the west and Blucher's to the east." "And Wellington?" "Was at a ball given by the Duchess of Richmond when word came through, as were many of his officers. They're saying some of them headed to the front in evening dress." "When was this?" said Devlin. "The first skirmishes started on Thursday, then Napoleon absolutely routed the Prussians on Friday, while Wellington was forced to fall back before Marshal Ney from a place called Quatre Bras. According to the messenger he sent, our troops have retreated to some little village halfway back to Brussels. The city is in a full-blown panic, with the French expected to overrun the place at any moment, and everyone who can scrambling to find some way to get to the coast. It will be in the morning papers that the fighting has started, but the government is being careful not to release just how bad things are looking." "Have you told Aunt Henrietta?" Not yet, but I will. I know she's anxious. And you say this messenger left Wellington on Friday? That's right. That was 2 days ago, said Devlin, as Hero quietly reached out to take his hand in hers. Whatever the outcome, it surely happened already. We just don't know about it yet. Chapter 44. Buffeted by an eerie wind, a bank of clouds scuttled fitfully across the almost full moon overhead, casting shifting, ominous patterns of light and shadow across the haunted recesses of Alex's garden. Paul Gibson stood on the small back stoop of his ancient stone house and breathed the cool night air deep into his lungs. His chest and arms were bare, but he still felt hot, his body riven by pain and burning with a shameful need. Wrapping his fists around the railing, he gritted his teeth, his body shaking as he fought against the hellish siren call of desire he was determined to resist. At least for tonight. He was dimly aware of the door opening softly behind him. Alex's presence only on the periphery of his consciousness, until she slipped her strong arms around his waist and pressed her warm body close to his. "Hurting," she said. "A bit." "I know what you're trying to do, and I admire you for it. But trying to stop the opium while you still have the pain is—" She paused. He gave a ragged laugh. "Torture, foolish, doomed to failure, all three." She didn't answer. A silence fell between them, a silence filled with the night wind and the echoing memories of all the harsh, accusatory words they'd spoken to each other in anger over the years. She said, "I also know why you don't want to let me try to fix your phantom pains." He turned to look at her. It never ceased to amaze him how small and delicate she felt in his arms, and yet she was so fierce, so strong and capable. "How can you?" he said hoarsely. A sad smile lit up her eyes. "Because I know you. You're afraid my mirror trick will actually work. Only then you won't be able to stop taking the opium. And without the pain as an excuse, you're afraid I'll despise you for being weak and turn away from you in disgust." He sucked in a ragged breath, and then another, and still he found he couldn't seem to say anything. She said, "It will be easier for you to get off the opium if you don't have the pain from your leg to deal with at the same time. But I know that doesn't mean it will be easy. It's going to be god-awful." He pressed his hot forehead to hers, their breaths mingling together. "You're right," he whispered, his body trembling. "I am afraid. I'm afraid I won't have what it takes to stop. And I'm afraid you'll leave me once you realize that." "I won't leave you." He gave a faint shake of his head. "I understand now why you would never agree to marry me. But I'll never understand why you'd want to stay with some broken-down, one-legged Irish opium eater." "You don't?" "I can tell you why. It's partially because you're brilliant and truly amazing at what you do. But you're so much more than that. You're good and kind, funny and giving, but also courageous and honorable and everything that's noble." She bracketed his face with her hands, her palms pressing flat against his cheeks as she smiled into his eyes. "And as it happens, I also really, really like the way you look." Tilting her head, she kissed his lips slowly and lovingly. "Now, come to bed.
and let's take your mind off that pain. Chapter 45. Tuesday, the 20th of June. The next day dawned cloudy and sullen. Sebastian awoke early, aware of a strange lassitude, a sense of palpable anxiety that seemed to hang in the air, as if the inhabitants of the city were collectively holding their breath, waiting for word from across the channel. He was in the midst of shaving when an urgent message arrived from Sir Henry Lovejoy. A wherryman on his way home at the end of his shift had discovered another body, this one at Rotherhithe. Sebastian could see Lovejoy standing at the water's edge, his features grim, his hands thrust deep in his pockets as a cold, briny wind lifting off the Thames whipped at the hem of his greatcoat. A constable and 2 men from the dead house waited nearby with a shell, their gazes like that of the magistrate, on the dead man sprawled on his back at their feet, the grey waters of the river lapping against his legs. As he drew closer, Sebastian could see the man's dark, wet hair and the pale waxen flesh of his vaguely familiar face. His clothing was sodden and disarrayed by his time in the water, but otherwise intact. If the killer had mutilated this victim in some way, it wasn't visible. "My lord," said the magistrate, turning to Sebastian, worked his way down the steep, slippery bank toward them. "My apologies for disturbing you so early." "I was afraid we weren't finished with this," said Sebastian. A cascade of small stones rolling beneath his feet as he slid to a halt at the water's edge. Lovejoy drew a deep breath. "At least this time there doesn't appear to be any mutilation, but his purse is still in his pocket, so it's obviously not the work of footpads." "I didn't think it was," said Sebastian, going to hunker down beside the body. The man was young, probably no more than 30, his clothing that of a gentleman of fashion, and tailored in a style popular with the French. A neat slit was just visible on the left side of his waistcoat, the white silk marred by what looked like a watery blood stain. "He was stabbed?" said Sebastian. "So it appears. Presumably an autopsy will tell us for certain." Sebastian nodded, his gaze drawn back to the man's face. "I've seen him before, although I couldn't put a name to him. Any idea who he might be?" "We've no official identification yet, but a French émigré by the name of André Ternant was reported missing yesterday morning by his wife. The description she gave fits." Sebastian nodded. "Yes, that's who it is. I've met him. He fled Paris with his family in the first years of the Revolution as a child." He stared down at the dead man's even, bloodless features. "Hopefully you can find someone besides his poor wife to officially identify him." "Surely there must be someone," said Lovejoy with a sigh. "Do you know if he returned to France last year when the Bourbons were first restored?" "No, he stayed here." "Ah, it makes sense, I suppose. If he'd lived here most of his life, one would suppose London felt more like home than Paris." "Perhaps," said Sebastian, although he could think of another reason for Ternant's decision not to return to France with the Bourbons. Lovejoy said, "You saw the news in this morning's papers?" "About the fighting in Belgium?" Sebastian pushed to his feet. "Yes." "I suppose it was only a matter of time. Now the question becomes, how will it end?" Sebastian turned his head to stare off across the wind-churned grey waters of the river. "It sounds as if the French caught Wellington and his men absurdly flat-footed. But I think we still have the advantage."
If ever Napoleon needed his best commanders, it's for this fight. But most of his old marshals are honouring their oaths to the Bourbons and simply sitting this out. Lovejoy nodded. Yes, I was surprised to hear just yesterday that Maréchal McClellan is still in Vienna. Sebastian drew a deep breath that did nothing to lessen the sudden constriction in his chest. Yes, a surprise, he said, although he was careful to keep his face turned away when he said it. Cat Boleyn was at her breakfast table when Sebastian was shown up to see her. She was wearing a simple white jaconet muslin gown, embroidered up the front with delicate double rows of entwined ivy, and had a cup of tea growing cold beside her as she bent her head over the newspaper she had spread out across the tablecloth. "You've heard about the fighting in Belgium," she said, looking up. "Yes." She was silent for a moment, her gaze searching his face as she waited for her maidservant to withdraw. "But that's not why you're here, is it?" Sebastian shook his head. "The body of a young man was pulled from the Thames a few hours ago. It's André Ternant." "Oh, no," she whispered, her lips parting on a quickly indrawn breath. "How well did you know him?" "Well enough. So tell me this. Is his name likely to be on Fouché's list?" She hesitated a moment, then nodded. "Was he mutilated, like the others?" "Not that I could see." "I wonder why the difference." "I suppose that would depend on why the bodies of the others were mutilated." She stood abruptly, her back held painfully straight as she went to stand at the window overlooking the rear garden. He watched her, watched the way her hands clenched against the sill, and her throat worked when she swallowed. After a moment she said, "I'm told there are 2 other people, one an older man, the other a woman, who have disappeared in the last week, and whose names could very well be on that list." "I don't like the sound of that." She turned to face him. "No, neither do I." He said, "You need to leave town, now, and stay away until I figure out who the hell is doing this." A strange smile curled her lips. "Run away? And hide, you mean?" She shook her head. "No, I won't live my life in fear. It's a promise I made myself long ago, and I'm not about to break it now." "I know," he said. "So don't be afraid. Just be careful. Will you leave town? Please?" "No, but I will be careful. I can promise you that." "It might not be enough." She met his gaze, her brilliant, sincere blue eyes glittering with both her fear and her fierce determination not to give way to it. "That's the best I can do." Chapter 46. The murder of André Ternant and the disappearance of at least 2 other people, whose names were likely to have been on Fouché's infamous list, sent Sebastian east again, to St. Giles. But he found the shop at 7 Dials shuttered, and his insistent pounding on the front door and ringing of the bell went unanswered. "Ain't nobody there now," said an old man's voice. Sebastian looked over at the aged knife-grinder, sitting cross-legged against one of the shop's canted walls, the tools of his trade arrayed around him. "One's dead, and another run off yesterday morning before she thought anyone was up to see her." "And the third?" said Sebastian. The old man sniffed. "She left maybe half an hour ago." "She left town?" "Her? Nah. Gone to St. Giles, she has." Sebastian's first thought was, But this is St. Giles. Then he looked beyond the old man to the soaring stone spire that rose above the wretched rooftops and understood what he meant. The Palladian-style church of St. Giles in the Fields stood in the centre of a vast ancient graveyard, not far from the junction of Oxford Street and Tottenham Court. There had been a chapel here since the days of the early 12th century, when this was a leper colony, although that building was long gone. Sebastian had heard there were so many plague victims buried in and around the last church in the 17th century that rising damp undermined that structure to the point that it too needed to be replaced. It was hard not to think of those lepers and plague victims now, as he wound his way through the thicket of worn stone monuments and rusting iron fences, to where Sybil Wilde, dressed in a Renaissance-era gown of celestial blue satin trimmed with cream lace, stood with her head bowed. "Surely she hasn't been buried yet," said Sebastian, walking up to her. Sybil looked around, her eyebrows twitching into a puzzled frown that cleared suddenly. "Oh, you mean Astrid?" "No. Last I heard, her body was still with the surgeons, although I don't understand why. It isn't as if we don't know precisely how she died." Sebastian nodded to the simple headstone beside them, which he now saw bore the name Alice Crowley. "Who was she?" "A friend." Sybil hesitated a moment, then added, "A dear friend, when I was attacked. Alice tried to stop the man. He killed her." "But he didn't kill you?" She shook her head, her hand coming up to touch her fingertips to the scar on the side of her face. "He wanted me to have to live with this." "What happened to him?" "Someone blew his head off." "You?" She smiled with her eyes. "Perhaps." Sebastian looked out over the sea of lichen-covered headstones and crumbling tombs. He could see a hunched old man in a tattered greatcoat winding his slow way through the thicket of ancient tombstones, but otherwise they were alone. "A wherryman pulled the body of a French émigré named André Ternant from the Thames this morning. From the looks of things, someone stuck a dagger in his side, but they didn't mutilate his body. Do you have any idea who might have killed him?" "Why would I know such a thing?" "Because Ternant used to pass information to Napoleon, which would have made him your enemy." "Your enemy too, surely, or so one would assume." "Personally, I prefer to meet my enemies face to face on the field of battle rather than jumping them in some dark alley." "How very gallant of you," she said dryly. "What precisely are you accusing me of? Murder?" He searched her beautiful scarred face. "Actually, yes, I've discovered that Miles Sedgwick came to see you the night he was killed." "Who told you that?" "Rowena." When he didn't answer, she huffed a soft laugh and shrugged. "That's true, of course. He did come to see me that night." "Why?" "He'd learned something in Vienna that disturbed him." "You mean he discovered that you were working for the Bourbons?" "Yes." She looked at him, a smile still curling her lips. "You didn't expect me to admit it, did you?" "As a matter of fact, no. What time was it when he left you?" 8, or thereabouts. Perhaps closer to past. Why?" "Someone told me they saw him elsewhere at about that time." It wasn't true, of course. In fact, what she told him dovetailed well with Alex's encounter with Sedgwick in Charing Cross. But he was interested in seeing her reaction. She shrugged. "So they were mistaken? Or they lied?" Or you could be lying now. Why would I? Do you know when Sedgwick was killed? Not exactly. Then what would be the point in my lying about when I saw him? She tilted her head to look up at him with an odd, quizzical expression. Apart from which, why would I have him killed? For the same reason you've had so many others killed. For the Bourbons. Or perhaps because he was a personal threat to you. To me? Hardly. And as for the Bourbons, she gave a faint shake of her head. As long as Jarvis lives, no Bonaparte, especially not Napoleon's half-Austrian son, will be allowed to remain on the throne of France. Heard about that, did you? The Austrian proposal. I did. Although not from Sedgwick, if that's what you're thinking. And did you learn about Fouché's list from this same source? What list? She said, with a smile that didn't touch her eyes. Cut line, said Sebastian sharply, beginning to lose what little patience he had left. Did he offer to sell it to you? Did you not want to pay his price? Is that why you had him killed, so you could simply take it? The smile was gone, her eyes sparkling with anger. I told you before. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. Enough of this nonsense, she said, brushing past him. She'd taken one step, two, when the man Sebastian had noticed earlier appeared from behind a crumbling mausoleum, raised the muzzle of a long rifle, and fired. Chapter 47. Sybil staggered, then pivoted slowly to face Sebastian, her eyes wide with shock and surprise, her features contorted in agony, the bodice of her blue satin gown a wet sheen of dark red. Hell, swore Sebastian, leaping forward to catch her as she crumpled and dragged her back behind a nearby table tomb. He was aware of the shooter running away, his movements quick and agile, not those of an old man at all. The urge to give chase was strong, except Sebastian couldn't leave the dying woman in his arms. I didn't do it, you know, she said hoarsely, her agonized gaze locked with his. I didn't send Gabriel after Sedgwick. And me? Did you set Gabriel against me? Her head moved restlessly from side to side. No. The people on Fouché's list, yes, but not you. Why would I? Did Sedgwick sell you the list? No. So how did you get it? She coughed, sending a torrent of blood flowing from her lips. Gabriel. He raised her shoulders and head higher so that she wouldn't choke on her own blood. Who is he? What is his real name? She stared up at him, her eyes swimming with pain and fear, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she brought up one hand to clutch at the sleeve of his coat. Damn it. He's just killed you. Tell me. No, she whispered, her eyes sliding shut. Tell me. But she was beyond answering him, perhaps even beyond hearing him. He cradled her in his arms, conscious of the rush of the damp wind against his face and the hum of the bees buzzing around the gnarled red rosebush beside them. He listened as each agonized, gasping breath shuddered her ruined chest, her breaths coming farther and farther apart, until at last they came no more. Damn, said Sebastian, easing her down into the long, rank grass. Damn, damn, damn! Sir Henry Lovejoy stood with his shoulders hunched against the growing wind, his gaze on the dead woman at their feet. And you have no idea who the shooter might be? He said after a moment, looking up at Sebastian. At this point, the only thing I know is he's not old, said Sebastian, remembering the nimble way the man fled through the graveyard's jumble of tombs and ancient headstones. But he's obviously very good at sinking his real self into an assumed persona. I found the rifle and his tattered old greatcoat abandoned on the far side of the church.
So it was a disguise?
Gabriel is said to be a master of disguise.
Like you?
Sebastian took a deep breath and said nothing. Lovejoy dropped his gaze again to the dead woman at their feet.
Why kill her?
Sebastian shook his head. He must have decided she was a threat to him in some way, but why? I don't know. Lovejoy stared off across the churchyard to the lych gate, where a couple of his constables were holding back a crowd of curious onlookers.
We've heard from Sedgwick's bootmaker, by the way. That boot you found out at the old tannery was his, and there was indeed a wherryman who was stabbed that same night, although of course we've no way of knowing if the two deaths were in any way connected.
Any idea where or when the wherryman was last seen?
Actually, yes. Another boatman saw him picking up two men from the Whitehall stairs shortly after 9 o'clock. The waterman says he remembers hearing the bells of the Abbey tolling the hour.
Sebastian stared down at Sybil Wilde. In death, the anger and aura of danger had both eased from her face, leaving her looking peaceful, almost childlike. Lovejoy said,
"That's important. Why?"
"I'm not sure. It may mean nothing. Or it could be the key that unlocks this whole bloody tangle."
Chapter 48.
Sebastian was seated at his desk in the library, a blank piece of paper before him, a half-forgotten quill balanced in his hand, when Hero came to stand behind him, her hands on his shoulders.
"Do you think Sybil was telling the truth?" she asked.
"When she said she didn't set Gabriel to kill Sedgwick, you mean?"
He tilted back his head to look up at her.
"She was dying. I can't think why she would lie. Can you?"
Hero shook her head. "You think it was Gabriel who shot her?"
"It seems the obvious explanation. But that doesn't mean it's right. For one thing, I keep thinking, why would he?"
"Because she was about to turn against him?"
"Perhaps."
He tossed aside the pen.
"When Sybil said Gabriel, I assumed it was because she thought he'd shot her. But it occurs to me I just asked her how she got Fouché's list. So it's conceivable that what she meant was she got it from Gabriel."
Hero considered this. "It's possible, but she also knew about the Austrian proposals, so she could have been given Fouché's list by the same source."
"Yes, I can see it playing out that way too."
Standing up, he went to the game table near the front window where a wooden chessboard stood, its well-used pieces neatly aligned, ready for the next match.
"If we ignore the weird sisters for a moment, there have been 4 people murdered. 6, if we include the man and woman Kat says have disappeared, and are probably dead."
Reaching out, he picked up one of the white pawns and held it up.
"The first was Sedgwick. And while there is much that can be said to the man's discredit, I don't see how anyone could convincingly accuse him of working for Napoleon."
He set the first pawn on the table, just to the right of the chessboard.
"Initially I assumed he'd been killed because of his nasty habit of seducing other men's wives. And if he were the only victim, I'd probably still be inclined to believe that. But he isn't the only one."
Sebastian reached for a second white pawn.
Then comes our nameless, headless, middle-aged man, who may or may not be the Spaniard Francisco de la Serna. If he's someone else, I suppose he could have been working for Napoleon, so he's still a bit of a question mark. He set the second pawn near the first, although back a bit. He picked up a third white pawn and put it beside the first. Next is Hamilton Evans. He didn't even come down from Cambridge until after Napoleon abdicated last spring. So I seriously doubt his name could have been on Fouché's list. He hesitated a moment, then picked up 3 black pawns that he set in a row on the other side of the board. Over here, we'll put André Ternant, plus the 2 others who have disappeared and whose names are probably on the list. Only Ternant has been found, but he wasn't mutilated like our 3 white pawns over there, although obviously we don't know about the 2 people who are missing. Hero walked over to stand with her arms crossed at her chest, her gaze on the disarrayed chess pieces. What precisely are you suggesting? Sebastian looked up at her. What if Gabriel killed Sedgwick for his own reasons? Perhaps the same reason he also killed Hamilton Evans and no name here. He picked up the second white pawn and put it in line with the other 2. But when he was stripping Sedgwick's body, he found Fouché's list. He realized what it was and gave it to Sybil. And then, with her blessing, set about killing the people whose names are on the list? Except because those were professional kills, rather than driven by whatever the original personal animus was, he simply killed them without mutilating the bodies? That's the idea, yes. So why kill Sybil, and presumably Astrid too? She nodded toward the 2 rows of pawns. You've left them out of your lineup. I need a 3rd colour of pawns. Here. Hero reached for the 2 queens, 1 black, 1 white, and set them by themselves in front of the board. Then she picked up a black knight and set it in front of Sebastian. And this is you. Because if you're right about all this, Gabriel is now trying to kill you too. And what I don't understand is why. That's easy. Because he thinks I'm close to figuring out who he is. But you're not. He turned away from the chessboard and went to pour himself a brandy. Hero watched him in silence for a moment, then said, You're not, are you? He paused, carafe in hand, and glanced over at her. When Sedgwick was forced to sell out because of his damaged arm, he grew so restless and bored with life in London that he started working with Bathurst and Castlereagh. She let out a slow, painful breath. You're thinking about Monty, aren't you? You're thinking he could be Gabriel. Sebastian replaced the stopper in the carafe and set it aside. It fits, doesn't it? Would he do something like that? Become a cold-blooded killer for hire? Not for hire, no. He certainly wouldn't be doing it for money. But because he missed being a part of something larger, missed the excitement and thrill of danger, I can maybe see that. He walked over to pick up the first white pawn. What if he killed Miles Sedgwick because the man was having an affair with his wife? Then he found Fouché's list, completely by chance, and took it to Sybil. That works for Sedgwick and Ternant, and for the 2 missing people. It might also work for our headless man if his name was on the list, although it doesn't explain his mutilation.
She picked up the third of the white pawns and held it out to him. "And it doesn't explain Hamilton Evans." He took the pawn from her outstretched hand. "What do we know about Evans, other than the fact that his parents died in India, and he was raised by Lord Oakley?" Hero met his gaze. "Obviously not enough." Dressed in a gown of deep blue satin, trimmed with rows of beading and fringe, and topped by a richly embroidered shawl, the Dowager Duchess of Claiborne was coming out of her front door when Sebastian pulled up behind her waiting carriage. "Sebastian," she said, pausing on her doorstep as he tossed the reins to Tom. "You've heard something from Belgium?" "Sorry, not yet," he said, hopping down from the curricle's high seat. "I just had a couple of questions I need to ask you." "Good heavens, not now. I'm on my way to a card party." "This won't take but a moment, I promise."
"But I've already told you everything I know about Miles Sedgwick."
He ran up the front steps toward her. "It's not Sedgwick I'm interested in. What can you tell me about Hamilton Evans?" Aunt Henrietta drew a deep breath.
"Oh, dear."
"What? What is it?" said Sebastian, searching her face. She glanced over at her wooden-faced butler, then said to Sebastian,
"Come inside."
She drew him into a small chamber just off the front entrance hall and closed the door.
"What do you already know about Evans?" she said.
He shook his head. "Not a great deal. I know that he was 22 and recently down from Cambridge, that he worked in the Foreign Office, and that he was raised by Lord Oakley after his parents died in India." She fixed him with a hard stare.
"What I'm about to tell you must go no further. That's understood?"
"Of course."
She nodded. "It's a disturbing tale. Oakley and his wife had one son and 3 daughters. I presume you know the son. He's a ridiculous creature who basically spends his time dressing himself and kicking his heels while he waits for his father to die. The eldest daughter, Margaret, married Lord Selkirk, while the youngest, Beatrice, married Mr. Geoffrey Burns. But the middle girl, Grace, drowned 21 years ago under circumstances that were rather murky."
Sebastian's gaze met hers.
"Are you suggesting she killed herself after giving birth to an illegitimate child?" "Do I know for certain? No. But there were whispers. Grace was about a month into her 2nd season when the family abruptly withdrew from London and went back to Ireland, and Oakley was always decidedly vague about which of his cousins Hamilton was supposed to have come from."
"Any guesses as to who might have fathered the child?"
"Given the timing and the brevity of Grace's 2nd season, it's assumed the child's father was one of their neighbours in Ireland."
"Where are Oakley's estates?"
"County Meath, near the village of Summerhill."
Sebastian felt his heart begin to pound.
"Near Dangan Castle. The 2 estates match together."
"Oh, Jesus," whispered Sebastian. Once, Dangan Castle had been the home of Garrett Wellesley, the Earl of Mornington. He was such an improvident man, as was his father before him, that his eldest son and heir was forced to sell the family estates around the turn of the century. Yet so ambitious and ruthless were Wesley's sons that they had succeeded brilliantly, despite the family's financial embarrassments. Of course, by the turn of the century, the family had changed the spelling of their name to
Wellesley. The eldest son, Richard, had been the British ambassador to Spain before becoming Foreign Secretary, and was now Marquis Wellesley. A younger son, Sir Henry, was the British ambassador to Spain after his brother. And a third son, Arthur, was now the Duke of Wellington. "Which one?" said Sebastian. "Which of the Wellesleys was likely the father of Hamilton Evans?" "No one ever knew for certain. Why does it matter so much?" Sebastian shook his head. "Perhaps it doesn't." Chapter 49. Suspicion is an insidious thing. Sebastian knew he could be wrong. In fact, he had no doubt that he surely was wrong in some way. But the pieces of this complicated puzzle were finally beginning to align in a clear pattern, and he didn't like where it was pointing. He had 3 sets of victims. It now appeared conceivable that the first set, Miles Sedgwick, Hamilton Evans, because of his connection to the Wellesleys, and the headless possible Spaniard, were linked to what had been done to the prisoners of Cabrera. The second set, Ternant and the 2 missing people presumably named in Fouché's list, had passed information to Napoleon, while the third set, Astrid and Sybil Wilde, were known associates of the Bourbons' London assassin. The first set of victims had been horribly mutilated. The others were cold, professional kills. That could mean 2 different killers. One, the Bourbon assassin, the other someone determined to wreak his own personal revenge on those he held responsible for the horrors of Cabrera. But the role played in all this by the Fouché list made that doubtful. Sebastian found it far more likely that the Bourbon's assassin had lost someone he loved on Cabrera and set out to exact a brutal revenge on those he held responsible. Was it only by chance that in the process of mutilating Sedgwick's body he discovered Fouché's list of names? It seemed increasingly likely. But however it had come about, Gabriel had then set about eliminating the people whose names were on that list. He killed Astrid because she was threatening to reveal his identity, and then he killed Sybil because... Why? Because she objected to his murder of Astrid? Because she was beginning to find him dangerously unstable? Both? Neither? Sebastian had been trying without success to uncover the identity of the Bourbon's assassin for the better part of a year now, and yet he still knew frustratingly little about the man beyond a few simple facts. He was comfortable with killing, preferring to use a garrote or dagger, but more than capable of employing a pistol or rifle. He was skilled at adopting disguises. He spoke French and was, surely, a man who'd lost someone he loved on Cabrera. Yet he was capable of speaking English without a trace of any accent. The latter was not particularly surprising. England was full of émigrés who'd fled France 25 years before as children and were now indistinguishable from the native-born. There were also any number of Englishmen who were at least half French. "It was about the only thing we had in common," Monty had once said of Sedgwick. "Beyond what we did in the army. Well, that, plus the fact that we both had French mothers." Suspicion could be an insidious thing. Monty Macpherson was in the stables of Tattersall's inspecting a fine grey hack when Sebastian walked up to him. "Devlin," said Monty with a wide grin. "So, what do you think of her? She's showy, but I know someone familiar with her, and he says she's a sweet goer with good bottom." "She's a fine mare." Sebastian smiled as the grey nosed his pockets for carrots. "Is there another auction this week?"
Monty nodded.
"The last Thursday auction until fall, I suspect."
He ran a hand down the grey's near shoulder.
"You're looking rather grave this morning. You don't believe the reports the papers are all carrying from that fellow who's supposed to have just arrived from Belgium? He's saying our lads won a grand victory last Friday and have already chased Boney back to France." "You mean Sutton?"
Sebastian shook his head. He'd seen the breathless reports and quickly dismissed them.
"I'd like to, but it contradicts the official report we've already received from Quatre Bras and Ligny, which said that Wellington had been forced to fall back toward Brussels and that the Prussians were soundly defeated."
"Well, hell, I was hoping you'd heard something official that would confirm it." His face pinched and drawn, Monty stared off across the courtyard to where a black and white cat was rubbing against one of the columns of the pump house. "Do you think this new battle, however it has actually turned out, will end it all? For good, I mean?"
"If Bonaparte has been defeated, yes. Otherwise, probably not."
"Damn," he said softly. "I guess I should have taken Isabella to Paris last year, when she was pestering me to go. I thought we had all the time in the world to see France."
"Your mother was French, wasn't she?"
"She was, yes. From Avignon."
"Do you still have many relatives there?"
"Some, although I can't say we've kept in touch."
"Any of them fight in the French army?"
"Probably."
"Why do you ask?"
Sebastian kept his gaze on his friend's vaguely puzzled face.
"Do you know if any of them were sent to Cabrera?"
"No. I've no idea." Monty's eyes narrowed. "What the bloody hell are you thinking, Devlin? That I'm the one who killed Sedgwick? Who's been killing them all?" Sebastian gave a faint shake of his head, unwilling to put his suspicions into words. "Bloody hell," said Monty again. He started to turn away, then swung back to face him. "Why are you asking about Cabrera? What have you learned?"
"There is a possibility it's the link between some of the killings, although not all of them. But what I can't figure out is how the killer could have discovered that Sedgwick was involved in the decision to send the French prisoners there."
"So that's why you suspect me? Because I knew? I can't believe this."
"Did you tell anyone about Sedgwick's involvement in it?"
"Me? No. Why would I?"
"Hell, I don't know. Did Sedgwick ever talk about it much?"
"He wasn't ashamed of it, if that's what you're asking. In fact, he brought it up the last time I saw him."
"When was this?"
"That I saw him? I don't know exactly. Not long before he went to Vienna. He was intrigued by a discussion on the nature of evil he'd just had with someone and wanted to know my thoughts on the subject." Sebastian felt the blood rushing in his head hard enough that he could hear it.
"Did he say with whom he'd had this discussion?"
Monty frowned with thought. "He told me, but I can't remember. No."
"It wasn't Tiptoff, was it?"
His frown cleared. "Yes, that was it. Dudley Tiptoff." Chapter 50. Hero was seated in one of the cane chairs beside the drawing-room's open windows and writing up some of the notes for her article when Devlin walked in. bringing with him all the scents of the city on a warm summer's evening. "What is it?" she asked, as he tossed his hat and walking stick onto a side table and went to stand at the window, his gaze on the light drizzle that was beginning to fall. He turned to face her. "How well do you know Dudley Tiptoff? I don't mean his research and writing, but the man himself." "I've met him, but that's about it." "Why?" He told her. "It might mean nothing," she said, when he had finished. "It might," he agreed, "but I keep remembering how quickly he volunteered to Bow Street, that he'd seen Sedgwick walking down Whitehall toward the Abbey, complete with the exact time, 10 o'clock, except that Alexei says she saw Sedgwick at Charing Cross that night, at least an hour earlier, after which he says he walked off down Whitehall." "Why would Tiptoff lie about the time?" "Perhaps in case anyone ever questioned his servants about when he got in that night. All I know is I'm inclined to believe Alexei, both because it fits with when Sedgwick left Seven Dials, and because we now know a wherryman who picked up 2 men from the Whitehall stairs just after 9 that night was later found stabbed." Hero set aside her notebook. "But you can't suspect Tiptoff. He's harmless, surely." "Is he? Can you think of anyone who might be able to tell us more about him?" She was silent for a moment. "Actually, I can." Wednesday, the 21st of June. His name was Elwyn Millard Dunn, and he was a specialist in medieval monastic architecture, whom Hero had come to know through some work she'd once done on the remnants of medieval structures still to be found in London. A tall, skinny man with a protruding pot belly, a bony face, and wispy, very fair hair. He was somewhere in his late 30s. He received them in the cluttered study of his rooms in Gilbert Street at the unfashionably early hour of 11 o'clock, and invited them to sit on his somewhat dusty sofa. "I've known Tiptoff since we were up at Cambridge together, no, goodness, I suppose it's more like 20 years ago now," said Dunn, templing his fingers before him as he leaned back in his chair. "Of course, he never finished his degree, you know." "He didn't?" said Hero. "Nope. Went off to stay with his uncle in Switzerland." "His uncle was Swiss?" "What? Oh, no. His uncle was William Wickham." Sebastian and Hero exchanged one quick, guarded glance. William Wickham had essentially founded the British Foreign Secret Service during the French Revolution. From his position at the British Embassy in Switzerland, he established an extensive network of spies that operated throughout southern Europe, schemed with the French royalists, and helped foment the disastrous uprising against the Republic in the Vendée. "Interesting," said Hero. "Did he stay in Switzerland long?" "Oh, yes, 15 years at least, far longer than his uncle. To be frank, I never quite understood what he was doing there. I mean, he said he was studying the Swiss witch burnings. The Swiss were terrible about it, you know. The small cantons of Valais and Vaud alone executed something like 3,500 witches and werewolves, while at one point Geneva burned over 500 in just 3 months. I think the last one they killed was a young girl from Canton Glarus who was tortured into confessing she was a witch just over 30 years ago and beheaded." "How horrible," murmured Hero. "So what makes you think that wasn't the only reason Tiptoff went there?"
Dunn shrugged. I don't know. I suppose people change over the course of 10 or 15 years, but he just seemed different when he came back.
Different in what way?
I don't know, he said again, with all the confusion of a man accustomed to analysing stones, not people. But it was more than just the limp.
He didn't limp before?
No. I've heard people say it's some kind of birth defect, but that's not true. He never had it when we were up at Cambridge. In fact, he was quite athletic in those days. I remember he could run like the wind. What do you know of his family? Said Sebastian. I gather Wickham was his mother's brother. No, his father's. The father's younger half-brother, as I understand it. Tiptoff's mother was French.
Was she? Said Hero, sitting forward with an encouraging smile.
Oh, yes, they actually lived in France until he was 14 or so. His mother and father were both killed in the Terror, but Tiptoff and his sister managed to escape and came here.
How awful, said Hero. I didn't know he had a sister.
He did, but she died some time ago, I believe. He had an older brother too, but he stayed in France. From what I remember, he was in the French army. Is he still alive? Said Sebastian. I've no idea. Dunn looked at him, his eyes narrowing. Why are you so interested in Tiptoff, anyway?
It would be perhaps best if you didn't ask. The interest is that of my father, Lord Jarvis, lied Hero. I've no doubt you'll understand our inability to elaborate further. She rose to her feet as all the colour drained from Dunn's face and he began to stammer. Thank you so much for your time. Your assistance has been invaluable. I don't like where this is going, said Hero, as Sebastian handed her up into their waiting carriage. He hopped up to sit beside her.
Neither do I.
The problem is how to prove any of it. Sebastian stared out the window for a moment, his attention seemingly all for the ragged little boy sweeping the nearby crossing. Then he turned his head to meet her gaze.
I have an idea.
The execution of Sebastian's plan was complicated. It required, first of all, finding a likeness of Miles Sedgwick. But since both the dead man's wife and his brother were refusing to speak to them, they were forced to turn to Isabella Macpherson. After first insisting that she possessed no likeness, Isabella finally admitted to having in her possession a miniature of the man she'd secretly loved, skillfully painted on a gilt-framed ivory oval. But she refused to allow it out of her sight, even briefly. So Hero was forced to take drawing paper and pencils to Norfolk Street and make a sketch of it there, while Isabella stood at the drawing-room window, anxiously keeping an eye out for Monty's return, lest she be forced into having to make some awkward explanations. Hero was a better artist than she tended to believe herself to be, and within an hour or so had reproduced a good pencil likeness of the portrait. Returning to Brook Street, Sebastian sent for Tom.
I have an assignment for you,
he told the boy, handing him Hero's sketch.
This that first cove what got himself killed?
Said Tom, turning the sketch to the light.
It is. I want you to take this to Whitehall and see if you can find someone who saw Sedgwick there the night he was killed. Probably somewhere between 8 and 10.
Tom looked up, a wide grin splitting his face.
Reckon I can do that, Governor.
After that, Sebastian went in search of Mr. Dudley Tiptoff. The streets were becoming increasingly clogged. as people kept gathering in the parks, on bridges, and in places like Pall Mall and Fleet Street, hoping to be amongst the first to hear word of the arrival of Wellington's official messenger from Belgium. It was late afternoon by the time Sebastian finally traced the folklore scholar to a small old-fashioned pub in a quiet side street near Covent Garden, where he was eating a simple dinner of roast beef and potatoes at a table near one of the darkly panelled room's leaded front windows.
"Good evening, my lord," said the scholar when he looked up and saw Sebastian. "Won't you have a seat and join me?"
Sebastian ordered a pint of ale, then went to pull out one of the table's stools and sit.
"Thank you. Have you heard the latest? A couple of Irishmen, a knight and some earl's son, have now arrived from Belgium, and everything they're saying contradicts the report brought by that fellow Sutton. They say Wellington actually retreated before Marshal Ney's troops at Quatre Bras, while Napoleon utterly routed the Prussians at Ligny. And as of last Sunday morning, Wellington had his troops drawn up to meet Napoleon himself near some village called Waterloo. The stock market has crashed, and now no one knows what to believe. What the devil is wrong with Wellington, taking so long to send official word of the battle's outcomes? It's now Wednesday. Surely he knows we are all waiting with bated breath."
"He was used to taking his time composing his dispatches from Spain," said Sebastian. "Perhaps he simply doesn't realize how important everyone considers this battle."
"So it would seem."
Sebastian took a slow sip of his ale and watched as Tiptoff sawed off another piece of his roast beef. If the image of a dishevelled, preoccupied scholar was assumed, it was done well. His hair was uncut and disarrayed, his rumpled clothes loose and baggy enough to disguise what could easily be a trim, athletic figure beneath. After all, it wasn't difficult to wrap padding around one's middle to suggest an expanding waistline. Hadn't Sebastian done it himself many times? Now he said, "Someone was telling me that William Wickham is your uncle." Tiptoff glanced up, but his expression remained unchanged.
"He is, yes. Do you know him?"
"Only by repute." Tiptoff chewed his slice of beef, then swallowed.
"He's a complicated man. Helped send Despard and Emmett to the gallows as traitors, then resigned from the government in protest over their treatment of the Irish and Catholics."
"So he's true to his convictions?"
"He is, yes. I've always thought he'd have made a splendid medieval knight."
Sebastian took another swallow of ale. "I can't recall. Was he ever in the army?"
"No, he studied law. His brother's the one who was always army-mad, like my brother."
Tiptoff took a mouthful of potato, then swallowed.
"He died in Spain."
"Your brother?" "I'm sorry," said Sebastian, choosing his words carefully. "We lost a lot of good men in the peninsula, as did France."
"So true,"
said Tiptoff, an enigmatic smile touching his lips. And Sebastian thought, "He knows. He knows I suspect him."
Tiptoff said, "And have you made any progress in finding Sedgwick's killer?"
"Some. What time was it you said you saw him in Whitehall?"
10 o'clock.
"Not 9.
"Not unless I miscounted when the clock in the bell tower struck the hour, which I suppose is possible. Is the time critical for some reason?"
"Probably not.
I've simply been finding it difficult to pin down all of Sedgwick's movements that day." Tiptoff rested his fork on the side of his plate, then looked up, a speculative expression on his face. "I heard that Sybil Wilde was shot and killed yesterday, and one of her sisters murdered just a day or so before. Is there some link between all these killings, do you think?" Sebastian met the other man's seemingly limpid grey gaze. "It's difficult to say." He took a deep swallow of ale. "I've been wondering, do you know exactly when Sedgwick's interest in the persecution of witches and werewolves began?" "I do, actually. It was after a visit to Würzburg. They burn children as young as 9 there, you know, and boys as little as 3 and 4 were thrown in prison as consorts of the devil. It both troubled and intrigued him, and after that he started looking into it more." "Good God. I had no idea they went after children that young." Tiptoff nodded. "And Würzburg wasn't even the worst, I'm afraid. The Prince Bishop of Cologne burned over 2,000 poor souls back in the 1630s, while the tiny town of Ellwangen burned 383 in just 6 years. They essentially killed every woman and girl child in town. Lately I've seen some scholars trying to argue that the number of witch burnings have been grossly exaggerated, that the records don't substantiate the figures. But the truth is, most witch and werewolf burnings were never recorded. And even when they were, many, if not most, of the records have since been destroyed, either deliberately or by war or fire. Anyone who thinks they can count the few records we do have left and come up with an accurate tally is willfully deluding himself." Tiptoff took another mouthful of his dinner, chewed thoughtfully, then swallowed and said, "But as to why Sedgwick was so fascinated by the subject, I don't exactly know. I've sometimes wondered if perhaps one of his ancestors was burned as a witch. Most of those who suffered in the witch hysterias were poor, but not all." "Atrocities frequently do make more of an impact when they are personal." "So true," said Tiptoff, with a tight smile. Sebastian pushed back his stool and rose to his feet. "Thank you for your help." "Any time." Sebastian started to turn away, then paused. "I almost forgot. Did you ever stop by Sedgwick's house the day after you met him in Whitehall, to see that witch's ladder?" "No, I didn't. I was delayed at the museum and ended up sending him a note telling him I'd need to postpone until later in the week." If it was an excuse, it was a good one. In all the household confusion that had surely followed Sedgwick's disappearance and death, the staff would never remember whether they'd received such a note or not. Tiptoff sighed. "It's a pity. I would like to have seen it. But I've no doubt his widow has destroyed it by now. I know she never shared her husband's interest in such things, and her dear friend, the Reverend, would no doubt see such an artifact as satanic." "Undoubtedly," said Sebastian, and left it at that. Sebastian was walking down Southampton Street toward the river when he heard a high-pitched Cockney voice shouting, "Governor! Oi! Governor!" Sebastian turned to find Tom pelting down the street behind him, dodging an organ grinder, an old woman selling ribbons from a tray, and a big copper-coloured dog. "I found somebody," said Tom, gasping for breath as he skidded to a halt beside him. "It's a pickpocket by the name of Dilly. She swears she was in Whitehall that night, and wait till you hear what she's got to say." Chapter 51. This time, after the experience with Phoebe Cox, Sebastian took Hero with him. "I usually try to dress a little less extravagantly for my interviews," said Hero, as their carriage worked its way through the crowded streets toward Whitehall. She'd just finished dressing for dinner when he'd found her, and she hadn't had time to change out of her gown of pale yellow batiste de soie, festooned at the neck, puffed sleeves, and scalloped hem with rows of knotted lilac ribbons. "I've no doubt Dilly will be dazzled," said Sebastian, with a soft laugh, then laughed again when Hero wrinkled her nose at him. They found the young pickpocket sitting on the steps of an old chapel across from the Horse Guards, waiting for them. She looked to be perhaps 11 or 12, but her light brown hair was chopped off to just above her shoulders, and she wore a pair of ragged trousers with a boy's blue smock that hung loosely about her small frame. The streets were hard for little girls on their own, and most turned to prostitution by the age of 13. Dilly was obviously determined that wasn't going to happen to her. "You the nobs what wanted to hear about what happened that night," she said, pushing to her feet as they approached. Her eyes cut sideways to where Tom was waiting by the carriage. "He said you'd give me a crown if I told you what I saw." Sebastian handed her a half-guinea. "That's right. You get the rest when you've finished telling us what you know." The girl pocketed the coin and sniffed. "What if you stiffed me?" "And what if you have no real information to tell?" She sniffed again and tapped the folded sketch Hero was holding. "You wanting to know if I saw this cove, and I did." "A week ago Saturday night?" Hero asked gently. Dilly nodded. "I'm not likely to forget him. Caught me trying to lift his purse, he did. Only he just laughed, told me I needed more practice, and let me go." "What time was this?" "About 9, I suppose. It weren't dark yet." "Did you see where he went after that?" Dilly nodded. "I was afraid maybe he meant to set the constables on me after all, so I ducked out of sight real quick. But then I watched him just to be sure." "And?" "He set off walking that way." She jerked her chin toward Downing Street. "But then this other cove hails him." Sebastian frowned. According to Tiptoff, Sedgwick had hailed him. "You're certain it wasn't the other way around?" Dilly cast him a withering glance. "Course I'm certain. I said I was watching him, didn't I?" "Yes, of course. I beg your pardon," said Sebastian. "What did this other cove look like?" said Hero. "He was maybe a bit older, a bit shorter, and a bit heavier. I'd noticed him before he hailed the first cove, 'cause he was acting kind of weird." "Weird in what way?" "Well, he was dressed all flash, like a knob, you know, but he wasn't just walking along like he was going somewhere. At first it was like he was watching the other cove, kinda hanging back, and then he sets off striding across the yard and calls out to him." "So then what happened?" coaxed Hero. "The first cove turned and walked back toward him, and they just talked a minute or two." "Could you hear what they said?" Dilly shook her head. "No, they were too far away. In the end, they turned together and walked toward the river." "The two of them," said Sebastian. Dilly glared at him again. "That's what I said, innit?" He heard Hero smother what sounded suspiciously like a laugh. "Can you tell us anything else about either man?" she said. Dilly screwed up her face in thought. "Not really. Except there was one other thing kind of weird about the second cove." "What's that?" "When I first noticed him, he was walking just fine. But then, right before he hails the first cove, he suddenly starts walking like this." Dilly pantomimed, walking away from them, her right foot dragging in a perfect parody of Dudley Tiptoft's halting gait. Chapter 52. That evening Cat rode in her town carriage through the crowded streets of London to the theatre. She stared unseeingly out the window, her thoughts far, far away, and was only jerked back to the present when they drew up before the short, broad alley that led to the stage door. "We'll be waiting here for you after the play, Miss Billin," said her coachman, as the footman opened the carriage door and held out a hand to help her down the steps. "Never you fear." "Thank you, George," she said, with a smile, and turned away. She let her gaze drift assessingly over the crowd gathered in the streets outside the theatre, looking for the man with the distinctively shaped head. But she saw only the usual assortment of half-lit young bucks talking too loudly and laughing uproariously at some crude suggestion or joke. She was dressed in a modest muslin gown, topped by a deep forest green spencer, and still she drew catcalls and lewd propositions. Ignoring them, she turned quickly into the alley. She'd taken perhaps half a dozen steps toward the stage door when she heard a man's footsteps coming up behind her fast. Annoyed, she'd half turned when the man's hand flashed out to close around her arm, his fingers digging deep into the cloth of her spencer. She gasped as he jerked her up against him, and gasped again as something sharp pricked the tender flesh beneath her ribs. "Don't," he said, in a quiet, cultured voice, leaning in so close that his breath ruffled a lock of hair at her temple. "Don't move, and don't scream. I assume a woman with your experience recognizes the point of a dagger when it's held against her side." Cat swallowed hard. His face was unknown to her, but she recognized him instantly by the shape of his head. "What do you want?" she said, calling upon all her training to keep her voice even. "I've no money on me, and my jewels are paste." She saw his eyes crinkle with what looked like amusement. "Truly, madam, you cut me to the quick. Do I look like a common thief? And here I took such pains to array myself in the guise of a buck on the strut, with no intent beyond imbibing blue ruin and ogling every neatly turned ankle I might chance to spy." "What do you want from me?" she said again. His smile widened. "There is a hackney carriage waiting for us at the corner. We will walk to it. And if I refuse, then I will kill you here and now. You won't get away with it. You think not? A dagger slipped between the ribs is silent. You will collapse, and I will be shocked and horrified and call for help. And then in the resulting crush and confusion, I will simply slip away. And if I go with you, then what? Would you have me believe you won't still kill me?" Her lip curled. "You think me a fool?" "No. But you have a choice. You can die here and now, or hope that if you come with me, fate may still fall out in your favor. Which is it to be?" She was painfully aware of the raucous laughter of the men in the street before the theatre, of the breath rasping in and out of her lungs, and the pounding of her heart, and of the bite of the killer's fingers digging into her arm. She could try to scream, but had no doubt that he'd kill her the instant she started to draw a deep breath. There was no choice, really. While I breathe, I hope. Kat clenched her jaw and said, "Which corner?" Chapter 53. "I still can't believe Tiptoff is the one who's doing this," said Hero, as their carriage swung out into Whitehall and began to slowly weave its way through the crowds to Charing Cross. "I mean, Dudley Tiptoff? So he, what, worked with his Uncle Wickham in Switzerland, helping to stir up counter-revolutionary activity in the Vendée and quietly sticking his dagger in anyone the British government wanted eliminated, and then came back to London and set himself up as the epitome of an eccentric, out-of-shape scholar, all the while quietly and efficiently killing people here for the Bourbons." "It certainly sounds like it," said Sebastian. He was silent for a moment, his gaze on the stoic mounted guards on duty outside the Horse Guards. "The problem is, there's an alternative, seemingly innocent explanation for everything that implicates him. Sedgwick could have told someone else about the role he played in Cabrera. Tiptoff's brother could have been killed fighting someplace like Vittoria or Talavera. Dilly could have seen him suddenly begin limping simply because his legs started hurting him again. It's even possible he did hail Sedgwick, but then lied about it simply because he was afraid it might make people suspect him." "And lied about the two of them not walking toward the river for the same reason?" "That one seems more of a stretch," Sebastian admitted. "What I can't figure out is what the hell Tiptoff could have said to Sedgwick to make him get into a wherry and go down to the Maguire tannery when the sun was setting." Hero looked thoughtful for a moment. "That part of Southwark might be an abandoned tannery now, but what if there was something there before? Something connected to Sedgwick's interest in witch and werewolf lore. Something Tiptoff could have used to lure Sedgwick there just as the sun was setting." Sebastian glanced out the window at the waning daylight, then leaned forward and signalled their coachman to pull up. "The sun is setting now." They took a wherry rather than their carriage, both to avoid the increasingly crowded streets and to better replicate the events of that fatal night. The setting sun turned the waters of the Thames a fiery orangey pink that faded slowly to a gleaming silver. The evening was cool and sweet, the day's earlier rain having cleansed the air and left it smelling faintly of the distant sea. A row of windmills high on the far bank stood out dark against the pink-streaked sky, with the leafy trees of the Temple Gardens shifting gently in the mellow breeze. It was the time of the summer solstice, so even when the sun finally slipped beyond the distant horizon, the sky remained quite light and would for some time. "You know the tannery is closed now, right?" said their wherryman, as they glided under Blackfriars Bridge, and he began to turn his boat toward the south bank. "I mean, it has been, for years." "Yes, we know," said Hero. The man shrugged, as if there was no understanding the ways of the Quality, then pivoted the boat sharply to send the bow knocking against the rotting boards of the tannery's dilapidated old wharf. "I can wait for you, if you want," he said. "Yes, please," said Sebastian, helping Hero ashore. "My rates go up after dark," warned the man, squinting toward the sinking sun. "That won't be a problem." The wherryman nodded. and turned his head to shoot a stream of tobacco juice into the choppy waves. "Just so's you know." "In my next life," said Hero, as they worked their way along the bank, the soft soles of her delicate lilac shoes slipping and sliding on the wet, slime-covered stones at the river's edge. "I'm going to come back as a man and wear nice, sturdy boots." Then she thought about it a moment and said, "Although I must admit the thought of wearing nothing but brown, black and white is rather depressing." Sebastian laughed and reached back to take her hand. "Here." They drew up at the point where they had found Sedgwick's boot. The pile of driftwood that once stood there had been torn apart by Lovejoy's constables in their search of the area, but they hadn't found anything else that seemed out of place. "I wonder what was here before," said Hero, her head falling back as she let her gaze wander to the ruins that stood on the bank above. "Before they built the tannery, I mean." "You think they might have burned witches here?" "Perhaps." She nodded to where St. Paul's loomed above the clustered rooftops of the city on the far side of the river, its dome and towers silhouetted black now against the fading sky. "It is across the river from the cathedral. Or they could have used this spot for a swimming test of women accused of being witches. They used to strip them of their clothes, tie them up, and toss them in the river to see if they'd float. The idea being that since witches had supposedly rejected the sacrament of baptism, the water would then reject them." "Lovely, isn't it? Although I think I'd rather go through that than have them strip me and prick me all over to see if I had some devil-tainted place that didn't bleed." "Maybe," said Sebastian, "as long as they managed to haul you out of the river before you drowned." "Yes, but even if the river didn't reject me, they'd still probably burn me, on the off chance the river might have made a mistake." Sebastian was silent for a moment, his gaze on the wide expanse of the Thames now turning pewter in the dying light. "There's been a hell of a lot of evil done in God's name." "Yes," she said simply. They turned to climb the bank to where the abandoned pits and half-collapsed buildings of the old tannery stood, dark and brooding in the gathering gloom. The air smelled of rust and dirt and sun-warmed grass, the long rank weeds bending softly in the evening breeze. They'd almost reached the ivy-smothered walls of the old abandoned warehouse when the clatter of hoofbeats and a jingle of harness jerked Sebastian's attention toward the lane, where a familiar hackney drawn by a single horse was turning in through the tannery's old broken gateposts. "What is it?" said Hero, as he caught her arm and drew her back into the shadows cast by the crumbling brick building. "A hackney," he said quietly, "and unless I'm mistaken, the Jarvey driving it is the same fellow involved in a certain lethal encounter in Oxford Street." They could see it quite clearly now, the horse's head dark against the purpling sky as the hackney drew up inside the tannery's broken gates. The near door opened, and a gentleman in a round hat and trousers hopped down, dragging with him a young woman in a dashing hat with a curled brim and a fashionably cut high-waisted muslin gown topped by a deep forest green spencer. She stumbled when she hit the uneven ground, and he jerked her arm hard enough that she let out a soft cry, quickly bit off. "If you're going to be long," said the Jarvey, "how about I go have me something to drink and come back and get you when you're done here?" Turning toward him, the gentleman drew a small pistol from his pocket, wordlessly levelled the muzzle at the hackney driver's head, thumbed back the hammer, and fired. Hero sucked in her breath in a quiet gasp as the night exploded with a burst of flame and smoke. The bay between the shafts snorted and threw back its head, sidling nervously,
while the driver pitched sideways off his seat to hit the hard earth with a quiet thump. "I can't see from this distance," she whispered. "Is that Tiptoff?"
"Yes."
"Who's the woman?" Slim and well-formed, with cascading rich dark hair, the woman had her head turned so that Sebastian couldn't see her face. Then Tiptoff tightened his grip on her arm, jerking her around, and Sebastian felt his heart slam hard up against his ribs. "It's Cat Boleyn." Chapter 54. "Does his pistol have one barrel or two?" whispered Hero. "One." Sebastian looked at her. "Why?" "Good. Then he won't be able to shoot me when I walk out there and cheerfully talk to him like an oblivious idiot while you work your way around the back of the building and jump him." "No," said Sebastian. She glanced over at him. "Do you have a better idea?" He thought about it. "No." Hero straightened her gaily plumed hat. "Then let's do it." "Mr. Tiptoff, good evening. That is you, is it not?" Sebastian could hear Hero's voice ring with a cheerful, hail fellow well-met buoyancy as he quietly slipped around the back of the old warehouse, stepping carefully lest he stumble over rubble hidden in the long, rank weeds. The air was thick with the smell of decay and the loud whine of insects waking up with the approach of nightfall. "What a pleasant surprise," Hero was saying, "running into you like this. Whatever are you doing out here? And Miss Cat Boleyn, too. You do remember me, don't you? I believe we met at one of Annabel Hirsch's salons. Or perhaps it was at a scientific lecture at Somerset House. Do you recall?" Splendid in yellow batiste de soie, her lilac ribbons fluttering in the breeze, Hero drew up just before the end of the building, forcing Tiptoff to continue walking toward her. Flattening himself against the wall, Sebastian watched as Hero, a blithe smile curling her lips, waited for Tiptoff and Cat to come to her. Cat's face was a white mask of rigid self-control. Tiptoff still had her by one arm, the fingers of his left hand digging into the cloth of her dark green spencer just above the elbow. His right arm hung straight down at his side, and Sebastian knew by the curve of his fist that he held a knife. His breath coming hard and fast, Sebastian measured the distance between them. The timing was going to be tight. One betraying sound, any hint of warning, and Tiptoff could instantly shift to hold the edge of that knife to Cat's throat. Creeping around the corner, Sebastian took one step, two, then threw himself forward in a running lunge. He slammed into the man hard, breaking his hold on Cat and bowling Tiptoff over. The two men went down together, Sebastian grunting as his hip hit the ground. He lost his hold on Tiptoff and felt something sharp slice his arm as he rolled up into a crouch. He saw Tiptoff leap to his feet, then quickly jump back, eyes widening, as Cat seized what looked like the broken handle of an old wheelbarrow buried in the weeds and swung it at his head. "You bloody son of a bitch!" she swore, the Irish accent she'd long ago eradicated from her speech now coming through thick and strong. Tiptoff's eyes cut from Cat to Sebastian to Hero, who was picking up a length of rusty iron. He turned and ran. "Take the wherry and get out of here," Sebastian shouted to Hero and Cat, then tore after the bastard. Slipping and sliding on the narrow ribbons of bare clay, Tiptoff cut between the long rows of dye pits, their rainbows of colour muted and dusky in the gathering gloom. He was quick and agile, his body lean and lithe beneath the deceptive padding that had now slipped slightly askew. Gone was the limping, eccentric scholar of Bloomsbury. In his place
was the man who'd once fomented counter-revolution in the Vendée for his notorious uncle, and who now killed with lethal purposefulness as the assassin Gabriel. Casting a quick glance at Sebastian over one shoulder, he leapt a pile of debris that lay in his path, then careened around one of the crumbling old gateposts to hit the cobbles of the narrow winding lane beyond. This was a wretched part of Southwark, dominated by timber yards and cloth manufacturers, the pavements broken or non-existent, the tightly packed shops and houses old and mean. But even here, people were milling about in the streets and congregating on corners, everyone anxious to hear the official word that was surely coming at any moment from Wellington. Heedless of the mutterings and foul looks he provoked, Tiptoff ploughed through the crowds of shopkeepers and artisans, dock workers and navvies, servants and barmaids, with Sebastian close behind. But Sebastian's leg was already on fire, the familiar burning pain from his half-healed wound ripping through him with each jarring step. They ducked under a row of ragged, flapping laundry dangling from a line stretched from one window to the next, dodged a skinny, half-grown yellow dog nosing a pile of rubbish. Two boys tossing a ball with split seams stopped to cheer them on, while a white-haired, stoop-shouldered old woman shouted something as they dashed past her, her milky white eyes widening blindly. The light was fading rapidly from the sky now, the streets growing narrower and older as they neared the bridge. Sebastian was starting to suck air badly, his leg a breath-stealing agony, every gasp fouled by the stomach-churning smells of poverty, the reek of decay and rot, mingling always with the noisome stench of overflowing bog-houses. The pain was starting to make him clumsy, so that he tripped over an iron boot scrape, then stumbled in the gaping water-filled hole left by a missing set. Gritting his teeth, he ran on. Up ahead, he saw Tiptoff veer around the corner toward Blackfriars Bridge. A coal wagon rumbled past, heading toward the city, and Sebastian saw Tiptoff leap up to hook an elbow over the high tailgate. For a moment he hung there, legs pedalling as he scrambled for purchase. Then his feet found the narrow ledge of the wagon bed, and he steadied, half turning to gaze back at Sebastian with a taunting smile. "God damn it!" swore Sebastian as the wagon's driver cracked his whip, and the tired team leaned into their collars, picking up speed as the wagon lurched up the approach to the bridge. But the bridge was thick with a raucous, surging crowd that spilled off the narrow pavements, running along the side battlements to block the roadway. The team of bays jibbed at their bits, sidling nervously. The wagon creaked nearly to a halt. Putting on a burst of speed, Sebastian reached up to close his fists around one of Tiptoff's legs and drag him down into the roadway. The man landed on his back with a grunt, but scrambled up fast, throwing a punch that caught Sebastian high on the cheekbone and swung him halfway around. For an instant, his wounded leg gave out from under him, and he almost went down. And in that split second Tiptoff was off again, weaving nimbly through the swelling crowd. Sebastian barreled after him. Reaching the end of the bridge, Tiptoff ploughed through the crowds gathered in Chatham Place to dart down a narrow street that opened up to one side. His leg now a howling agony, Sebastian ran on. This was an ancient part of London's waterfront, an area of decrepit soot-stained brick warehouses and dilapidated wharves piled with everything, from freshly milled timber to barrels of grain, all reduced now to looming shadows as the long midsummer twilight neared its end and the last of the light faded from the sky. By day the waterfront would be crawling with labourers and watermen, porters and thieves. But now the rickety piers were deserted, the weathered grey planks of the old wharves creaking and groaning underfoot, as the two men ran on, dodging piles of crates and lurking coils of rope and dangerously broken boards. Sebastian could hear the roar of the crowds gathered on Fleet Street, in hopes of catching news from the battlefield, and nearer the inrushing tide washing against the stone foundations of a row of long vanished structures that littered the riverbank far below the high wharves. He had been gradually falling farther and farther behind, but as darkness closed upon them, his wolf-like night vision gave him the advantage. Tiptoff was obviously running almost blind, tripping and stumbling. Then he caught his foot on the unseen long pole of an idle handcart and went down on all fours. He was just pushing up when Sebastian kicked him in the face and sent him flying. Tiptoff slammed back against a rotting pier, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, his body curling forward. When he pushed away from the pier and bounded up, he had his knife in his hand. Sebastian kicked again, sending the blade skittering away into the darkness. But as he stepped back, his wounded leg gave out from under him, and Sebastian went down, his back slamming hard against the dock's splintered, uneven planking. Tiptoff threw himself on him, his hands closing tight around Sebastian's throat, his elbows locked, his lips curling away from his teeth as he squeezed and squeezed. "You couldn't leave well enough alone, could you?" said the assassin, squeezing. "You bloody fool." His blood rushing in his ears, Sebastian shot his fists up between the man's outstretched arms to smash into the assassin's chin. Tiptoff's head snapped back, and he went reeling, losing his grip on Sebastian's throat. Rolling away from him, Sebastian yanked his own knife from the sheath in his boot and staggered to his feet just as Tiptoff scrambled up. The two men circled each other warily, blood dripping from Tiptoff's nose and lips, Sebastian with the knife in his hand, but limping badly. Both men streaming with sweat and sucking air hard. "How did you figure it out?" said Tiptoff, his bloody nostrils flaring with each laboured breath. "Did Jarvis tell you that you kill for the Bourbons?" Sebastian shook his head, trying to shake the sweat out of his eyes. "No. Is that what you think? That I only kill for the Bourbons?" Tiptoff gave a ragged, breathless laugh. "You haven't realized yet that I kill for Jarvis too." "I don't believe you." The man's lip curled in derision. "Believe it." "So why not give him Foucher's list?" "Because I know him. Jarvis would have had some killed, but he'd insist others be left alive so he could use them." "And you want them all dead?" Tiptoff swiped a crooked elbow across his bloody face. "They aided the regime that killed my mother and father." "Did it never occur to you that at the same time you've been murdering those you hold responsible for your brother's death on Cabrera? You've also been killing the men and women whose activities here in London might once have helped protect him." Tiptoff's eyes narrowed. "How the hell did you know my brother died on Cabrera?" When Sebastian simply shook his head again, Tiptoff sucked in a harsh breath that shuddered his chest. "He starved to death. Did you know that? Starved to death. It was horrible what was done to those men. No one with any conscience could deny that. But why kill Hamilton Evans? Cabrera was his father's sin, not his. And now his father has paid for it, hasn't he? Is that why you didn't mutilate Andre Ternant the way you did the others, because he had nothing to do with Cabrera?" Tiptoff nodded. "Those who spied for Napoleon were misguided, not evil." "You don't see yourself as evil?" Something flared in the other man's eyes. "I only killed those who deserved to die." "The Wherryman you killed didn't deserve to die any more than Hamilton Evans. You killed the Wherryman to protect yourself and Evans, to hurt someone you hated but couldn't reach. Is that not the height of selfishness? Your very definition of evil?"
Sebastian paused, then said,
"And you call Palmer a hypocrite?"
Eyes glittering with rage, even as an icy smile curled his bleeding lips, Tiptoff lunged. Sebastian pivoted, blocking the charge, his knife slashing only air as Tiptoff danced nimbly away again. But in the darkness, the assassin had miscalculated, unable to see just how near Sebastian was to the end of the wharf. Tiptoff feinted to one side, ready to launch his next attack, and stepped back into nothing. For a moment, he teetered at the edge, arms windmilling as he sought to regain his balance. Sebastian stayed where he was and watched as the man pitched backward into the dark void. There was a moment's eerie silence, filled only with the damp, briny wind rising off the water and the slap of the inrushing tide. Then came the thumping crunch of bone and sinew as the assassin's body slammed into the stones of the ancient foundations lurking far below. Tiptoff convulsed once and went still, his eyes wide and staring. "You bastard," said Sebastian hoarsely, and turned away. He could hear a growing roar of distant voices as he pushed his way through the crowds in Charing Cross to Pall Mall, and then to St. James Square. At the corner, an old woman was selling hot potatoes from a barrel filled with glowing coals to the crowd that had collected outside the home of Mr. and Mrs. Edmund Bame, where the Prince Regent and the cream of London society were known to have gathered that night for an exclusive dinner and dance. The windows of the house had been thrown open, for the night was warm, and the rooms within heated by hundreds of blazing beeswax candles. Sebastian could hear the lilting strains of Haydn as he paused beside the old woman and handed her a penny. But rather than take one of her potatoes, he drew a folded paper from his pocket and held it over the glowing embers in her barrow. "May I?" he asked. She nodded, and without looking at it again, he touched one corner of the paper to the coals. It caught quickly, the yellow and orange flame flaring up hot and bright. Fouché's deadly list of names disappearing as the blackening paper curled back on itself. At last, Sebastian was forced to drop the burning remnant to the pavement at his feet. He watched as the fire consumed the rest, until only a curl of white ash remained. Then he crushed it beneath his boot heel, nodded his thanks to the old woman, and turned to run up the stairs of the gaily lit townhouse of Mr. and Mrs. Bame. Chapter 55. Charles, Lord Jarvis, stood near the entrance to Mrs. Bame's ballroom, a glass of fine brandy in one hand, a smile touching his lips as he watched the first quadrille forming. It had been a pleasant evening. The Prince Regent, now sprawled at his ease in the wide seat their hostess had provided for him on a dais at one end of the room, was in his cups, of course. Several of the buttons of Prinny's waistcoat had been undone to ease the pressure on his ample belly, but he had a smile on his ruddy, sweat-sheened face. Tonight, surely, they would hear good news from Waterloo. Others, such as Liverpool and Hendon, might fret, but Jarvis's confidence in their ultimate triumph had never deserted him. Soon Bonaparte would be on his way to St. Helena, or in his grave, and order would be restored to the world. What had begun as a faint stirring behind him was becoming more intense. Turning, Jarvis recognized his own disreputable son-in-law, pushing his way through the elegant throng of silk and satin-clad ladies and their gentlemen. He was dressed in muddy high boots, blood-splattered buckskin breeches, and a torn coat. His hat was gone, his hair dishevelled, and he had what was probably a knife cut across one cheek.
"What the devil are you doing here?" snapped Jarvis, as the Viscount came up to him.
Devlin stopped beside him, his hard eyes narrowing as he watched the Prince Regent reach out to fondle the posterior of a young woman, who made the mistake of stopping too close to his chair.
"I have something for you." "Not now, for God's sake." "You look like hell."
"Now," said Devlin, his nostrils flaring. Swallowing an oath, Jarvis turned on his heel and led the way to a small chamber near the top of the steps.
"Very well,"
he said, shutting the door behind them with a snap, then going to stand so that the table in the centre of the room lay between them.
"What is it?"
Devlin reached one hand, its glove torn and blood-stained, into his pocket. Drawing forth a braided cord knotted at each end with a dowel, he flicked his wrist to send the cord skittering across the table between them.
"Your assassin, Gabriel, is dead."
Jarvis stared down at the professional garrote, then raised his gaze to the Viscount's flinty face.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Of course not," said Devlin, and turned to go. He had his hand on the doorknob when Jarvis stopped him.
"And Fouché's list? Do you have it?"
Devlin looked back at him, those feral yellow eyes glittering. From somewhere in the distance came a strange commotion, shouts and laughter mixed with huzzas.
"I burned it."
Jarvis knew a powerful surge of annoyance, but he was careful to keep it off his face.
"No matter. I've no doubt most of the names it contained are known to us anyway."
A gleam of what might have been amusement flickered in the younger man's eyes. No doubt. The disturbance outside the house in the square was growing, cheers and excited voices mingling with the sound of running feet.
"What the devil is that?"
said Jarvis, as Devlin jerked open the door to the hall. A cavalcade of men was just reaching the top of the stairs, led by a tall, dark-haired officer wearing a mud and blood-stained red and gold tunic, his dust-covered face creased with lines of extreme exhaustion, and yet glowing with pride. In his hands he carried 2 captured French flags, their gold-fringed tricolours as stained with mud and blood as the dress uniform he must have donned some 6 days before to attend the Duchess of Richmond's ball. The light from the beeswax candles in the chandeliers overhead gleamed on the gilt of 2 famous imperial eagles. Behind the Major came various members of the cabinet, Liverpool and Bathurst, and Hendon amongst them. The music stopped abruptly, the dancers breaking apart to clear a path, as Wellington's triumphant aide-de-camp strode across the glittering ballroom to drop to one knee before his drunken prince.
"Victory, sir!"
the Major shouted, as a cheer went up around the room, echoing the cheering in the street outside.
"Victory!"
The babble of voices became a roar. The Prince Regent burst into tears. The members of Mrs. Bame's band looked at one another and began to play God Save the King. One voice after another took up the song, joined by those in the street outside. God save our gracious King! Long live our noble King! "So," said Jarvis quietly,
"it's over." Devlin met his gaze as the voices swelled around them. "Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save our king." "Yes," said Devlin. "This time I believe it truly is over." Chapter 56. Thursday, 22nd of June. Early the next morning, Kat walked through the crowds of revellers thronging the streets of the city. The day had dawned clear and warm, the sun dazzling in its brightness. She was surrounded by noise and people, their faces shiny with joy and laughter. But it had been a long time since she had felt this alone. The events of the last week had shaken her, taught her things she hadn't known about herself, and forced her to reevaluate both the life she was living and the life she wanted to live. She had faced death before, and yet those experiences had been different in ways she couldn't quite articulate. Although she suspected it had something to do with the hopes and dreams that had once driven her but were hers no longer. And she knew now, as she paused beside the worn stone battlements of Blackfriars Bridge to watch a flotilla of gaily decked barges drifting down the sun-dazzled Thames far below, that there would be no going back to the woman she had been before, to the life that had been hers before. She was still standing there some minutes later, when a handsome young Irishman, with laughing green eyes and 2 deceptive dimples, came up beside her. "I heard what happened," said Aidan O'Connell, his gaze hard on her face. "Are you all right?" She looked over at him and smiled. "Probably not, but I will be. Eventually." He nodded, his eyes narrowing as he turned to gaze out over the cheering crowds. Look at them, celebrating the restoration of a bunch of crowned tyrants who value their lives and those of their children less than those of the sheep and goats of the field. Are they celebrating the restoration, do you think? Or simply the end of a war that has bled us all for so long? "That I could understand," he said, his jaw tightening as a roar went up from the crowd. "What a useless tragedy it has all been." Kat nodded, conscious of an ache pulling across her chest. Napoleon was an imperfect vessel for anyone's hopes and dreams, let alone entire nations. That he was, indeed. He fell silent for a moment, the air filling with music as a band on one of the barges below struck up a rousing march. Then he said, "The theatre season will be ending soon. What will you do?" She turned her face into the cool wind rising off the water, letting it buffet her cheeks and grab her hair to stream it out behind her. "Travel, I think. I've always wanted to see Rome and Venice. I might even go back to Paris, once things sort themselves out there." She looked over at him. "Have you ever been?" "To Rome or Venice? I have not, nor have I been to Paris." "I suppose the existence of Fouché's list might make Paris problematic," said Kat. "That it might. I doubt Sedgwick's copy was the only one." An eddy of wind billowed her hair around her face, and she flung up both hands to catch it back again. "So perhaps not Paris," she said. Then her gaze met his, and they shared a smile. "At least, not yet." Shortly before 10 that morning, Sebastian and Hero took the boys to St. James Park
to watch a grand, victorious display of cavalry and infantry organised by the Prince Regent's brother, the Duke of York, who was also the commander-in-chief of the army. Bathed in a rich golden light, with a faint breeze that stirred the bright green leaves of the plane trees and ruffled the sky-blue waters of the canal, the park was crowded with men, women and children from all walks of life, laughing and passing the morning editions of the city's papers from hand to hand, the loose pages flapping in the breeze. I somehow can't quite bring myself to believe the wars are finally, truly over, said Hero, as Sebastian hoisted Simon up onto his shoulders so the little boy could see better. What do you think will happen to Bonaparte? I suspect he'll try to abdicate in favour of his son, but I doubt the Allies will accept it. If Marie-Thérèse has her way, he'll be shot or hanged. Of course, they'll need to catch him first. He broke off as someone shouted fire, and the thunderous booms of a double salute sounded from the guns, the clouds of smoke drifting across the grass. "Wow!" said Patrick, his eyes bright, his cheeks ruddy with the morning chill. "Ain't that something?" "Boom!" said Simon, and Hero laughed. From their position at the head of the canal, a military band broke into "See the Conquering Hero Comes," and the crowd roared. But there was a sombre edge to the celebrations. For while Wellington had won an undeniable victory, it had come at a terrible cost. The morning papers all carried a long list of the dead and wounded from 2 battles they were calling Quatre Bras and Waterloo. And as horrible as those lists were, everyone knew they would only grow longer in the days to come. Amongst the dead was the Duke of Brunswick, first cousin to the Prince Regent, and uncle to his daughter Princess Charlotte. Also dead was one of the Duchess of Claiborne's favourite grandsons, Alexander, although his cousin Peter had escaped with only a minor shoulder wound. He was one of the lucky ones. For a time, Hero and Sebastian stood side by side in silence, the boys in their arms as they watched the cavalry wheel and charge. But Sebastian could tell Hero's thoughts were elsewhere, and after a moment she said quietly, "I find it strangely disturbing that Tiptoff discovered the part Sedgwick played in the tragedy of Cabrera as a result of a philosophical discussion on the nature of evil." Sebastian glanced over at her. "Monty said Sedgwick wasn't ashamed of it. He probably used Cabrera as an example of something that otherwise might be classified as evil, but wasn't, since it was for a good cause. Except he didn't know the man he was saying it to had lost a brother there," said Hero. Sebastian nodded, and who was both willing and able to exact a terrible revenge. Another evil act justified as good. How did he find out that Hamilton Evans was fathered by one of the Wellesley brothers? Sebastian's eyes narrowed as he watched the cavalry thunder back toward them. "I wouldn't be surprised if Sybil Wilde knew that. It's exactly the sort of thing she would be likely to learn and tuck away as potentially useful. But I have no idea how he learned about Francisco de la Serna." "So why kill Sybil?" "I could be wrong, but I suspect he must have decided she'd become a threat to him in some way. After so many killings, what's one more?" Hero was silent for a moment as the infantrymen cheered and tossed their caps into the air. "How many have died, do you think?" she said. In the last 25 years of war, I mean.
Altogether? I've heard estimates of between 5 and 7 million. But I don't know if that includes civilians or simply the military.
Good Lord, she whispered, as the crowds around them cheered. And for what? Here we are, back exactly where we were before, with the same spoiled, dissolute crowned monarchs once more on their thrones. Except that millions of men are dead or broken, and millions more are grieving.
At least, hopefully, we'll now have peace.
He reached out to take her hand in his and hold her tight.
For a time.
Paul Gibson was in the stone outbuilding at the base of his garden, about to begin the autopsy of the half-decomposed body of a woman lying on the stone slab before him, when he looked up to see Alexei coming down the garden path toward him. A bird was singing sweetly from some place out of sight, the morning sun bright and warm on her glorious hair, and she cradled a suspiciously shaped bundle of rags in her arms.
"What's this, then?"
he said, as she drew up just outside the open door. He watched in wonder as her face broke into a wide smile that stole his heart all over again. "Meet Miss Amelia Cox," she said, shifting her hold on the bundle so that he could see the babe's blithely sleeping face.
"Lord love us,"
said Gibson, setting aside his knife with a clatter as he came from behind the granite slab.
"However did you find her?"
I kept thinking about what Devlin had said, about Miles going to Seven Dials after he saw Phoebe, so I went to the Haymarket and started walking to the northeast. The churchyard of St. Anne is right there. Turns out the vicar heard her screaming her head off while he was preparing for the funeral of one of his more important parishioners, and sent his housekeeper to see what the racket was. The woman's daughter had just lost her own babe, so she was able to nurse Amelia.
Are you telling me Sedgwick abandoned his own child in a graveyard?
Yes.
Who would do something like that?
Reaching out, Gibson took the babe from her arms and held her close. Miss Amelia pursed her lips and cooed. Gibson laughed but sobered quickly.
"You had a real bounder for a doll, little one,"
he told her. "But everything is going to be all right now, for you and your poor mother both.
I promise."
"Sometimes miracles do happen," said Alexei softly, "if we're willing to try hard enough." He looked up to meet her gaze and saw there all her worry and hope and fear and, yes, love, all glazing her beautiful brown eyes with unshed tears. And he felt humbled and shamed and oddly strong.
"Are you still willing to give your box and mirror trick a try with me?"
he asked, his voice suddenly hoarse. She sucked in a quick breath, her lips parting, her expression wary, as if she were afraid to believe what he was saying. "You mean it? Truly?" Balancing the babe in the crook of one arm, he reached to loop his free elbow around the back of Alexei's neck and draw her close enough that he could press his forehead against hers.
"I mean it."
And then he said it again, in case she still couldn't quite believe him.
"I mean it."
The end. This is Jenny Sterling.